cold mechanical voice welcomes me to the plane survival game, telling me I will live or die on a battlefield of blood and fire, driving my own vehicle through every terrifying night to walk the King's Road. I wake on grass with no idea how I got here, desk and classmates gone, replaced by endless wilderness under a high sun. Before I finish staring around, I spot a thing shuffling nearby, rotting skin and twisted limbs, growling like a beast, and my brain stalls on the word zombie just as a light screen blooms and lays out the rules. The plane survival guide tells me everyone gets a random vehicle and a random talent, that berserk monsters flood the plains at night and I should hide inside my vehicle, that the vehicle is unique and once destroyed I am at others' mercy, that players cannot rob each other, that almost everything can be upgraded with resources, that 6 in the afternoon is the day-night boundary, that the first round of survival is 7 days with monsters strengthening daily until a terrifying horde descends at the end, and that this is a real world where death is permanent. My heart sinks as I realize I have transmigrated into a survival game, and that I am not alone. In the screen corner I find tabs for regional chat, personal info, exchange, and inventory. Regional population reads 99,983 of 100,000, and already slipping, the wall of messages a long panic of players bragging about awakening systems, screaming about zombies, begging to know what the beginner's two-piece set is because someone is in nothing but underwear. Others snapping at them to read the guide because all of this is real. Almost 20 are already eliminated and a new prompt announces that vehicles are being drawn. According to the guide, the vehicle is the line between living and dying. I tense up, the draw resolves before I can settle, and the system congratulates me on a dilapidated van. An old rust-eaten van with peeling paint, dented doors, oil-stained chassis, and flat tires appears on the grass, and I climb in and gag on the musty stench, deflated seats, dust-caked dashboard, no air conditioner, no radio, just complete scrap. The panel reads my van out as Tier 1, max speed 60 kilometers per hour, durability 15% and bleeding, 1 unit of fuel for 300 kilometers, 0 upgraded parts at level 0, advancement requirement 50 gold, 30 parts 100 steel sheets, and a level 1 chip, locked until modifications reach level 10. Its evaluation calls it a grandfather-level veteran with 600,000 kilometers, every screw held together by miraculous balance, guaranteed not to break down so long as I never try to repair it. My hopes of an SUV collapse, but a big iron shell is still a big iron shell, so I accept it. Regional chat scrolls with players bragging about armored cars, others grieving hatchbacks, one poor soul wailing he drew a bicycle and being told to bolt to a stronger player. Compared to those, my van is not the worst hand. The next draw is for talents, and the chat tenses with me. 10 seconds pass with nothing and the channel explodes, someone boasting a B-rank strength talent with 10-fold amplification. Someone complaining their fire ability is only D rank, a third claiming C rank combat, the rest noting that no A ranks or higher have been posted, because the real winners keep their hands hidden. My chest grows colder until the chime rings and the system congratulates me on the SSS rank hidden talent daily intelligence, marked unique. The panel explains that each day I receive one special piece of intelligence I can accept or decline, and if I decline it, triggers somewhere in the day without my knowing, claiming itself the talent with the highest potential, and telling the so-called lucky emperors to step aside because their intelligence daddy has arrived. My personal panel lists me as Ji Jiang, Constitution 11 against an adult male average of 10, Spirit 9 against 10, Bound Vehicle the dilapidated van, Talent daily intelligence at SSS rank, hidden, unique. The moment I see those 3 tags I almost lose my mind, because unique means I am the only person in this world with this ability, and in a survival game knowing things first is the entire game. The system confirms all novice configurations distributed and tells every player to begin, adding that a treasure chest spawns randomly near each start. I climb out sweeping the grass, and a notification asks if I want today's intelligence. I decline because the announcement has already told me where a chest is and overlapping intel would waste the draw. A minute later I spot a glowing wooden box 7 or 8 meters from a wandering zombie. I soften my steps, ease over, lift the lid, and find gold. 3 parts, 2 leather, and a Glock 17 pistol. Magazine 20 of 40 with auto reload, durability 100% no modification fitted, rated a reliable mid-range sidearm with 60 rounds included. The weight of real steel calms me for the first time. I mimic a movie slide pull. The chamber clicks. The zombie hears it and charges. I fire. The first clips its shoulder. 3 more rounds sharpen my aim, and the last cracks its forehead at 3 or 4 meters. The system credits me 0.1 gold, and I wipe sweat off my face, stunned that killing zombies pays at all. Less stunned that 10 of them only adds to 1 gold. I pat the corpse, find rot, and move on. The clock says about 4 hours of daylight remain. Regional chat shows others cracking starter chests. Knives, tools, food, and in one absurd case an M4A1 rifle with infinite bullets modification. A result that sets the whole channel on fire. I swallow envy and remind myself my talent will draw me equal. A horrible commotion rolls in from one side. I curse, throw myself in the van, slam, ignite, jam into gear, and stomp the pedal. The engine coughs old smoke as wheels chew grass. 7 or 8 zombies already slamming the windows screaming, the full pressure of a horde hitting me for the first time. I shift up, build speed, and shake them off across the flat, finally pulling clear after several kilometers. The doors and hood are dented and bloody, the driver window cracked, durability dropped from 15 to 14%. A broken window means I become canned meat next pass. A panel offers 2 upgrade options. The shooting port path converts every side and rear window into welded firing ports. For 5 gold, 2 parts, 5 steel sheets. The tempered glass path reinforces, while keeping the view for 3 gold, 1 part, with 80% material refund on any reverse. Tempered glass alone is 3 gold, which means 30 zombies which I cannot pay in 60 bullets unless every shot is a headshot. I have to hunt chests, not zombies. I drive slowly, eyes straining against the monotony. After more than an hour, I find a small crimson fruit tree and pluck 43 fresh fruits, rated common plains fruit dense in nutrients. Fine in steady doses to enhance fitness, but apt to cause diarrhea if eaten as a staple. I bite one, sour and astringent, enough to wet my throat. A few hundred meters later, the ground turns mushy and I brake fast, breaking into cold sweat at the thought of being stuck with no road rescue. I step into muddy water to scout on foot, and as I grip the pistol, today's intelligence offers itself. This time I accept. The intel tells me I have reached the outskirts of the swamp, where danger and opportunity coexist, where even zombies become prey. And that about 100 meters southeast, an unusual bronze sheen has appeared, advising me to explore carefully with my weapon. I move in low and slow, mud climbing above my ankles. My sole's nearly sucked off, winding python tracks crisscrossing the wet grass, which makes my scalp tingle. After 100 meters, I reach the target and find a wooden chest half buried in muck. Inside, 1 gold, 5 python skins, 200 universal bullets, an AK-47, and a short dagger. The rifle reads 100% durability, no modification, magazine 30 of 180 with auto reload, rated the most mass-produced rifle in the world, beloved of pirates and gangs, takes everything down in one burst and only needs another if the first did not. The dagger is full durability, no modification, sharp and easy to hide, rated for life or death sneak attacks, the description telling me not to hesitate and just stab. The python skins will craft armor, and the universal bullets reload everything but sniper rifles. True hard currency. I slot dagger and pistol on either side of my belt and lift the AK, confidence flooding back. Then the intel nags about the bronze sheen. The wooden chest cannot be it. I crouch and watch. A python 7 or 8 meters long and thick as a bull glides 4 or 5 meters in front of me, and I freeze. In 10 minutes, I count at least 5 large pythons, one well over 15 meters, big enough that an embrace would grind every bone in my body to dust. After a tense half hour, I notice a flicker of bronze in a patch a python just crossed, the surface already filming back over with mud. I plunge my hands in until I feel a hard box, heave, and the chest breaks the surface clean. The panel calls it a bronze treasure chest, 3rd tier in the order of wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple radiance, black diamond, and legendary, and tells me to be secretly happy because finding a 3rd tier chest on day 1 is a result almost nobody else will match. I pop the lid and a crisp clang sounds as brilliant light spills out. The bronze chest gives me a sniper rifle, an armor core rated rare, a stack of universal bullets, and a hot weapon modification called ballistic correction. I take the haul in and turn the van back to safer ground. The regional chat scrolls past, a handful of players stumbling into second chests, one veteran bragging about a long knife plus 200 bullets and being cursed as a European emperor who hogs all the luck, others unable to find their first chest at all, several posting buyout requests for ammunition at any price. Everyone is racing to arm up. I push toward an upgrade. The shooting port path makes more sense given my new firepower, so I sync the materials and confirm. In a single flash of white light, the cracked, blood-stained windows become welded steel sheets fitted with sliding gates sized for weapons from 20 to 300 millimeters across. 5 heavy gates along the sides and rear. The front windshield upgraded into tempered glass is an unexpected bonus. The dilapidated van has become a mobile bunker with a faint cyberpunk wasteland edge. The panel notes that engine, tires, doors, exterior armor, roof machine gun, comfort features like air conditioning, sound system, central screen, heated ventilated massage seats, generator, and refrigerator are all upgradable, each counting as 1 level. An advancement unlocks at level 10. I open the trading post. Day 1 is the most chaotic and the best window for bargains. Most players dumping materials and buying weapons and ammunition. Handguns at 3 gold or more with ammunition separate. Rifles and machine guns priceless, and traded by private message ammunition the most absurd of all at 2 or 3 gold per 100 universal rounds. The math is brutal. I only profit if I drop a zombie in 3 bullets or fewer. The starting population has fallen from 100,000 to 97,000 in only hours. Nearly 3,000 gone for good. The chat is a rolling wave of bravado and panic. Players urging each other to dump everything into firepower and become a nuclear-powered tiger. Recruiters demanding fully enclosed vehicles and at least 1 hot weapon. Someone begging to be taken in with only a cold weapon and being mocked for sitting at the dog's table. buyers shouting for unlimited bullets. Almost everyone is over-investing in firepower and ignoring defense, which means parts and steel sheets are at their historic low. I take 1,500 of my 2,000 universal bullets and break them into 15 lots of 100 at 3 gold each, keeping 500 for emergencies, and they clear in minutes for 45 gold, my purse reaching 64.4. Then I pivot and buy parts in bulk at 0.1 to 0.2 each, doubling my money even if price ticks up by half. Worst case, I keep them for personal use with a 7-day countdown coming. I rip through purchase after purchase, a small cluster of other players starting to do the same, narrowing the window. By the last minutes before dusk, I have bought over 500 parts. The regional price has climbed by 0.2, and I switched to 30 steel sheets and a small stack of food and drinks before stopping. 7.3 gold left. Sniper rifle, handgun, short dagger, 450 universal bullets, 1 ballistic correction, 583 parts, 30 steel sheets, 12 python skins, 2 leather, 1 rare armor core, 42 fresh fruits, 10 bread, 3 cola, 5 mineral water. The window for seizing initiative has closed, and time to prepare for night begins. The sun slips under the horizon, the whole plain darkening together. I arrange the 4 weapons, dagger and handgun on my belt, sniper mounted at the rear side window, Alaska in hand. I load 50 rounds into the handgun and 200 into the AK, then apply ballistic correction to the sniper, since the modification lets a non-professional hold steady at extreme range. That is the gift of modifications and the reason most sit unsold at 20 gold or more. Prices like no recoil, infinite durability, super barrel cooling, and super silencer, all far above the weapons they bolt onto. And legendary infinite bullets is not even listed because the early game cheat would only be bartered for something of equal value. And nothing of equal value exists yet. The sky has gone fully dark, the bright moon climbing, stars scattered, a soft breeze through the grass that would feel like a perfect summer night if monsters were not roaming. As the clock passes 6, a scrolling announcement mocks weak little rabbits to hide because night has fallen and the monsters are hunting. The channel goes tense in a heartbeat, players shouting for teammates, posting coordinates. A user named Lee Jong-gook posts his coordinates and welcomes any brother who cannot hold out tonight, says over 20 are already gathered, that he only asks for upright values, unity and obedience. The chat explodes with awe that this is the boss who pulled the tank, others gasping that another user is recruiting in the Black Mountain mining area for their leader Jang Dongjae, the boss who drew the infinite bullets M4A1. I watch and stay silent because I have no intention of joining anyone. Groups fracture the second resources stop being even, and this is not Blue Star. There is no law, only morality and conscience holding things together, which is to say nothing for long. I post my own warning telling everyone not to run around right now, to kill engines, flatten seats, and not fire around unless they have over 200 in reserve, since zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. My warning rattles the channel. Players who are ready to break camp call it a basin of cold water, some asking if it is really that dangerous, some confirming they fired and immediately drew several zombies, others reminding that Lee Jong-gook said to come only if you truly cannot hold out. Then the cries change as someone screams that they are here, a creeping crimson mist spreading across the wilderness, terrifying figures rising and howling. Night zombies are nothing like the slow things of the day. Under the red mist, they slip into a bloodthirsty berserk state, running in waves, searching for living flesh. I watch through the shooting window, an order of magnitude more zombies than during the day, speed and force sharply higher. Soon panicked gunfire echoes across the dark and does not stop. I climb to the back, pick up the sniper, and scan. 2 kilometers out, an old man's mobility scooter is smothered by zombies, its owner firing wildly while trying to start it and run. Windows shattering, grotesque shapes squeezing through, his fire lasting seconds before he is torn apart and devoured. The scene makes me frown. The online count drops in real time, 97, 96 and a half, 96,000. The channel is wall-to-wall screaming for help, players boasting they barely broke out of encirclements, veterans yelling to drive away because staying gets you swarmed. One numb voice asking what scale the 7-day horde will be if this many do not count as a horde. Then a paid rescue cry catches my eye, a player offering 2 gold plus a super silencer modification for anyone who can save him, while others bicker that everyone is for themselves and that cold weapons are better against zombies because they do not attract more, with someone snapping that letting a zombie grab you at melee is instant death. I sit up. A super silencer is good, only one currently on the exchange listed at an outrageous 30 gold, and this could be the same. I private message the seller telling him I will take it if he is within 10 kilometers. He answers instantly, pinging 7 kilometers off. I ask how long he can hold. The man, Idaho Ju-sung, tells me his windows are upgraded, but the body is not thick enough. A dozen zombies on him, he dare not step out, begging me to hurry. I tell him to wait, fire the engine and roll out. The van coughing 2 puffs of black exhaust. Nearby zombies hear the engine and string themselves out behind my rear bumper. The flat terrain letting the van push over 40 kilometers an hour. Just fast enough not to be surrounded. I cut through the night dragging them, some clawing doors, some climbing the roof, others lunging straight into the grill with sickening impacts that can pin bodies under my chassis and jam the van in place. I had not planned to drive at night and never upgraded harder configurations, but clearly that has to change. I pull up the upgrade menu and prioritize tires and chassis. The tire menu offers 4 routes: all-terrain balancing road and off-road for 2 gold and 1 leather, mud terrain for extreme off-road at 5 gold and 2 leather, snow tires for ice and snow at the same cost, and high-performance run flat holding 100 kilometers an hour even deflated for 10 gold and 5 leather, more locked behind advancement, all stored in the system trunk for free swapping. I buy all-terrain. A flash of white light replaces my 4 deflated tires with huge thick-treaded all-terrains, and the van's road feel instantly stabilizes. The chassis options give me an off-road primary for 5 gold and 5 parts, with independent 4-wheel suspension, or performance primary for 10 gold and 10 parts built for speed and stability, with air suspension wanting engine and transmission upgrades. I take off-road, another chime, the whole chassis lifting noticeably. Ride going solid under me. The engine roars and the 4 wheels chew the wilderness joyfully, this broken van driving like an actual off-roader. Durability climbs from 14% before the window upgrade, to 19% after, and now 35% with tires and chassis. I push to its 60-kilometer limit, leaving the zombies behind. To go faster I would need engine and transmission, which I cannot afford with less than 1 gold left. Across the plains, other vehicles flee with their own ribbons of zombies. Driving to escape now everyone's last resort. Vehicle defense is going to be paramount, and I am glad I stockpiled parts. After half an hour I close on my destination, pulling into a hidden spot to glass with my scope. A black sedan, chassis sick angle, wheels jammed with bloody corpses, completely stuck. A dozen zombies clawing the doors while inside Ju-sung is half out of his mind. As I close within a kilometer, the radio frequency syncs automatically, and the second the channel opens he is wailing. I tell him I want the reward first and open a trade. He does not argue terms because he has no leverage. Even if I bailed, all he could do is curse me and chat before he died, and nobody would read it. The trade drops a super silencer plus 2.1 gold into inventory. The description calls it a firearm modification that fully kills muzzle flash, drops gun noise to a minimum, reduces recoil, and improves handling. Permanently bound once installed. A good horse deserves a good saddle, so my AK and pistol are not worthy, and I install it on the sniper. White light flares along the muzzle and a matte-textured silencer settles in. I climb into the back, open the firing port, slide barrel and scope out, chamber around with a soft click, sight in, and squeeze. What had been a fierce roar becomes a crisp, elegant whistle. The bullet sliding more than 1,000 meters into a zombie's head, the skull bursting like a watermelon across the sedan windows. Stable, exactly where I aim, most credit going to ballistic correction plus the silencer stability. I fire again, the crosshair marking lives for collection, sometimes punching through 2 or 3 overlapping zombies with 1 round. Kill notifications roll in, each headshot a 10th of the gold, some adding leather. Ju-sung, curled with his head in his hands, lifts his face, watches zombies headshotted one after another, from somewhere far in the dark, and bursts into tears, praising the boss terrified earlier I would take payment and run. In under a minute I pick off every zombie on him, no new ones drawn thanks to the silencer. I radio that it is handled and he can clear bodies from under his car himself, because I am leaving. Ju-sung pours out gratitude, calling me brother, asking if I will take him as a subordinate with his C-grade support talent. I refuse, telling him I do not take subordinates. The operation cost 20 rounds and almost 10 kilometers of fuel, netting 3.6 gold plus the silencer, a huge profit. I park, eat 2 pieces of bread and wash them down with cola. I check sniper rifle bullets on the exchange and see them cheap, most at 1.5 gold per 100, a few at 1.4 or 3. Scarce snipers meaning players convert unwanted rounds into universals. I buy 200 rounds and load them all, suddenly rich in ammunition. I keep posting that I am accepting paid commissions, and over the next few hours I help trapped players in succession. Early game is good for reputation, so I do not overcharge, just a small fee, some giving a coin, some food or materials. Jobs along my path since I have to kill zombies anyway. But it is not long before I hit an outrageous one. Idaho Wang Guang. Surrounded by zombies, he refuses to pay a single coin and demands free rescue on righteous moral grounds. I tell him he is an idiot and move on, and he completely loses it, posting a denunciation calling me out by name, claiming I had promised to help others but passed him over, that I demanded money and abused him, accusing me of disregarding human life and being trash unfit to be human. The channel ignites, but nobody is stupid. The first response is that he is just leeching and has the nerve to complain publicly, calling him a giant baby raised on coddled assumptions that everyone owes him service. Players I rescued earlier go hardest, snarling that risking your life for strangers deserves a fee, that if people like him scare off big shots they will be torn apart alive, that they would shoot him on sight. He tries to bite back but is buried under contempt, blocked so many times his ID flips to the red public enemy tag. I take orders along the road. Between 7 and 12, I cover hundreds of kilometers and burn almost all 200 fresh bullets. As I finish my last order, a crisp notification rings, congratulating me on obtaining the title Ranger, a white tier title granting Constitution +3 and Spirit +3, with an additional kill gold bonus of 20% on an accumulating withdrawal anytime basis. The evaluation saying the bearer does the deed and brushes his clothes and walks away. Awarded for 10 rescues in a limited time. I equip it on the spot. Strength, stamina, perception, and clarity sharpen at once. The kill gold bonus is rare, and the long tail benefit will be enormous. The haul sits at 21.5 gold. Weapons, the modified level 2 sniper, 1 rifle, 1 pistol, a short dagger, 450 universal rounds. Tools, a pickaxe and a cleaver. Materials, 589 parts, 33 steel sheets, 12 python skin, 15 leather, 1 rare armor core. Food, 42 fresh fruits, 8 bread, 2 cola, 8 mineral water, 5 ham sausage, 5 instant cup noodles. Bountiful. It is deep into the night. Most players have survived their own way, and the area count stabilizes at 93,000. Prices have shifted, food and water down 30% from pre-dusk highs. Parts and steel sheets multiplied several times. Parts at half a gold each. Firearms and ammunition slightly up. Vehicle fuel doubled from 3 gold to 6 per unit. Fuel is hard currency, without it no scavenging and no fleeing. I buy 1 unit of fuel as backup, plus food and drink, plus 400 sniper rounds, and my gold is almost empty again. I keep the parts for my own builds. In the early hours, the pressure drops and players ease up. I recline and read the channel. People crying they barely made it. Durability at 7%. Asking how to repair. Veterans noting upgrades cost gold and parts. Lamenting they did not stock parts when they were a tenth of a gold during the day. Urging stockpiling fast because hordes are coming. Someone asks if anyone has tried night exploration. The answer being who would dare, since 1 scratch is basically death without antiviral serum, which now lists at 100 gold a shot. A voice cuts through shouting sunshine broccoli for parts, that it boosts physique when eaten, with another snapping at them to stop spamming because nobody trades parts for food now, especially not with free fresh fruit available. My eyes light up. I private message the seller, Idaho Vegetable Pig, an interesting handle since most are just their own names. The seller replies instantly, attaching the broccoli with the system description. Sunshine broccoli, high-grade vegetable, a unique plain specialty abundant in the starry sky great forest, nurtured by ample rain and sun. Crisp and sweet, with consumption raising physique by 0.1 per plant, and a daily growth limit of 5 times. Direct physique boosting is on another level than fresh fruit, which only ticks up gradually over long use. Before I can reply, Vegetable Pig fires off messages back to back, insisting it is cheap, 1 part for 1 plant, 2 if I push, listing other inventory including white winter melon and aquatic eggplant, all high grade with special effects. I ask where on earth they picked so many strange vegetables, and Vegetable Pig calls it a trade secret, but offers to throw it in if I deal. I check the exchange and find these vegetables cannot be listed for open trade, a monopoly industry, which is why this person has to hawk in public. We haggle and settle on 5 parts for 7 sunshine broccoli, plus several lesser effect vegetables. Vegetable Pig tells me to swear to keep it secret, then reveals that all of these are grown personally, growing them being their personal talent, with a proud emoticon. I ask if serious, they insist yes, untradeable elsewhere, and we add each other as friends. I pull out a broccoli, palm-sized, glossy and moist. I bite in and my eyes go wide, crisp and sweet and rich with juice. I polish off all 5 plants, and a warm, slightly tipsy feeling spreads through me, my physique inching up. The panel reads name Ji Jiang. Title Ranger with physique +3, spirit +3, additional kill bonus +20%. Physique 14.5, up by half a point against the male average of 10. Spirit 12 against the average. Accumulated kill bonus 0 gold. Bound vehicle old minivan at modified level 3. Talent daily intelligence at SSS rank. Hidden and unique. I close the panel satisfied, telling myself that if my physique keeps climbing, I might try cold weapons later. From what I can see, most players have 4 upgrade paths. The first is the vehicle path, dumping resources into gold and parts to push the car up tiers fast, aiming at second-tier vehicles. The second is personal attribute, prioritizing constitution then spirit, the most fundamental physical evolution route, though everyone is cautious about close-quarters knife work without a foundation. The third is the weapon path, fastest results and safer, but durability means weapons need reinvestment. My sniper already losing 8% in one night, so unless infinite durability exists, weapons may not stay top tier. The fourth is hoarding supplies, simplest and lowest risk, finding a hole to hide in, but lowest late-game survival since nothing keeps up with rising monster strength. Each has pros and cons. The survival guide recommends developing comprehensively, none ignorable. Ideally, a small group splits the four, each specializing, but that requires extreme trust, because one betrayal collapses everything, which is exactly why I refuse to team up. Luckily, I have daily intelligence and only need to stabilize early. I drift off in the stiff driver's seat, exhausted. It is an uncomfortable night. Zombies wandering up to scratch the door and howl, jolting me awake repeatedly. At dawn, the sun lifts, dew clinging crystal clear to grass blades, birds chirping on the roof. A weather report scrolls across my view calling today cloudy turning clear, 15 to 28 degrees Celsius, favoring the white-scaled fish of Sunken Moon Lake. A good day for fishing. I draw a deep breath of cool morning air and stretch, my back twinging, telling myself I really need to upgrade the van soon, at minimum a bed. I eat breakfast, 3 large loaves, 2 hot dogs, 2 fresh fruits and a sunshine broccoli, 2 cucumbers, and a large bottle of water, all of it only filling me halfway since appetite scaled with constitution. I wish out loud for hot pot, but starch sausages are the only savory option. Day 2. Survival pressure has every player even more wound up, many already moving before dawn. In under 10 minutes, I spot a wooden chest in a small basin, hop out, crack it with a creak, and pull 2 gold, 400 universal bullets, and 1 unit of fuel. A pure resource chest worth over 15 gold. A strong start. With the upgraded tires and chassis, the van's effective speed is nearly doubled. Eyesight sharpened by added spirit, search rate markedly higher. I do not find another chest for hours, though I kill around 20 zombies for 2 gold. And I spot a wild deer that I take down with a sniper, then bleed and skin for 1 deer hide, and 10 units of fresh venison. Without fire or cookware, I cannot eat the venison, and fresh meat cannot be listed on the exchange. Only modern foods like noodles and ham trade, so I bag it for storage. The backpack has no time flow, so food never spoils. As noon approaches, I chew through Vegetable Pig's vegetables while driving. The familiar voice chimes in my head with today's intelligence. I accept. It reads that to my southwest lies a low vine forest, vines suitable for armor, tools like axes for gathering, but fierce beasts and venomous insects appear often, and one must be extremely careful, with a note that an unusual metallic glint seems to have appeared there in the past few days. That metallic sheen again. I open the right firing port, spot the vine forest, drive over and gear up, pistol and dagger at waist, Alaska in hand, sniper slung across my back since this place is bound to hide something on the order of an adult blood python. I slip in silently. The vines are nothing Blue Star ever grew, gnarled and winding, tough enough my dagger barely scratches them, perfect armor material if I had the tools. Something rustles underfoot, a centipede over 70 centimeters long and thick as my wrist. A chill runs from my soles to my skull, but I do not dare fire here, so I drive the dagger through its head, colored goo pinning it. The system confirms a venomous centipede kill, gold plus 0.2, venom plus 1. Better drops than zombies. Insects come in waves, large crawlers, glowing blue scorpions, head-sized spiders. The super silencer picks them off without alarming anything bigger. Half an hour of wandering and I freeze. 2 completely black boxes lie among a dense knot of vines, surfaces shimmering metallic in the sunlight. 2 of them. My heart trembles. I push through, but the vines thicken, and a meter out I can no longer pull them apart. I switch to slow dagger work, 10 minutes sawing my arm raw for a handful, then give up and burn dozens of sniper rounds shooting the vines apart, until I reach the boxes. The system identifies them as black iron treasure chests, a step above wooden. I pop the first. A crisp clang, a flash, and the system rolls out 9 gold coins, 20 dwarf vines, 1,000 universal bullets, 1 melee weapon modification called Super Edge Sharpening, and 1 firearm modification called Infinite Bullets. I freeze for several seconds, then wild joy crashes through me. Infinite Bullets, the legendary early game cheat. The descriptions roll in. Super Edge Sharpening, the strongest core of the melee modification series, permanently bound, and Infinite Bullets expanding any firearm magazine to infinite with reload cut to 3 seconds. Also permanent. 2 core modifications in 1 chest. Infinite Bullets is almost never listed. Prices on the order of antiviral serum. I crack the second. 12 gold, 24 dwarf vines, 1,300 universal bullets, 1 dwarf vine armor, 6 C-level talent shards, and 1 B-level talent shard. The dwarf vine armor is common, woven from toughest core strands, stops ordinary bullets and blade slashes, self-repairs in water. The shards are more interesting. 10 C-level synthesize 1 random C-level talent, 10 B-level 1 B-level talent. I had assumed every player only had 1 innate talent, but apparently you can stack more. The ceiling for every player just lifted. Not every chest drops shards, and from this sample only black iron and above seem to, at 1 in 2 odds, at least 20 black iron chests for 1B rank, or higher grade chests which are not easy to find. I bag the shards, pull out the dwarf fine armor and put it on. My only entry-level equipment. Lowest common grade, but it stops bullets, self-repairs, bends like a jacket, 2 or 3 pounds, no restriction on movement. Time to retreat. The smell of something large hangs over this place, vines smeared with mucus. On the way back, insects press toward me, and the sniper is no longer enough. I drop stealth, swap to AK on 3-round bursts, and back out spraying. Because without antiviral serum, one bite is instant death. Gunfire roars and the rustling answers. Then a crisp clattering of joints in the distance. A giant terror centipede on the move. I shove the firearms into my backpack and sprint. The terrifying chase pushing me through vines I crawl under and leap over at top speed. The vines slow it just enough, and after a few minutes I break out. Rush to the van. Slam. Ignite. Hit the gas. The exhaust coughs old smoke as the van lurches forward. And only then do I see what was chasing me. A giant terror centipede, easily a meter thick, hundreds of segmented legs, body sheathed in black armor glinting in sunlight. The front half alone tens of meters long, with more still in the trees. The system profile names it an elite monster, large arthropod nesting in the dwarf vine forest. Not venomous like its smaller kin, but ferociously territorial, capable of cutting a human in half with its pincer teeth. I had thought the adult blood python was elite, but this is what an elite actually looks like. Outside the forest, it catches the van in under 10 seconds. Its body rears onto the roof, segmented legs hammering until the thin metal dents in a dozen places. Then its pincers bite the door and durability drops 5%. The mass kills my speed and the van starts to drift. In that moment, an upgrade prompt opens. Vehicle body route 1 external armor, replacing the frame with integrated die-cast alloy, plus 8mm military bulletproof layer. 10 gold, 10 parts, 20 steel sheets. Upgrade now. The van flares with blinding white. The pincer teeth severed clang to the cabin floor, and as the glow fades, every dent is gone. The exterior reborn as thick riveted steel sheets. The centipede screams, blue blood pouring from where its pincers used to be, antennae thrashing. It throws itself at the van, but the upgraded armor is on another tier, and without pincers it cannot scratch me. I empty a full AK magazine into its body. The carapace dimples but holds. Only occasional lucky hits between segments. I search the exchange for heavy machine guns. Maxim MG08, German MG34, the QJZ-171, the Gatling M134. Prices are down because heavy weapons burn bullets at dozens of rounds a second. 3 gold burns in 2 seconds. You would have to kill a city of zombies to break even. None of that matters to me with infinite bullets. I find a Gatling at 99% durability and buy instantly. A pitch-black 6-barreled handheld heavy machine gun materializes and drops my shoulder with its weight, tens of pounds. The system describes humanity's insane pursuit of firepower made flesh. A barrel carousel driven by electric motor, maximum rate over 5,000 rounds per minute. A grim reaper that turns all carbon-based life to ash. I apply infinite bullets on the spot, and because heavy machine guns are belt-fed, there is no reload gap. I can hold the trigger until the barrel cooks itself. I crank the side shutter open and shove the barrel out. The centipede lunges, opening its pus-leaking mouth to bite. I squeeze the trigger. A faint electric whine builds. The barrels spin up, then a hellish ton of fire erupts, over 60 rounds a second pouring into its mouth and shredding the oral cavity in a heartbeat. It shrieks, arches backward, hits the ground twisting. I keep the trigger down and walk the stream across its body, punching through carapace and tearing flesh, until its escape instinct kicks in and it drags its mangled length toward the forest. I am not letting it walk. I kick the door, lift the Gatling, and pursue, sweeping it for a full minute until the massive shape stops moving. The barrels glow red as they slow. The system confirms giant terror centipede kill. Gold +2, 1 giant terror pincer, and congratulates me on the area first kill. Bonus reward 10 gold. I sag gasping. The recoil of a handheld Gatling brutal, but worth it. 12 gold from the first kill alone, and the pincer described as incredibly tough special material, usable for forging special growth equipment. Equipment that evolves and grows. The exchange shows nothing, which makes sense since I just took the area first kill. The Gatling barrels are still red. Overheated barrels have to cool or durability drops fast. That single spray cost me 3%. I make a mental note to grab infinite durability and super barrel cooling soon. It is already 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours to nightfall. I open my backpack, gold 19.5, up 6. Weapons, 1 sniper modified second tier, 1 heavy machine gun modified first tier, 1 rifle, 1 pistol, 1 short dagger, 3,150 universal bullets, 1 dwarf vine armor normal grade. Tools, 1 iron pickaxe, 1 machete. Materials, 574 parts, 13 steel sheets, 12 python skins, 1 deer hide, 21 leather, 44 dwarf vines, 9 venom, 1 giant terror pincer, 1 rare armor core, 2 units fuel. Food, 40 fresh fruit, 5 bread, 5 mineral water, 3 ham sausage, 5 cup noodles, 1 aquatic eggplant. Talent fragments, 6 C grade, 1 B grade. The bag is bloated. Each category caps at 10 slots, so I move deer hide and longer-lasting food to the trunk, and list python skins, venom, and dwarf vines on the exchange at market rate. About 10 gold together. I also list 2,500 universal bullets at 3 per 100. Total listing 75 gold. Prep phase is in full swing. Plenty of buyers, the bullets and scrap clear quickly, and my gold pushes past 100. A rich man does not shortchange himself, so I open seat upgrades. Fabric is breathable and tough at 3 gold. 2 parts, 2 leather. Imitation leather close to real leather at 5 gold, 2 parts. 3 leather. I pick imitation leather since I am covered in mud constantly and fabric would stink. White light flashes, all 5 seats reborn soft and cool. The musty smell gone. Next, the engine. Naturally aspirated 1.5-liter smooth linear at 7 gold and 5 parts with gearbox included. Or turbocharged 1.5 turbo strong low rev punch at 10 gold and 10 parts with gearbox. I pick turbocharged. White light flares under the hood. Engine and gearbox both refresh. I turn the key, drop into gear, and press. A powerful vibration shudders up, the van leaping forward with actual push into the seat. The panel reads Tier 1, top speed 120 km per hour, durability 57% and slowly dropping. Fuel 0.2 units with a 50-kilometer range. Fuel critical flagged. Upgraded components. Shooting bay, tires, chassis, exterior armor, seats, engine, total level 6. Advancement requires 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and 1 level 1 chip. Only unlocked when every component hits level 10. The evaluation calls it a grandpa tier veteran with 600,000 kilometers brought back to a normal vehicle. The turbo burns more fuel. 1 unit now only 250 kilometers, so I burn both stored units to push my range to 550. I open the exchange for a level 1 chip. Find only a handful listed at 15, 14.9, 14.8, message sellers one by one, haggle, and lock one at 11.8. I move on to daily life. 20 slices of high-grade Black Mountain toast, 10 cheese sandwiches, 10 each of puff pastry, crispy sausage, and custard buns for breakfast over the week. Hot food. Rujiamo, donkey meat fire-baked buns, Cantonese dim sum, roasted duck, braised goose, cumin chicken racks, snacks konjac jelly, spicy strips tiger skin chicken feet, potato chips, nuts, spicy dried fish. 2 cases of cola at 24 bottles. 5 cases of bottled water at 12. 2 changes of clothes, tissues. Total damage 12.5 gold. Trunk finally stuffed with real food. It is already 5 less than an hour tonight too. I drive up to a high spot, pull the brake, open chat. The wall today is the usual prep mix. A rare rifle at 5 gold. Battlefield Alliance still recruiting at Sunken Moon Lake with strict gear requirements. A Black Mountain repair guy charging 2 gold per repair. A Twilight Canyon heckler scoffing his side charges 1. The Black Mountain man explodes. Asks if anyone has heard of the Ghost Dragon Society in the Black Mountain mining area. Threatens to deal with him in person. The Twilight Canyon side fires back that of course they have heard of Jang Dongjae's Ghost Dragon Society. Reputation filthy lately. His Hyung is Lee Jong-guk, president of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, daring them to come. The Black Mountain side jeers that the Mountain and Sea Alliance is a pile of old, weak, and sick. Only Lee Jong-guk can fight. Most onlookers side with Lee Jong-guk, who acts honorably and has taken in many bad start survivors, while Ghost Dragon behaves like warlords. Both sides go quiet abruptly. The channel works out they hit the daily 10 message cap and got muted. I have heard pieces about both names. Jang Dongjae pulled the Infinite Bullets M4A1, president of Ghost Dragon Society, but with poor reputation. Lee Jong-kook has a military background, drew a tank at the start, first to form a team and set up a mutual aid alliance. From the chat, I mapped the big areas: Black Mountain Mining Area, Starry Sky Great Forest, Twilight Canyon, Sunken Moon Lake, plus smaller swamps and vine forests. If only there were a map. The mailbox shows 21. I open it. Vegetable pig. The same line every hour or two. Are you there, big boss? Brother reply to me, I have new dishes. Repeated from 11 in the morning to almost 6. As I read, another are you there comes in. I reply with a single one. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers off, on the edge of the Starry Sky Great Forest, a small pond ringed with dense trees, a mini chopped fish head vehicle sits in the shade. The girl tending the patch has twin ponytails and round frame glasses, pant legs rolled high, walking barefoot in the mud, pouring water onto rows, crouching with a small shovel to fertilize. A few sunshine broccoli sprout under her talent. She harvests, washes, baskets, then sighs that it is almost dark, and she does not know what to do about the Lingyam cabbage. Jin Sonon is genuinely at a loss. The cabbage in her basket sits clear as emerald glass, and she regrets pouring most of her energy into it today, because she hoped for a small fortune and cannot sell it. Her 10 daily messages are used up, all buried in the wall, and her only major client has not replied since morning. She does not dare trade offline because untradeable items can be plundered. A lesson learned. She opens her messages dejected to send Ji Jiang one more, only to see his single reply. She nearly jumps. She writes that he finally replied. I ask why she sent so many messages. She tells me she has good stuff. Look at Lingyan cabbage. The system rolls it up. Rare grade vegetable native to the Starry Sky Great Forest with uncommon seedlings. grown through special cultivation and heavy natural fertilizers, rich in spiritual energy and nutrients. Consumption grants +3 constitution with a daily limit of 1, plus a 7-day bonus to stamina and energy recovery. I sit on it before asking how much. She probes that since this is her first time growing it and the cost was steep, would I take a look? I tell her 2 gold plus 5 sunshine broccoli as a gift. She fires back that this is robbery, fuming that 2 gold is not even half her cost, and now he wants 5 broccoli on top. Asks herself why she does not just package herself up and ship herself over. She types furiously that her cost alone was 5 gold, and she cultivated for a whole day. I ask for proof. She copies transaction records for advanced fertilizer, rare cultivation soil, and spiritual water, with material usage details. Total cost 5.2 gold. I tell her, all right, name your price. She stammers her way to 6, then 5.5, feeling pathetic and S-rank talent nervous about haggling, but afraid I will walk, and without selling she cannot upgrade her chopped fish head van defenses for the second night. I offer 8 gold with one condition. From now on, she supplies me at least 1 lingyun cabbage and 5 sunshine broccoli every day. She nearly jumps at the 8, then her face freezes at the condition. The rare plant is too punishing on her energy, but there is real money in it. After a moment, she grits her teeth and accepts. The trade window opens, sunshine broccoli benchmarked at 0.7 gold per stalk. I drop 11.5 gold in. The trade closes. Up on my van, I cannot help grinning at the emerald cabbage in my hand. 3 full points of physique in a single bite. Becoming a god in the flesh would not be a dream if I could eat this regularly. I am honestly relieved Vegetable Pig did not sell it before I got to her, because 8 gold is not expensive. I could have pressed her, but then she would never bring me good stuff again, and she is exactly the kind of partner I want as a private supplier. Whether I leave the rest of the field behind on personal attributes depends on people like her. I pop a bottle of cola and dig into dinner. Rugiamo, donkey meat fire, roast duck with my mouth shiny. The occasional bite of cabbage cutting the grease. A warm energy threads through me, the cabbage's spiritual energy strengthening my frame at a visible rate. I finish the cabbage, polish off all 5 broccoli as dessert, and slump with a deep satisfied belch. When I clench my fist, the outline of muscle stands out clean on my forearm. The panel reads Title Ranger granting Physique +3 Spirit +3 +20% kill bonus. Physique 18 +3.5 from Title. Spirit 12, accumulated bonus 0.62 gold withdrawable. Vehicle van modified level 6 normal grade, talent daily intelligence SSS. Hidden unique. Physique 18 is nearly double a normal adult. I am about to crack another snack when the radio crackles and a voice asks if I am there. I grab the sniper, crack the firing port, and only then notice 3 vehicles parked in a tight triangle, a small truck, an SUV, and an old man's happy car. 5 or 6 men and women shift sandbags and baffles, building rough fortifications. The leader, a young man with a radio mic and binoculars, glassing my van. When he sees my port crack open, he smiles and waves. I pick up my mic and ask what he wants. He introduces himself as Joe Soryong, points out the flag, explains they are from the Mountain and Sea Alliance setting up defense for the night. He says I look capable, even my external armor is upgraded, asks if I want to join for the night, because with them I will make it through. Adds with real confidence they run 5 firearms with 1,200 rounds between them, and aside from the happy car the other 2 are upgraded armor. I ask if Mountain and Sea Alliance people are not supposed to be in Twilight Canyon. Joe Soryong does not hide it, explains his crew spent the day at Black Mountain pulling iron ore and elemental ore. Resources untradeable on the exchange and untransferable by personal trade. Only haulable by hand. Back at base, members with relevant talents refine the haul into steel sheets and parts to list, an operation they only just started today. My horizons widen. The talented players are already running industrial chains. The Mountain and Sea Alliance is led by Lee Jong-guk, over 600 members and growing, with a complete operating system. 3 of Joe Soryong's small team actually lost vehicles last night and are now living inside the other 3, which is why their SUV and truck upgraded armor quickly. Lee Jong-guk's military background apparently includes combat instruction, because Joe Soryong's fortifications are crude but meticulous. Defending outside the vehicles lets them snipe from a distance, so the horde does not bleed durability, with a plan of holding the peak then retreating inside. Joe Soryong asks if I am in, says we can at least cooperate for the night, but I refuse. No reason to share a position. A fat man next to him tells him to let it go, says when I cannot hold, I will come asking. Joe Soryong gives up with a sigh, warns paid assistance only later. I tell him the same applies in reverse. The fat man and others laugh, 6 of them with 2 armored vehicles, obvious which way help flows. The conversation ends. The sky goes fully dark. Blood mist rolls silently over the plain. The fat man jumps grinning, steps onto a sandbag, raises his AK and burns 1 round into the sky talking about how thirsty his rifle is. A woman snaps at him for wasting bullets. He waves it off, but in the next breath every face on the line goes pale. In the spreading mist, there are not just ordinary zombies but huge bloated ones in numbers, each over 2 meters, covered in horrifying tumors, bellies distended like balloons. A new type. Joe Soryong tightens his voice and orders them to hold the line and wait until they close. In my scope, a readout labels 1 a fleshball zombie, special variant with massive size and thick fat, strength and defense extremely powerful, speed slightly slow. My eyes narrow, because if a special is already spawning on night 2, the difficulty is climbing linearly. I rack the rifle, line up the nearest, fire. The bullet covers more than 1,000 meters and hits between its brows, taking off most of the skull, the 700 or 800 caddy body crashing. The kill rings, fleshball zombie down plus 0.5. Same rate as an adult swamp blood python. Boss tier payout. I am going to make a fortune tonight. My heart heats, kill after kill chimes. The fleshballs are slow, so ordinary zombies have already swarmed the van and started battering. Their attacks tickle the armor. Only an elite like the giant terror centipede could bite through with pincers, but the volume fouls my line. I switch ports and start clearing. Then I glance toward Joe Soryong, and my eyes go wide. Their position is a tightening ring, the safe distance shrinking, the problem being gunfire pulled every zombie nearby. They can grind ordinary zombies, but fleshballs eat body shots, and only Joe Soryong has ballistic correction tasked with headshots, 2 rounds each, not enough. When a fleshball slams in with its full belly, the line collapses. Joe Soryong shouts to get in the cars. They scramble back. Truck and SUV with armor hold, but the elderly scooter takes the worst. 2 girls inside screaming as the fleshball hammers it into a twisted shell. They abandon undercover and bolt to the truck and SUV as dependents. Every vehicle is the absolute territory of its survivor, and others can only abandon their own car and with permission board and bind to someone else's, becoming a subordinate. Dependents cannot change binding, cannot betray, and any gold they earn can only be spent on the owner's vehicle, miserable if bound to someone twisted. I keep working the sniper, rounds slicing the mist, taking head after head. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 10 fleshballs down for 5 gold. The fleshballs on my side thin, the rest out of range, but I am in no rush to drive out, because a job is sitting right next to me. In the distant truck, Joe Soryong and 2 dependents are pale and dripping, terrifying impacts pounding outside, the vehicle bucking like a coin-op ride. Even with armor, durability is dropping 1% every 2 minutes, and they upgraded tempered glass instead of firing ports so they can barely shoot back. The whole vehicle will come apart inside 2 hours, the fat man cracking that he feels like meat in a tin can. Joe Soryong says they can only call for help. Even with an engine, they risk getting stuck. He thinks of me, assumes I am in the same shape, pulls binoculars, sights through the gaps, and freezes. No zombies around me at all, only a handful of corpses. The fat man chokes. How is this possible? Joe Soryong tells him bitterly not to bother. The guy has a sniper and a super suppressor. He admits he underestimated me, remembers my parting words, feels shame, knows sincerity matters and this is not the time to haggle. He confers with the SUV and settles on the maximum, 13 gold plus a cold weapon modification labeled lightweight, then raises me with the offer, hoping I can pull the horde off. I just say accepted. Joe Soryong exhales and opens trade, sending across 13 gold in the modification. Lightweight, usable on all cold weapons, reduces main body weight by 2/3 after application. Permanently bound. Not bad, especially for heavy cold weapons. Joe Soryong tells me I do not have to take big risks, just drive a loop to lure. The safest method, trusting I have a way. But I do not intend to run, too much trouble. Why run when I can shoot them all? I bring up the car roof upgrade tree. The sunroof has 2 paths. A lookout sunroof, retractable steel gate letting 1 person look out at 5 gold, 2 parts 5 steel sheets, or a machine gun mount, detachable mount accepting all kinds of heavy machine guns at 7 gold, 5 parts 5 steel sheets. I pick machine gun mount. The roof glows white, the plate becomes a retractable gate, a ladder unfolds. I climb up with the pistol, point at the sky, fire 3 shots. Joe Soryong's side has gone quiet. My shots roll across the high ground, and every nearby zombie's head snaps to me. Even the 100+ pressing Joe Soryong freeze and turn. I burn 3 more, and the entire mass roars and charges my van. Joe Soryong and crew are stunned, asking how I dare, since gunfire is louder than engines, and they only dared to suppress in place because they had the firepower. The zombies around the truck recede like a tide. The line clears. Suffocating pressure lifts. The fat man yells to run now. Joe Soryong tells him to wait. Everything depends on whether I can drag the horde clear. Except I do not drive. Joe Soryong sees me leaning my whole body out of the sunroof, sniper steady, dropping the closest one by one, ignoring the flood. He grabs a megaphone and shouts that I am about to be surrounded, but I keep picking off the closest, then drop the sniper and pull out a long dark thing which I mount on the roof bracket. The moment his eyes register it, his pupils contract. When the fat man takes the glasses, he nearly jumps, swearing it is a Gatling. By the second word, I have already seated it. 6 barrels spinning up to preheat. Then 6 barrels spew flame and a river of bullets pours out, sweeping the silhouettes. Over 200 regulars and at least 15 fleshballs. An assault that would shake any team. But in front of my infinite bullets Gatling, they are walking gold coins. Leaks waiting to be cut. Continuous gunfire becomes one roar rolling across the plain, the kinetic energy tearing apart everything it hits. Even the heavily armored flesh balls cannot endure, bursting into wet fragments, the kill log flashing wilder than any earlier moment of my life. I pivot the barrel left to right, clearing sectors. The horde lured from Jo Soryong is now 500 meters closing, as one dark mass, and I bare my teeth for final slaughter. Almost every bullet hits. Bodies pop apart like watermelons. In under 10 seconds, well over 100 zombies gone. The ground is slick of bloody remains. The battle is finished. I radio asking if they have a cigarette. Jo Soryong stutters yes and his crew trade an unopened pack across. I tilt the red-hot gun barrel up and touch the cigarette to it, the tip catching with a sizzle. Take a deep drag, smoke billowing as nicotine spins me a little. This is what the apocalypse feels like. The mowing alone netted over 40 gold, with title bonus and Jo Soryong's payment over 60. An absolutely thrilling haul. I tell them to stay put, climb down, fire the engine, pull out. Jo Soryong's crew exchange looks. Infinite bullets. They have actually run into a big shot with infinite bullets. The fat man says blankly, the guy just left. Jo Soryong snaps back, grabs the mic shouting for me to add him as a friend. Big shot, but I am already out of range. By the time I roll out the channel is a wall of panic. Screams about being unable to hold, payment offers, curses about tonight's zombies, someone asking how to fight a flesh ball and being told only headshots work because belly fat is a meter thick. Someone arguing at long range without ballistic correction even hitting is a miracle. Someone warning not to ram because flesh balls cannot be rammed, and there is already a story of someone slamming into one and lifting the entire front chassis. Someone laughing that the lone wolves and small teams who refused big groups are dumbfounded now. The regional count drops below 90,000, several thousand gone in under half an hour. I follow last night's playbook and post a paid assistance message, and the chat erupts. Another bid shot is running rescues, save me. Then a warning about scammers running fake rescues, calling out Jin Xian, Zhou Wuwu, and John Bin who promise rescue then open trade before arriving. Then someone notes, is that not Ji Zhang, the lone wolf from last night, running rescues again that confident? Someone else worrying because lone wolves could be scammers too? Then a counterwave, anyone calling Master G a scammer is asking for trouble. He saved them last night. They will personally call him the #1 sniper god of the plains. Someone else calls me Ji Hyung, saying I just saved their team. Then Jo Soryong joins with the first review, and to his credit does not expose my Gatling, only mentions I rescued the mining team. His testimony as a mountain and sea team leader hits hard, and within seconds I have hundreds of distress messages. I am buried in orders. I take a nearby order and start the night's rescue circuit. The rescue fee is bonus. The real money tonight is flesh balls at 10 per 5 gold, but driving tonight is harder. Flesh balls cannot be rammed like ordinary zombies. They have to be avoided or sniped, crushing my efficiency. Several times I stop to clear a path with the machine gun, order success rate down to 2 out of 10. Zombie pressure is so brutal many survivors are torn open before rescue can reach. By midnight, after 6 hours of non-stop driving and over 100 kilometers, I have completed 8 rescues for 50 gold plus materials, more generous than last night. And as the peak passes, demand drops. I park, lean back, and tally. Too many scattered items to fit, so I sort and list, clearing 20 gold, and withdraw the title kill bonus. Total comes to a frankly terrifying 271 gold. Most is kill money. Over 500 ordinary zombies and at least 150 flesh balls through me tonight. The natural ratio should be 30-1, but I deliberately hunted flesh balls all night. Among lone wolves, I am undisputedly first tier. Time to take off. Antiviral serum is still above 100 gold. I will wait. Only 1 infinite bullets is listed at a ridiculous 150 infinite durability not listed at all. Most hot weapon mods being hoarded. My sniper is at 68% durability and the Gatling at 77. A few more nights and they will be scrap, but nobody is selling. I spend 18 gold on super barrel cooling and 12 on no recoil, both burning on the Gatling. Super barrel cooling boosts cooling speed by 20 times and significantly slows durability loss, permanently bound. No recoil eliminates recoil for greatly improved stability, permanently bound. Then I pick up steel sheets and essentials. Now the main event. 7 of 10 vehicle parts are upgraded. I pick the last 3, the power generation device, the air conditioner, and the millimeter wave radar. The generator upgrades to include matching battery, powering air conditioner and multimedia, costing 3 gold, 3 parts, 1 cathode material. Air conditioner upgrades to front row cooling only requiring the generator first, costing 2 gold, 1 refrigerant. The millimeter wave radar upgrades to 6 radars covering front, back, left, right, monitoring moving objects within 20 meters, costing 5 gold, 5 parts. I run to the exchange for missing materials and click upgrade 1 by 1, and when the last finishes, a line appears telling me vehicle parts have all hit level 10 and advancement is unlocked. The requirement of 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and 1 level 1 chip, conditions already met. I am hyped, dying to see what advanced vehicle this becomes, hoping for an RV. The system asks me to choose a path. Path 1, the Ghost Walker. drifting between night and mystery, good mobility, cheap to build, capable after special upgrades of consuming large fuel to go invisible in dark. Downside, single advancement track, and weakening mid to late. Path 2, the combat vehicle, meant for battle, good function and mobility, medium build cost, diverse combat and defensive components, no obvious weaknesses, suited for most. Path 3, the extreme equipment vehicle, triple warning not to choose if you do not have money, extreme function and mobility, extreme build cost, most diverse upgrade tree, strength scaling entirely with money poured in, ceiling and floor both breaking through the heavens. Not recommended for any survivor outside top tier because consumption is far beyond imagination. With a snide note that if I insist on being stubborn, then go right ahead. The reminders that everyone's initial vehicle differs, so options vary. Basic upgrade components carry over, and the path locks permanently. 3 completely different futures, and this is fate's crossroad. One wrong pick, a lifetime of regret. But for me, there is only one choice. With my SSS intelligence talent, am I really going to be afraid I cannot feed an extreme? Path 3, Advance. The system deducts 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and 1 level 1 chip, and announces advancement successful. The van releases a blindingly dazzling white light. I float slightly off the seat, everything dissolving and the silhouette growing and reforming. The process lasts a full 2 minutes before I drop back into the driver's seat. Everything has changed. The readout names it a heavy armored RV, Tier 2. Max speed 50 kilometers per hour. Durability 100% and slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel 1.5 units, good for 225 kilometers. Upgraded components include shooting bay, marked not further upgradable, tires replaceable, chassis at level 1, outer armor at level 1, seats replaceable, the rest at level 10. Next advancement requires 1,500 gold, 400 parts, 5,000 steel sheets, 100 alloy, and 1 armor core, unlocked at level 50. The evaluation calls it a currently simple armored RV with many functions to develop but already an unconquerable steel beast against ordinary zombies. To survive the apocalypse, this is the ultimate survival platform. I explore. Up front 2 seats. The back a large partition space with small kitchen sink, sofa with dining table, a bed 2.2 by 1.5 meters, a hammock that drops from the partition, a tiny bathroom further back. I finally do not have to sleep on a sofa, do not have to take a dump in the wild, finally have a shower. Past 2 days I have been caked in mud and blood, sticky and rank. Unfortunately no water yet. When I turn the faucet not a drop comes, I will have to refill. I climb a telescopic ladder to the second floor partition, about 5 cubic meters of cargo space with sunroof above and the machine gun mount. Stepping outside, the riveted outer armor has full cyber wasteland presence. Something settling in my chest. I can finally live something resembling a human life. Time to get water and shower. Sunken Moon Lake is 2 kilometers off. A branch stream where I can refill. The moment I press the pedal, the car feels like a worn-out old ox, weak and sluggish. Max speed dropped from 120 to 50. The old engine cannot haul this body. Fuel consumption brutal. 1 unit now only 150 kilometers. Double the burn. This thing literally burns money. The warning was no joke, but I have plenty. I spend 15 gold and 10 parts to bump the engine to level 2. Displacement jumps to 2.0. Power thickens. Top speed around 80. At 1 in the morning, I pull up at the stream. The blood mist is lifted. Moon and stars laid clean on the water. I buy a pump and hose from the exchange, drop one end in the current, plug the other in the storage tank, and let the machine work. The full tank holds 300 liters a week easy. I lean against the side and light a cigarette. My eyes snag on a patch that should not be glowing, a soft white pulse seeping from weeds. I pull pistol dagger Alaska and move on it slow. Up close I make out a treasure chest sunk in grass, sides chased in strange patterns, stems lit ghostly green. The panel tells me this is a luminous treasure box, surfacing only when moonlight is just right, said to hide many good things. A special chest after the blood mist clears. I jackpotted on a water run. I crack it, 3 lines unrolling, 1 noise emitter, 30 rounds of armor-piercing bullet, and 1 special growth weapon gift box marked rare. Nothing like an ordinary chest. The noise emitter is a special firearm firing noise balls at distance, each releasing 5 minutes of high-frequency sound to draw zombies and monsters in. Max range, 1,000 meters, 12-hour recharge per ball. A monster magnet, useful for stacking targets or breaking a horde when I run. Magazine 1 of 1. Infinite recharge, the 2-ball cap and long cooldown will keep me from leaning on it. The armor-piercing rounds are special anti-material rifle ammunition. Extremely powerful and very rare. Untradeable. The only one I know is the Barrett. The exchange shows nothing, so I drop a buy notice on public channel and move to the 3rd reward. I have a hunch the long road of weapons ends at growth weapons. Ordinary firearms hit a ceiling once modification slots top out, while vehicles and personal stats keep climbing, so weapons need something that grows. I open it. The box dissolves into shifting white light, taking the shape of a gun, then a hammer, then a long sword, the form blurring faster until it settles. A blade reveals itself, about a meter long, body cold and black-red, ripple patterns running like waves, hilt rough and freezing. I grab and it does not move. I tighten grip and only with everything I have do I finally lift it. That is not picking up a sword, that is picking up a barbell, at least 100 jin of dead iron. The system names it Blood of the Moon, growth weapon at rare tier, where weapons run common, fine, rare, treasure, secret treasure, legendary, epic. Mythical, durability infinite, modification slots empty, forging progress 0%, exclusive skill not unlocked until treasure tier. The description calls it a gift from the goddess of night, forged from extraterrestrial iron and moon bloodstone, brutally powerful but too low level to show its real face. A reminder follows that once I own my first growth weapon, odds of pulling another drop hard. A trump card with exclusive skills down the road, and I already have the giant terror pincers, exactly like forging material for this. I drag the pincers out and tap forging, the system telling me I lack a blacksmith series talent. I knew it would not be easy. I will keep stripping materials off elite monsters and find a blacksmith I can trust. The modification slots should take, so I burn lightweight on it. The blade drops weight but only a little, nothing like the 2/3 claim. The listing reading lightweight level 1 with a note that all modification effects on growth equipment are cut by 80%, scaling back up as slot levels rise. Can the modification slot itself be leveled? Another bottomless pit. I apply super edge sharpening to Blood of the Moon. Light sweeps the blade, edge biting visibly keener. The power bump obvious. I let out a breath and run the math. Over 100 gold, vehicles, weapons, and stats all want feeding. I shift focus. Next buy is antiviral serum. I pull up 3 sellers at 145, 130, and 100 even. I message all 3. Whoever holds top tier loot is either a heavy hitter or someone panicking to cash out, and the cheap one reads exactly like the latter. I landed at 89.5 gold. The bottle is small, the liquid dark blue. The panel calling it the antiviral serum. A one-shot granting immunity to corpse poison, insect venom, snake venom, miasma, infection, with reduced effect on certain high-tier toxins. Worth every coin. I inject and feel nothing, but now the world's poisons cannot touch me. The tank is full. I still pump and hose, lock the door, peel off the smelly clothes, scrub 2 pounds of grime in the shower, change clean, dive onto the bed. The mattress takes me like an old friend, and I roll under the warm covers, soaking it in. Most survivors are still sleeping in dirt, and here I am in a luxury RV. I check chat, the anti-material buy notice unanswered. I drop a few more buy requests, watch the late chatter scroll, slide into sleep. I come up at 8, sun on the window, deep enough sleep that zombies clawing the door all night never woke me. I buy a toothbrush and towel and a cup, wash up, eat a small portion of breakfast, tuck the pistol, step outside. The weather panel calls today sunny 19 to 32 degrees, a clear day perfect for hunting in the starry sky great forest. Warning not to trespass into certain entities' territories. A few zombies that have been wearing on the armor lunge for me. I drop them with headshots and get in. I have overslept, so I push. The channel shows regional population down to a little over 80,000. The second night has the survivors wound tight. Early day 3 resource hunt frantic. Battlefield Alliance still recruiting at 5 gold ahead. A small group of 18 begs another team of 10 plus to push into the depths of the starry sky great forest on foot. Life or death. Cowards not welcome. Someone calls them suicidal. The deeper forest wall-to-wall elite nests. 2 hours ago, a 50-person Namsan Brotherhood team went in and was wiped out. The final message warning to stay out. The reply lands fast. Fortune favors the bold. 1 high-tier chest and you take off. Another agrees. Says he nearly got dragged off by a flesh ball last night. Says for a high-tier chest he would walk a dragon's den. Then Divine Wind Group recruits only big spenders with 200 gold cumulative spend. 13 members already and everyone an Apex player. Several defectors from major factions. I flick to private messages. Past friend request, there is one offering an anti-material sniper rifle. I reply the answer instant. The seller calls me Master G and thought I had bought one elsewhere. Then drops the panel. Anti-material sniper rifle, Barrett M82A1, magazine 0 of 0 feeding only on armor-piercing rounds. Durability 100%. Extremely powerful anti-material weapon. The upper limit of individual thermal weapons. Recoil so vicious that firing it can crack clavicle or ribs and trigger massive internal bleeding. Forbidden to anyone of poor physical condition. Special gun types cannot be modified and sit at level 3 restricted trade. No exchange listing and no online personal trades. The system divides trades into 4 levels. Exchange, personal, offline, and untradeable. My Blood of the Moon sits at the top wall, fully untradeable. The Barrett at 3rd tier offline only. The seller calls himself Wang Dongriang, says he pulled this on day 1 and has been sitting on it. Finally found a real buyer. There are buyers, he says, but he is afraid of being robbed while I have a reputation. The benefit of prestige is faster than expected. We settle on 13 gold and a meeting point. The armored RV chassis treats anything but real swamp or mountain as flat ground, and I am there in under half an hour. He is in an ordinary sedan with upgraded chassis and exterior armor. A young guy bounces out waving like he has been waiting all his life. The others, several rough watchful men, take in the RV and visibly flinch, mistaking it for a truck then realizing it is a real armored RV. The unmistakable ride of a heavy hitter. Wang Dongriang and the rest raise hands and turn a slow circle, palms out. The formal weapons empty goodwill survivor show. I park and step down. He greets me, Master G, pops the trunk, hauls the Barrett out. Dozens of gin of dead weight. I confirm clean and transfer gold. The thing is heavy as advertised. The so-called cannon. Super sniper. Brutal heft. I head for the van, and at the last second Wang Dongriang and his men exchange looks. He calls out they have one more thing. I stop and turn. He waited until after the gun was paid to mention it, which means it costs trust as much as gold. A treasure map. I tighten at the word. He nods, says the gun, and this both came from a near miss at Black Mountain mining area, pulls a parchment scroll tied with hemp from his jacket, and lets me read. The panel calls it a cursed parchment scroll. Unique item, holding clues to the treasure of the Earth God. But because it lain too long in the Corpse King's tomb, a cursed mist covers its surface, and nothing on it can be read. The last line warns the holder not to let anyone know they possess it. The scroll cannot be carried in inventory and is level 3 restricted trade. A unique item. My pupils tighten. Wang Dongriang is far more frightened, hands shaking, asking if I am done reading. I tell him not to be afraid. I can buy it, relief washing off his face. The others ease. Holding this had clearly been eating at them. The second anyone heard they would be a target. They had wanted to find Li Jungkook, he admits, but were too small to push a message that far, and only my public Barrett buy let them angle in. He floats 200 gold. It is worth far more, just not now. Gold is time-priced brutal to earn this early, and worth far more now than in a month. And in an ordinary survivor's hands, the scroll is a hot potato. Cashing out fast is sane. I tell him I cannot pay 200, and the scroll obviously has usage restrictions. The cursed mist would not be there if it were easy. He laughs and says I have keen eyes, priced it high to leave room. He counters 180. I say 80 final. His face twists like a man wearing a mask of pain. He gives in with a long sigh, calls it the price of getting to know a friend. With anyone else they risked getting robbed, losing everything. 80 pushes his vehicle a tier and buys him real safety. I pay 50 straight up and the remaining 30 in parts. He swears they will keep this quiet, nothing good comes of leaking it. We add as friends in part. Back in the van I set the parchment in the armrest, untie it and spread it. An ancient map unspools, mysterious lines but the whole thing fogged under thick gray mist, only blurred outlines showing. The system tells me the scroll is sealed under cursed mist and cannot be viewed, that breaking the curse requires Corpse King blood, only obtainable by killing the Corpse King. No wonder Wang Dongriang was not hunting himself. The prerequisite is wildly out of his weight class. I keep driving. For hours I run hard across the plains, the land too open, no forests or swamps to hide loot, my haul thin. Other than scattered animals and stray zombies there is little to fight. Though luck holds and I crack 2 wooden chests for 8 gold, 10 parts, 12 leather, and miscellany. No intelligence triggers either. To find real loot I need terrain. Wang Dongriang said Black Mountain mining area was not far. I find someone working out of the mining area on chat, add as a friend, pay a half gold for a coordinate ping, 30 kilometers. Black Mountain it is. I stop stopping for chests and head straight at full throttle. Halfway there the engine feels weak, so I unload dozens of parts on the exchange and pour 20 gold and 35 parts into a level 3 engine upgrade. 2.0 jumps to 3.0, top speed pushing 120, the familiar shove back into the seat returning. The engine drops into a deeper register and the thrust hurls the steel beast forward. Black Mountain rises on the horizon. A long unbroken line of black ridges laid like a sleeping dragon, oppressive and beautiful. As I close, people thicken. Resource-rich zones pull every kind of survivor. Through the window I pick out distinctive vehicles parked along the slopes in broken rock, mostly small trucks flying faction banners, men sweating and swinging pickaxes, the clang of metal on stone everywhere. Iron ore can be smelted into steel sheets or with the right blueprint turned into parts. The hardest job around but the steadiest income. Mostly run by residents. The chat said normal pickaxe in person pulls 5 to 7 gold of ore a day. A fine pickaxe doubles that to 10. Survivors with vehicles hardly mine. They either rest or roll out hunting chests. The whole perimeter is wrapped in barbed wire with one main gate. Guards on it, every vehicle paying a fee first. Only one faction those toll collectors can belong to. The Ghost Dragon Society. I smile. No wonder Black Mountain survivors complain. Monopolizing natural resources tells you exactly how heavy-handed Ghost Dragon runs. I ping my coordinate seller. He tells me Ghost Dragon already controls multiple oil fields, mines, and water sources. Cannot work them all so they charge entry, and once they catch a poacher their handling is ruthless. Only current survival pressure keeps them up. I roll into the mountain itself. Enormous, mostly unworked roads getting worse as I climb. Even the RV's super high chassis and off-road tires force me to ease off and pick lines. The familiar prompt rings. Today's intelligence, finally. I receive. It tells me I have entered the Black Mountain mining area, a place where prospectors made fortunes and adventurers met ends. That roughly 500 meters straight ahead on a mountain face there appears to be a strange geological change different from the rest, which may yield something unusual. The warning is sharp. Do not delve too deep. Once you hear rolling rocks, immediately flee. I steered toward a weed-covered hill rolling back into the range. No different at a glance. Within 200 meters I find traces of recent gunfire across the grass. Several corpses in the weeds. Death's gruesome. Blood still tacky. My face hardens. The intel said run at the first sound of rolling rocks. I roll up to the foot, keep the Gatling in hand, work my eyes. I pick up messy tracks, and where grass meets rock catch a metallic gleam. A bronze chest sunk in the mountain stone, the rock around it gouged with chisel marks. The dead survivors had found it, tried to break it free, then panicked and run, dying dozens of meters off. I pull a fine pickaxe from my pack. Last night's reward worth 10 gold, tip ferociously sharp. I scan once more, see no threat, put my full weight into the swing. With nearly 20 in physique and a fine tool, a fat chunk of rock face caves on the first hit. The moment I move, from the top a low grinding rumble rises, the unmistakable terrifying sound of rolling stone. It really is real. I yank the pickaxe into my pack, snap the Gatling up, and back off, eyes on the crown. A rolling cloud of dust spills, the rockfall building louder. Then a massive body shoulders out at the top, 5 meters tall, charging straight down. A giant stone ball with 4 limbs, no face, only 2 crimson eyes. All the savagery I need to read. The system pulls up the panel, a mountain puppet elite monster, a loyal servant of an ancient mountain god, stripped of self-awareness and operating purely on divine instinct, said to attack with fury anyone who damages the mountain god's body. No wonder those people died. Its 4 limbs scramble down and hurl it at me, but I have already retreated dozens of meters, Gatling leveled, barrels spinning up. Then firepower comes off in a roar, 60 rounds a second tearing out, the body too large to miss. Its rock body shatters in layers, debris spraying like shrapnel. The thing feels no pain, but the volume bleeds the speed out. Within seconds it comes apart inch by inch, head simply gone, huge cracks splitting the torso. Until less than 10 meters from me its 4 limbs snap off and the whole mass slides on momentum and crashes flat, plowing a long muddy trench. I keep firing into the remainder until it is rubble. Under super barrel cooling the barrels are still effortlessly cool, only thin smoke trailing, as if the Gatling could go another hour. I look at the spent casings carpeting the ground. In that short window I have put at least 1,000 rounds through it. The kill notification rises. Mountain Puppet Elite Monster down. Plus 2 gold and 1 Mountain Puppet Stone Heart, described as the puppet's hardest rock core usable as forging material for special growth equipment. Another forging material, level 3 restricted trade, currently of immeasurable value. I tuck it away, I walk to the bronze chest, pull the pickaxe, chip after dozens of strikes, free it. A clean metallic snap and rewards roll up. 100 gold coins, 8 C-level talent shards, and 3 B-level talent shards. A gold coin chest and talent shards on top. The haul of materials lighter than last bronze, but 100 solid gold is very pleasant, and on top of it the shards I have been hungry for. The last black iron gave me 6 C-level, these 8 stack to give me 10. I tap talent synthesis. The system tells me C-level talent synthesis is complete, and congratulates me on my second talent, Eagle Eye, at C-level. Eagle Eye is activated by focusing attention on the pupils, multiplying normal vision by 5 and dynamic vision by 10, with a note that using it rapidly consumes stamina. The description calls it a direct upgrade to a physical aiming scope, usable for long-range firearms and close cold weapons, both yielding superhuman performance. A hint follows that a survivor can hold at most 2 talents of the same level. Excess can be broken into shards and traded up to higher level shards at 5-1. A second hint adds every talent can undergo a transcendental awakening, survivors invited to discover that path on their own. The talent locks in and a warm energy runs through my eyes, vision subtly different. I narrow attention down into my pupils and instantly the field sharpens, like focus and resolution have been redone. Every leaf, every shadow, every grain of dust snapping into brighter, clearer color. The world stepping from low quality up to high definition in one beat. But dynamic vision is even crazier. I can pick out the wing beats of a distant bird frame by frame. After maybe 30 seconds, my body begins to drag, the fatigue of having just run a marathon dropping onto me, and I shut it off. My sight returns. I lean on my knees and breathe before I have it back. The bill is harsh but fair. If it did not eat stamina, it would be at least B level, maybe A. With the bronze chest cleared, I look at the messy field and feel unease. My experience here does not actually match the intel. The intel said strange geological changes different from the rest, capable of unearthing some unusual thing. That clearly was not pointing at a chest. I keep working the hill. I search a full hour. Just as I am about to give up, in the corner of a small cave I find a stretch of rock face not like the others, faint red spiderweb patterns running across the surface. I sharpen up, grab the pickaxe, move on it. The cave runs low, so I bend to push my body in, one hand braced on the outer wall while the other swings, tapping in measured beats. After a few strikes, the outer layer flakes away. A large expanse of dazzling red appeared before my eyes. I stare at the spread of red glowing gemstones, eyes widening. The panel names it a fire spirit stone mine, a scarce vein whose stones fuel fire element talents and gear, with 21 available. A single water spirit stone went for a huge price on chat yesterday, snapped up by the Divine Wind Group leader, and here I have 21 at once. I chip with the iron pickaxe, and within minutes the crystal is hollowed, all 21 warm and thrumming on my palm. They refuse to fit my backpack, so I pocket them. Just as I move to leave, I hear a car. I grab the Gatling and pull back to the RV, spotting 2 off-road vehicles with the black flags of the Ghost Dragon Society. The radio crackles with threats. A scruffy middle-aged man tells me I entered a restricted zone, that I should pay 20 gold or die. The yellow-haired kid gleefully urges Brother Long to gouge me hard. Brother Long tells him to slow down, that the system blocks forced transactions so they will lay out junk and shake me down piece by piece, sneering that driving a big truck into their mountain means I am tired of living. The 2 are the Society's mountain patrol, practiced at extorting lone survivors. When I do not answer, Brother Long pops his sunroof and fires a burst, sparks ringing off armor. I am calmly thumbing armor-piercing rounds into the Barrett, slide into Eagle Eye mode, and the scene sharpens until I can count his nose hairs. I fire without hesitating. His windshield webs into a single spider hole, the round threading windshield. Head, 2 rows of seats, and rear glass. The yellow-haired kid has just floored it alongside. When he sees Brother Long dead, he screams and swings the wheel to flee, but a second armor-piercing round takes the top of his head off through the side. The vehicles fade out, leaving 2 corpses and loose items. Most is junk, but the cannon-shaped gear in the kid's car lights up my eyes. The panel calls it an anti-tank rocket launcher. Full durability, a top-tier weapon of mass destruction, with a standard hint that special class weapons cannot be modified, exchange listed, or traded personally. My second special class after the Barrett. The idiot must have hidden it from the organization, and it benefits me instead. A shame he had no rockets. I will collect those slowly. I haul it into the RV and drive off. Before transmigration, killing 2 men would have shaken me. Now dead people draw only a faint disgust. By 2 in the afternoon, I park at a mountain foot, eat, and explore. Without intel report support, luck is mediocre, and I turn up only a wooden chest, a longsword, and a handful of gold coins and parts across most of the day. Dusk falls early in the mining area. I pick a small hill with steep slope and wide fire, then spend 20 gold and 15 parts upgrading my level 2 off-road chassis. White light raises the chassis 10 centimeters, swaps the suspension to higher grade alloy, upgrades brake calipers to titanium, and the armored RV grinds up the nearly 60-degree slope and parks solidly at the top. The terrain is too cluttered for rescue runs tonight, so I focus on zombies. Chat is buzzing as gear up closes, the gap between players widening, top tier pulling away while ordinary survivors are openly terrified of the night. Vegetable Pig has been pinging me for an hour. Jin Sonen tells me she grew something besides the Lingyan cabbage, a starlight spirit fruit. The panel calls it a rare fruit from the Starry Sky Great Forest, exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, raising constitution by 5 with a 1 per day cap, and granting starlight affinity that stacks an acceleration buff in starlit environments per fruit. She says one of her cultivated fruits mutated last night, that a whole basket is reserved for me. I offer 15 gold and ask her to guarantee daily supply like the Lingyun cabbage. She protests that mutations depend on luck, but swears she will push production even if exhausting. I put her on salary starting tomorrow at 10 gold a day, rising by 2 each day, in exchange for all her produce on custom order. She practically launches off her stone, swearing she loves me. That factory work or farm work she will do anything, declaring herself officially my soldier. We close at 30 gold for 1 starlight spirit fruit, 1 Linyan cabbage, 5 sunshine broccoli, and miscellaneous gifts. I pull the blue devil fruit pattern fruit from inventory, and it explodes sweet and crisp across my tongue, gone before I notice. Then I eat dinner with Lingyun cabbage and sunshine broccoli. Warm energy moves through me. The attribute panel reads Jijang, Ranger title granting Constitution +3, Spirit +3, and 20% additional kill bonus. Constitution at 26.5 with 8.5 from gear. Spirit at 12, accumulated kill bonus 1.32 gold withdrawable. Anytime, bound vehicle armored RV at modification level 13. Talents daily intelligence at SSS rank hidden and unique alongside Eagle Eye at C rank. My constitution already more than double an ordinary person's. A step from the superhuman bracket. I step out and pull Blood of the Moon, the nearly 100-pound crimson blade no longer punishing one-handed, but still rough to swing, and drill with both it and the plain longsword as the night curtain falls. The clock passes 6, and the third night begins. I crack a cola and watch the black mist climb. Terrifying howls roll through the mountains, grotesque shapes appear. I climb out the sunroof and slip into Eagle Eye, the dark snapping into crisp clarity. Besides ordinary zombies and flesh balls, no new types tonight, but the count is half again as high as last night. I tell myself to wait for peak density at 10 to 30 minutes in, when I will pop a noise emitter and pull a real horde. In chat, survivors crow in relief that no new zombies show. Then the tone snaps. Someone names herself Li Ya, vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society, announces that 2 members were murdered in the mining area this afternoon, offers a 2 gold reward for clues, and warns whoever did this will face endless retaliation. Chat drops silent. Outside the top brass at a few huge guilds, almost nobody has the nerve for something that bold. Plenty are quietly delighted at the society's loss, but no one dares goad the lunatics into making them the next example. Even the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the smaller groups that routinely flame the society stay quiet. Stepping out now reads as a declaration, and with the Horde days away, no one can afford a clash. For the society, mishandling this erodes their deterrent. So everyone watches. I watch too. Let them investigate. If I run into more of them tomorrow, I may add to the count. About 10 minutes in, the valleys fill with bodies, numbers genuinely staggering. The broken terrain locks down anyone without high-grade chassis. Many spot the RV and charge to ram it, but the armor is a class above a minivan's and ordinary zombies cannot scratch durability all night, while a flesh ball at full charge scrapes only a faint threat before rolling back halfway up the slope. Half an hour later, with howls saturating the peaks, I fire a noise emitter into a sunken basin down slope. It arcs like a red flare, drops dead center, and punches out an ear-splitting noise rippling outward. The horde roars. Every zombie within a kilometer is pulled toward the sound, and I feel a subtle tremor through the ground. Zombies pile at visible speed into a writhing ball, more streaming in like ants. The mountain of corpses builds, scalp crawling. This is all money. I throw open the sunroof, mount the Gatling, and pull the trigger. Bullets streak like golden meteors, zombies bursting like rotten fruit, notifications cascading at 0.1 gold each, flesh balls at 0.5, more than 10 kills a second. The super barrel cooling lets me feed it the whole way. The surge replaces fallen bodies almost as fast as I tear them down, and I keep spraying until the duration ends. The whale dies and remaining zombies pivot toward me to charge the RV. I grind the climbers into nothing. A half hour later, the last zombie drops. A wide field of dismembered limbs spreads at the foot of the hill, the Gatling's barrel faintly red. But the harvest is unprecedented. Over 1,000 zombies, at least 50 or 60 of them flesh balls. Total gold 392.5. A welfare round. At this pace I will hit tier 3 before the 7th day easily. I still have 1 noise grenade left to spend at peak, but this area is wrung dry. So I roll off the hill onto the gravel road. The rest of the survivor population is not having a welfare round. It is a massacre. Someone screams to be saved. Eaten leg first. Another curses that defense has collapsed. A warning says elite monsters must be focus fired immediately or the line breaks. Ju Jin of the Noxan group answers brokenly that after the monster broke their line, he watched it punch through the leader's car door, nail him to the seat back, and tear his spine out. Lee Jong-guk takes the channel and orders the entire Mountain and Sea Alliance to shrink defenses, retreat in good order, and converge on the canyon, telling them elite monsters are rare and not invincible. My expression darkens. I had assumed no new types tonight, and instead elite monsters, fast and strong. The setup inverts what I had with the giant terror centipede and mountain golem. The enemy is hidden. I am exposed. The sunroof stays closed. After 2 kilometers, the road thickens with zombies swarming the RV, but the chassis and engine plow through like a tank. I am still hunting better terrain when a dark shape blurs out of the forest at undefendable speed. The RV takes a side impact, then another with the screech of claws on metal. I grab the Barrett on reflex, then set it down. Counter-sniping through a port is unlikely to land, and a damaged barrel is a net loss. The Gatling's spin-up is too slow. Time to test the blood of the moon. I take the meter-long Scarlet Longblade, walk to the rear firing port, open the smallest hatch, and slip into Eagle Eye. A shadow streaks past and I catch a blurred outline. Information surfaces. Mad zombie, elite monster, a super variant with terrifying speed that pierces ordinary armor, easily mistaken for a common zombie thanks to its withered build, with the chilling note to pray I never meet it on the plains. Defense seems its weak point. The mad zombie keeps slamming the RV, the racket pulling zombies from every direction, and in under 10 seconds the RV is fully ringed. I fire several pistol shots through the second hatch, and the bursts drag the mad zombie in. Several zombies flung aside as it lunges. A withered long arm shoves through the hatch, sharp nails trailing blood. I slash and sever the palm clean off. It roars and tries to yank back, but I reverse the grip into a thrust along its forearm into its neck. The blood of the moon cuts through skin and bone like wet paper. The thrashing transmits force so violently I almost lose grip, and even through dwarf fine armor a swing of its arm lights a deep ache in my flank. The wound widens, I throw my weight into a cutting pull. The cervical spine parts, the head flops, and the body slackens. The panel pings the mad zombie killed for 2 gold and a crazy corpse nail. I drop to the floor on shaking legs, laughing through ragged breaths. First melee kill on an elite monster. Clumsy form, but a rush firearms never give. I touch the bruise on my flank. A top-tier physique in impact-resistant armor dented by a single arm after the palm was severed. Says everything about elite striking power. Outside the RV, a clean hit would open my belly. My body is still too weak. Jin Sonan needs to keep working. I message her and she replies instantly, half teary, telling me chat looks terrifying and to be careful. She has found a tucked away spot where she hides every night. The few zombies that stumble on her cannot crack her armor, and she just holds until past midnight. With her safe, my chest loosens. Half an hour later, I find a highland narrow on top and wide at base, backed by a thick mountain, an excellent defensive position. I sweep the scattered zombies, park and fire a noise emitter at distant ground. The ball lands, waves ripple, the wandering horde ignites and gathers. In eagle eye, I spot a slender black shadow weaving through, plowing through the pile stacking at center. Another mad zombie. This one does not register the noise ball, just opens a slime-streaked fanged mouth, roaring and clawing in place searching for the source. The Barrett would be a cannon on a mosquito, and without ballistic correction it struggles at this range. So I take out the TRG-22 sniper, slide the barrel through the port, chamber around, and line up. The instant the crosshair settles, the mad zombie snaps its head toward me. Killing intent perception, I think, and pull the trigger. The round crosses 800 meters, punches through its eye, blows a wide hole out the back of its skull. The body sways, charges the RV anyway, stumbles on bad balance, and 2 more shots blow its head fully apart. The panel pings a second mad zombie down for 2 gold. No forging materials this time. Elite monsters do not always drop loot. The noise ball keeps pulling and the pile builds spectacular. A third mad zombie rushes in. I react faster and rip several shots in a tight burst, its head bursting like a watermelon before it has time to breathe. The panel pings the third for 2 gold and a crazy corpse snail. 3 elite monsters tonight and no more show. The numbers really are scarce. I open the sunroof and switch to burst kill mode, the Gatling roaring, turning the corpse mountain to minced meat for another 300 plus gold. 2 waves of super mowing, nearly 800 gold combined. It does not get fatter than this. The Gatling's durability has dropped to 37% and will not last much longer. I searched the exchange's infinite durability section, still empty. It is close to 11 and without noise, ball's efficiency is too low to burn Gatling durability. I am sitting on 800 plus gold, an actual super rich man, and the urgent question is how to spend it. My gaze drifts to the vehicle options menu, a faint smile coming to my mouth. Time for a comprehensive upgrade. I run inventory. 831 and 3/10 gold. The tier 3 heavy machine gun. Tier 2 sniper. A rifle, 2 pistols, longsword dagger, 700 universal ammo. Normal grade dwarf fine armor. Excellent grade iron pickaxe. A machete, 421 parts. 121 steel sheets. 92 leather. 1 rare armor core. 1 giant terror pincers. 1 mountain puppet stone heart. 2 crazy corpse nails. 35 fresh fruit. 10 venison, 29 high-grade bread, 18 instant food, and 4 C-grade plus 4 B-grade talent fragments. Personal attributes can wait. Jin Sonan is still my best supplier, so I reserve 200 coins for her. Weapons are fine between Gatling, Barrett, and Blood of the Moon with only infinite durability missing, so 100 more goes there. The remaining 500 pours into the RV. Exterior armor goes first since the inherited level 1 plate cannot handle what is coming. At 80 gold, 65 parts, and 100 steel sheets, about 170 total. I confirm and white light sweeps the shell, replacing rivets with sleek matte black plating clean as a sculpture. The tier 1 all-terrain tires are scratched thin, so I spend 2 gold and 1 leather on a fresh set plus spares, then 20 gold and 10 leather on the tier 2 unlock. Multifunctional super tires auto-adjusting tread and load to terrain. The chassis takes 50 gold and 35 parts to level 3, the engine 45 gold and 60 parts to level 4, since hardware is not somewhere to cut corners. When I fire at the 4.0 displacement engine, top speed 160 kilometers an hour, lets out a deep heavy roar with real kick, and the RV is essentially an armored tank without a cannon. Inside the cabin, I push toward the level 50 threshold for tier advancement. The air conditioner takes 15 gold for a level 2 central system. The refrigerator gets upgraded for full storage, and 50 gold buys a folding photovoltaic roof panel that generates by day and retracts at night. The next tier would integrate the panel into the exterior armor for 200 gold, which I dismiss on sight. The last big upgrade goes to the radar, since the old millimeter wave radar tripped on mad zombies at night. The level 2 first path, a millimeter wave targeting radar with a 500-meter threat radius linked to autonomous machine gun fire, costs 100 gold, 85 parts, and a level 1 chip. After this, it is basically an automatic turret. I mutter, since mounting infinite bullets Gatling with infinite durability would make the roof a defense tower that never runs dry, but it is too expensive for now, so I hope to land infinite durability tomorrow. I top the tank, and the panel reports the tier 2 heavy armored RV at 160 kilometers per hour. Durability 100%, 10.5 units of fuel for about 1,575 kilometers. Shooting compartment and roof gun locked as unupgradable. Engine level 4, chassis level 3, air conditioner level 2, exterior armor level 2, power generation level 2, millimeter wave radar level 1. Total 18. Advancement asks 1500 gold, 400 parts, 5000 steel sheets, 100 alloy, and 1 armor core, sealed until every upgradable part hits level 50. Past midnight by the time I finish. The zombies outside have drifted away, so I run a night patrol hoping for another luminous treasure box, but luck does not hold, and by 2 in the morning I shower and crash. The 4th day arrives with the clear sky gone and the air heavy under murky overcast. The system pushes heavy fog at 27 to 38 degrees, unsuitable for travel, warning that terrifying monsters from Twilight Canyon wander out in this weather. I frown, since visibility under 10 meters is a headache after days of clear hunting, and the temperature climbed instead of dropped. Chat is full of the same complaints. The regional survivor count crashed to just over 70,000 after a brutal night where many groups were almost wiped by mad zombies. Voices curse the fog, complain about the muggy heat, urge each other to upgrade air conditioners, describe mad zombies tearing into defenses, and remind everyone only 3 days remain until the zombie horde. I draft a procurement message for forging materials, armor-piercing bullets, rocket-propelled grenades, and infinite durability, then drive out. Most replies are scattered batches of 3 or 4 armor-piercing rounds I cannot be bothered to drive for, except one full batch of 10 rocket-propelled grenades I close at 15 gold and a clean neutral meat. Finally bringing the rocket launcher online, and making my long-range stack of armor-piercing Barrett, RPG and infinite bullets Gatling top tier for any player, enough to contend with creatures above elite. The fog hides every chest, so I cruise the plains hoping intel triggers. Around noon, a surprising private message from a handle Haju Shung, reading as a woman offers several forging materials, and a hot weapon infinite durability modification never on the exchange. She prices against infinite bullets minus a third at 140 gold, and after a sharp haggle we settle at 95 for the modification, and 10 each for 3 forging materials. Offline trade. We are only 10 kilometers apart, and I keep vigilance high, since anyone pulling 3 forging materials this fast either solo killed 3 elite monsters, or is moving stock for a larger group. I reach the meet in 10 minutes, hit hazard lights, and stay in the cabin watching. A motorcycle exhaust cuts in. A young woman in fingerless gloves, leather jacket, and hot pants rolls up on a big bike, ponytail whipping, cold blank face giving an aura that keeps everyone at arm's length. I fire Eagle Eye to read her threat, and she feels it instantly. Face turning more wary as she diagonal drifts to a stop and asks through her intercom how I want to trade. Her voice is pleasant but as cold as her expression, her ride less a motorcycle than a 2-wheeled high-tech vehicle. Clearly upgraded, and instead of firearms she carries cold weapons on her person and in the rack, marking her as combat talent and probably the strongest lone wolf I have seen in days. I tell her to drop the materials and back off 100 meters. She agrees flatly, drops them, mounts up, and pulls back. I confirm with Eagle Eye, transfer 30 gold, and she drives off without another word the moment her balance updates. I think she really is rude, but I send a friend request after her receding figure, not for her looks but because she radiates the aura of a strong player and will surface with more good items later. She accepts. I tell her I always buy forging materials and to bring me any good items, and her flat acknowledgement kills the conversation. Minutes later she messages on her own asking how I have so much money, and I think this big sister has no manners and reply that it fell from the sky. She misses the sarcasm and offers to be hired the next time I have trouble I cannot solve, for the right reward. I push back asking whether she can really solve my problems, and she says she is very strong. I can only marvel at the arrogance, more than even me, and close the chat. On her end, Haju Zong has stopped her vehicle with arms crossed and head tilted in proud expectation, waiting. Minutes pass with nothing. Her brows tighten. She types asking why I read it and did not reply, then deletes it, irritated, wondering aloud whether I am looking down on her. Just then a zombie lunges from the fog at her motorcycle with a feral howl. A streak of light flashes, its head separates mid-lunge, and a dozen more streaks pour from her side, weaving around the corpse and warping at high speed until the body is minced flesh, then flying back to hover silently at her side. A swarm of prismatic flying blades. She lets out a contemptuous snort, drops the gear, and her silhouette on the Tier 2 ghost vehicle vanishes into the fog. I have parked by a stream with the pump and hose to refill, and while I wait I mount the Gatling onto the base and apply the infinite durability modification, watching the durability tick from 37% to infinite. True infinite bullets at last. I move on to the targeting radar, buying a level 1 chip and spending 100 gold in materials. The system chimes that the radar has upgraded, then asks a follow-up having detected the machine gun now possesses the 3 essentials of a true defensive turret. Infinite bullets, infinite durability, and super barrel cooling, asking whether to bind the radar to the mount and warning that after binding the gun cannot be disassembled. I click my tongue, a little pained that I cannot drag the Gatling into dungeons anymore, but there is no having both, so I confirm. The whole mount shifts, every detachable part and the gun body merging into the roof armor, the new base sprouting electronic components for full 360-degree rotation. The detail panel registers a level 1 machine gun turret with infinite bullets, paired with radar for automatic targeting. The first upgrade path is the close-in weapon system, scaling to a larger caliber at 200 rounds per second, with massive lethality against large creatures. At 500 gold, 100 parts, 1500 steel sheets. The second is the flamethrower turret, converting to a focused flame turret using fuel and heavy oil to spray napalm out to 200 meters with ultra-high temperature adhesive burn, locking the turret into the flame path forever. At 350 gold, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, 50 fuel. Once the vehicle hits Tier 3, anti-aircraft gun, laser cannon, and other turret routes will unlock. Both routes leave my head numb, since both are genuinely powerful and genuinely expensive. Last night's 800 plus gold has shrunk to just over 200, and I feel the powerlessness of being poor all over again. Time to make money, I sigh, buying lunch from the exchange. Bad news drops from Jin Sonen, who tells me the fog and missing sunlight have slowed her plans to a stop, apologizing with a crying emoticon. I tell her it is fine. The public channel is wall-to-wall complaints, and many survivors have abandoned chest hunting to gather in mining areas and forests for steady income, dropping raw material prices while firearm ammunition has ticked up. Voices curse the fog as infuriating, complain about the near 40-degree afternoon, warn that monsters in the fog have killed people without a single message of warning. The Battlefield Alliance has announced that all members must leave in teams, since solo runs are death sentences. I have no clean answer for this weather, so I steel myself and keep cruising. The painful piece is the photovoltaic panel cannot generate without sunlight, so I am burning fuel to run the targeting radar in central air, almost doubling my fuel rate. Strangely, the daytime zombie count has dropped and the radar barely triggers. Just as I start to wonder, a large red dot pops and the roof gun erupts into a furious 3-second burst. The muzzle tracking a ghostly shape, impacts hitting wet flesh, and a kill notification slides in for one missed corpse at 1 gold. The new daytime species the others warned about, half an elite monster's value, a surprisingly rich payout, even though on foot exploration today would be too dangerous. I keep cruising the fog-blanketed plain hoping intel triggers. The drift carries me past 3 in the afternoon, when the ground turns muddy and the tires sink by a third, and I wonder if I have circled back to the swamp area. As I enter the special terrain, the small red dots multiply into a dense cluster. Snakes, insects, and small swamp creatures, the roof gun starts cracking off precise single shots. These rarely yield gold, with the occasional juvenile blood python only worth 1/10, so I switch off auto-attack to avoid drawing attention. Just over 2 hours left until dark, whether I trigger intel rides on this run. I swap to quieter mud tires, pull the sniper, and creep forward. The RV handles the shallow swamp without threat of getting stuck, and I take the occasional adult blood python or larger swamp creature with careful sniper shots. Half an hour in, the intel chime asks whether I want today's intel, and I tell it yes twice. The report opens with a danger warning, that I am about to enter the territory of a terrifying giant creature 500 meters ahead, that any vehicle below Tier 3 should not venture in, with the usual teaser that fortune favors the bold. The little secret is that starting 300 meters directly ahead, swamp depth jumps from half a meter to 10 meters, and during the dry season, mysterious white light has been seen flashing from cracks in the mud. Mysterious white light has to be a silver treasure chest. My breathing speeds up, since I have only ever found wooden, black, iron, and bronze chests, and the 4th tier prize has finally surfaced. I cannot afford to provoke the terrifying creature, which rules out the Gatling and Barrett and leaves only the sniper quiet enough. I creep forward at 15 kilometers an hour until the mud climbs to half the wheel hubs and stop. I pick off the dozens of red dots one by one, with the sniper half an hour spent. And with the area clear, I spend 10 gold on a full diving kit and oxygen tanks, then 12 more on a silenced Desert Eagle I slip into my waistband next to the dagger, leaving Blood of the Moon behind since its weight would drag me down. I push through knee-deep swamp water, mud thinning into a viscous pool as the swamp deepens. Then I switch on the headlamp, though the water is so turbid even a strong beam buys less than half a meter of visibility, the silence broken only by my breathing bubbles. The dive runs a full hour. I sweep tirelessly across the silt and find nothing, so I steel myself and shut off the lamp, plunging into suffocating darkness, telling myself I will swim blind despite the psychological pressure, and I keep combing inch by inch. My oxygen runs out and I am about to surface to swap tanks when a faint glow blooms in the water ahead. I kick hard toward it, and a silver glowing treasure chest comes into view in the silt, its intricate patterns shimmering like a sunken treasure on the seabed. With oxygen dry, I hold my breath, grab the chest, kick hard for the surface, break out and gulp air, dragging the chest back to the shallows. I throw it onto the bank and collapse, exhausted and filthy but grinning. The sky is fully dark, so I haul it to the RV, strip the diving suit, shower clean, and switch on the air conditioner. It is already 7 in the evening and night fell an hour ago without my noticing, and I tell myself I got lucky this was a swamp with no zombies, because surfacing soaked into a fight would have been a nightmare. I look down at the exquisite chest on the floor, silver patterns glowing on the lid, the system tagging it as a silver treasure chest, and asking whether I am ready to become a powerful figure. My heart pounds, this being my first chest at this tier, and I lift the lid. A crisp note rings out and the drops scroll past. 200 gold, 300 parts, 10 alloy, 10 disposable forging devices, 1 melee weapon modification called Super Edge Sharpening, 1 precious grade cicada wing armor, 5 B-level talent shards. My eyes go wide. I focus first on the alloy, the disposable forging device, and the cicada wing armor. The system describes alloy as a very expensive high-tier vehicle part upgrade material obtained when a blacksmith smelts steel sheets, and the disposable forging device is a one-time unit into which growth-type equipment and forging materials are placed for one forging. Alloy is key for further vehicle upgrades, and the forging device means I can forge weapons myself now, which I had wanted for days. The cicada wing armor is precious grade on a scale of common, fine, rare, precious, secret treasure, legendary, epic, and mythical, at full durability, woven from the wings of a king-level creature called the adult void cicada. Light as a feather and tough as steel, resisting almost all ordinary firearms and most melee weapons below precious grade. Its exclusive skill, Ethereal Form, sends the body transparent for 10 seconds, during which it is immune to any physical attack and can fly freely, with a 1-day cooldown resettable for 10 gold, doubling on every reset within the same day. I take a sharp breath, since a 10-second invincibility skill means I am taking off. The armor feels impossibly soft, like light gauze, almost weightless, meant to be worn inside. I strip my shirt and put it on directly, the design covering upper body, lower body, and neck without any pinch, then pull my outer clothes back over, draw a deep breath, and activate Ethereal Form. A faint flapping note rings out, and I look down to find I cannot see my hands, feet, or body, my whole form gone into a transparent void. I grab the hilt of Blood of the Moon and the blade slides into the ethereal state with me, which tells me I cannot attack with a weapon since the blade vanishes too, and my only play is to ambush after I reappear. I touch the car body and the RV stays solid, meaning only items I can pick up come with me. I focus and try to float, the lift coming as easily as walking, body rising on the first try, the feeling intoxicating. I laugh, throw open the car door and shoot out into the night. Even ethereal, I can still feel wind and smell air, though flight speed seems tied to physique and caps at about 30 kilometers an hour. I sweep back and forth several stories up. Then the state cuts out midair and I drop, slapping into the mud, covered in grime as I drag myself up half laughing. Back in the RV, scrubbed clean a second time. I sit with the feeling still in my chest. The cicada wing armor is my strongest life-saving trump card, not only for the 10-second invincibility, but for the resettable cooldown, which means as long as I have gold I can extend the window again and again, so I have the conditions to explore high-risk dungeons. With this chest open, my B-level talent shard count has hit 9, just one shy of synthesizing my first B-level talent. Bronze chests can drop B-rank talent shards, so I make those my priority. Past 7, the swamp has gone unnaturally quiet. Chat is full of survivors griping that ordinary corpses are scarce, and only Mist Corpse shows up. An informed voice explains the large groups have announced the fog as the cause, since Mist Corpse only spawns in fog, and as long as no one leaves their vehicle, the night should pass safely. Smaller complaints about heat, one bragging about running his AC full blast, another pointing out a single unit of fuel costs 10 gold, a whole day's wage in the mining area. I might as well sleep early, except I have not eaten, and my appetite has roughly doubled since Constitution shot up. Jin Sonan has pinged me about a new mutated fruit, the Mist Treasure Fruit, a special mutation born from a rare fruit soaking in fog dew energy, raising Constitution by 10 with a 1 per week cap and granting a permanent healing buff that speeds wound recovery and grants immunity to the fog's breathing and dizziness debuffs. I tell her she did great work and is getting a raise. She opens a trade, but the fruit refuses to transfer, panicking her until I explain special fruits work like special guns, so we go offline. She is too scared to leave the Starry Sky Great Forest, so I tell her to send coordinates and I will come instead, and she does, warning me to be careful. I am over 200 kilometers out, but the night is dead, so I treat the run as a trip. I have only been to the Black Mountain mining area among the named regions, and the Starry Sky Great Forest is supposedly larger and richer, dangerous enough that no one has reached its true depths. The RV hits the plane. I push to 100 kilometers an hour, and the auto-targeting radar keeps things lively, gunning down mist cores, enough to cover fuel. The one-time forge comes back to mind, and when I pull one out, the alloy furnace fills both front seats and nearly crushes me, so I shove it back. I switch on cruise control, walk to the living area, and set the forge down. I load Blood of the Moon and a crazy corpse nail, start the cycle, and the deep red light with a 10-minute countdown ends in a successful forge for 7% progress. Only 7, I think, disappointed, before going again. For the next hour, I drive and forge in parallel. All 5 crazy corpse nails add 7% each. The mountain puppet stone heart pushes the bar 10% in one cycle. Curious about the strongest material on hand, I load the giant terror pincers, and halfway through the red light burns gold instead. The timer resets, and the chime announces a lucky critical hit, a forging great success. Blood of the Moon gaining 26% for a total of 71. Even having the bonus is roughly 2 crazy corpse nails of progress. A few more materials tomorrow will push it to precious artifact grade, unlocking its own exclusive skill like the cicada wing armor. Back at the wheel, the starry sky great forest still tens of kilometers off, the grass thickening taller than a person, the armored RV mowing like a harvester, the green wall swallowing the windshield. A special terrain zone. I turn to detour, and just as I swing the wheel, a rustling erupts behind me. A huge red dot blooms on the radar, and the roof gun whips around and opens up. The noise stirs the whole grass sea. The radar floods with dense red dots, mostly creatures too small to drop coins, but so many the perimeter glows red. A heavy droning of wings follows, palm-sized locusts boiling up in a black mass. I slam to 120 kilometers an hour, but the swarm catches me, burying the windshield and grinding mandibles against plating. The armor holds, the original minivan would have been chewed apart. The heavy gun finally drops the largest red dot, a juvenile corpse mantis at elite rank, 2 gold and 1 mantis blade. A juvenile already counted as elite, which makes me dread the deeper grass. The locusts peel off as the RV picks up speed, and bypassing the grass sea costs a full hour. I push on, stopping twice at monster-dense pockets, and burning both noise bombs. The hauls are smaller than I hoped, 42 and 35 gold, but with auto-targeting picking off stragglers I clear over 100 coins. By 11 I roll up to the outskirts of the starry sky great forest. The fog is mostly burned off, the view is clear. A vast magnificent forest reaching a horizon, roots tangled across the floor, canopy stacked into the sky, some trees and cauliflower umbrellas, others piercing the clouds thousands of meters up, starlight pouring over ancient woods through lingering mist. The grass here is short and soft like a green carpet, and around the bases of great trees survivor groups are camped, vehicles parked side by side, people gathering mushrooms and wild greens, lighting cook fires, smelting iron, like indigenous settlers in another world. Past the outer rim, the population thins because large wild beasts keep most people away. The marker is a secluded little canyon ringed by huge mountains, dense brush, small waterfalls cascading into a singing spring. I ping I have arrived and ask where she is, and she chirps the same back, earning a beat of silence before I clarify I am outside by the waterfall. She tells me to follow the hollow of a big tree on the left, but a driver has to take the path around the mountain base. I detour and find an overgrown passage, a maze of huge fallen rocks, several turns before a path leads inside, but the RV is far too large to thread, so I park and walk. Past the obstacles, the landscape opens into a wide hidden grotto, lush grass spread with flowers, vegetable patches in the central clearing, a clear pond fed by a waterfall whose mist throws a faint rainbow under starlight and moonlight. A hidden paradise. I spot a chopped chili fish head RV in a far corner, and beside it under a small lean-to a girl is chopping vegetables. Hair pulled into a neat ponytail, white t-shirt with a cartoon Pikachu, loose jeans rolled to the knees, bare feet on the grass. She pings to ask if I have come in, and I call out from behind. She turns, waves cheerfully, then stiffens because she is still holding the knife and quickly puts it down with an awkward cough. The online buyer and supplier meet offline. She is visibly nervous, ears tinged red, and introduces herself as Jin Sonan. Pleased to meet me. I tell her not to be that formal. She twirls her fingers and lets out the exact silly little laugh I had imagined every time she typed it. She tells me she was making a vegetable salad since she had nothing presentable, asking me not to mind. After traveling on almost nothing, I swallow at the dishes on the table. She brings a basket of vegetables, mostly sunshine broccoli and aquatic eggplant since the fog killed the rest, but on top sits a translucent light blue fruit, and she beams, says she has cultivated several new seedlings today, and promises a garden tour after dinner. I open a trade and transfer 60 gold for fruit, vegetables, and wages, and her eyes spark. She almost jumps thanking me loud enough to startle birds. I tell her to keep it up and she will be well rewarded. She snaps to attention and swears she will be the boss's good ox and horse working overtime, so the boss can drive a Bentley, and I ask where she picked up the nonsense. She sticks her tongue out and says it is a meme, and I tell her to just eat because her boss is starving. We sit on small stools. With no lingyun cabbage today, I make the mist treasure fruit the main dish with sunshine broccoli. My constitution jumps 10.5 at once, warmth spreading enough that I sweat. Both buffs settle, my breathing fresher with fog drag gone. To test healing, I nick my finger with the dagger, white blood, and watch the cut visibly scab over. 10 seconds later, a faint itch builds. I rub at it, the scab flakes off to leave smooth skin. My heart trembles at how strong the effect is as a long-term buff. Looking at Jin Sonan's happy smile, I feel awkward, because 60 gold suddenly feels like nothing. After the meal, Jin Sonan drags me on a garden tour, introducing her second, third, and fourth treasures like prized children. She solemnly presents her vehicle Big Treasure, warning me not to let its plain look fool me, because it is a real ghost vehicle now and small zombies cannot scratch it. I give her a thumbs up. When she asks where my vehicle is, I say it is parked outside because it is too big. She insists the path is plenty wide, teases me with two cute dimples about my driving, and I tell her she will see. At the outer passage, I point at the colossal armored RV, 5.2 meters tall, 4.3 wide, 8 long, seamless super armor, Gatling on the roof, ultra-high chassis, oversized tires, and ask how exactly I am supposed to thread that through. She stares for a long moment, then stammers whether this is really my vehicle, since from a distance she had thought it was a truck, and trucks are already top tier. She asks if it has a bed, bathroom, kitchen, and I confirm all of it plus AC and refrigerator. She trails off almost in tears with envy, asking why the gap is this wide when everyone started equal, while she sleeps in her seat. I pat her shoulder and ask if she has a dream. She sniffles and says she does. I tell her if she works hard it will not be long before she owns one of these, and a big house, that we will fence off land by the sea, build a villa, give her 10,000 acres of fertile land for whatever she wants to plant, and when she is tired she will lie on a beach chair with iced watermelon juice and watch the sunset. She raises 3 fingers and swears she will not be lazy from this day forward, and I tell her that is the spirit. Deep into the night I head back to the RV to rest while Jin Sonan waters and fertilizes her patch. Before 6 I wait to dawn breaking through forest fog, woken by heat because I left the AC off, drenched as if pulled from water. I wash, crack 2 bottles of cola. The weather panel updates with a high temperature warning. Sunny day, range 31 to 55 degrees Celsius. Cloudless skies, land creature activity dropping while plant activity climbs. 55 stops me cold, more outrageous than yesterday's fog. I walk into the canyon and find Jin Sonan already at her patch in a bamboo hat, sweat pulling at her. She tells me cheerfully that breakfast is on the table. I eat a little, pull the dwarf vine armor from my backpack, and hand it to her. She looks bewildered and asks what it is, and I tell her it is the armor I used before, that it is hers, that she can sell it if she does not want it. I add that I am leaving, that she needs to be careful, and that she should stop if it gets too hot. I wave goodbye and turn away, and she holds the armor watching my retreating back, her nose suddenly sore. Back at the RV, I crank the AC, then remember the photovoltaic panels. A button on the console starts a motor on the roof. The folded panels rise from the exterior armor and spread out, converting solar power and blocking heat into the cabin. The low power state lifts, and the central AC blows out a 16-degree breeze. I slump on the sofa a few minutes to let the chill dry sweat before returning to the wheel. I have 2 goals today: earn more gold and grind chests for shards to finish my first B-rank talent. The 7th day horde is only 2 days away, and I am still nowhere close to tier 3. The chat channel is wall-to-wall misery, people screaming about 40 degrees in the morning and the climb still to come, warning each other not to skimp on AC fuel even though a unit has shot to 14 gold. Someone urges everyone to rush oil fields and find an alchemist talent to refine crude into fuel. Another curses him for blurting it out. Others note the Black Mountain mining area will probably kill plenty to heat stroke today, and one wistful voice wishes for a cold cola, just 1 sip, while another laughs at him for thinking this world has refrigerators. I freeze. Then my eyes light up, because a clean way to make money has just walked into my lap. The business barely needs capital, since I already have a refrigerator and electricity. All I need is cola. The exchange price has nudged up, but is normal. A case of 24 cans for about 3 gold. And barely past 6 it will only climb. So I buy 20 cases and stack them in the living area. My fridge holds 90 liters, but I upgrade it since I am chasing tier 3 anyway. 25 gold and materials push it to level 2 at 215 liters. More efficient. I unseal 10 cases and pack both freezer and fresh keeping compartments. The fresh keeping side temporary since cola tastes best between 5 and 8 degrees. Satisfied, I return to the wheel. Pushing deeper, the outer reaches of the starry sky great forest are tangled terrain few vehicles can drive. Barely any zombies but plenty of wild beasts and raptors. After an hour I have turned up only 2 wooden chests and 20 gold. Wooden chests no longer interest me. The path eventually becomes impassable. I check the cicada wing panel and confirm ethereal form is usable again. The cooldown apparently resetting at dawn rather than running a 24-hour timer, which is reassuring. I park the RV in a sunny clearing, so the panels absorb properly. Kit out with Barrett, TRG-22, Desert Eagle, Dagger, and Blood of the Moon, and step out on foot. I considered the RPG but rejected it as bad for portability. With my increased constitution, my stamina is better and my movements come quiet and agile, almost like Qigong, at least not alerting local beasts at speed. I scale obstacles smoothly and press deeper. Before long, I spot a black iron chest on a high branch, dozens of meters up. I buy climbing claws and shimmy up. The chest opens with a chime. 13 gold, 100 steel sheets, 1,000 universal bullets, a fine-grade handheld drill, and a cold weapon modification, lightweight. I process the haul from the branch. Bullets split into 10 lots of 100 at 2 gold each for 20 gold. The handheld drill is the oil field extraction tool at peak demand, up to 25 gold on the exchange, and since the weather flips constantly, the price will not climb further. So I list at market and it sells instantly. The lightweight modification I apply to Blood of the Moon, the weight on my back dropping noticeably. I lean against the trunk and pop 2 cans of cola, because the heat plus climbing is wearing even me down. Looking up, I spot a reddish fruit at the tip of a higher branch. Curious, I activate Eagle Eye. Kiwi, rare fruit, growing in the outer reaches, mildly toxic to anyone with constitution under 30. After consumption raises constitution by 0.5 and spirit by 0.1. A rare fruit that raises spirit on top of constitution, with no daily limit. Essentially a launch ramp. I climb to the trunk next to it, but the kiwi sits at the very tip where my weight would snap the branch. So I draw the desert eagle, key on Eagle Eye, and clip the branch off with a precise shot. The kiwi tumbles into the weeds. I scan the canopy and find a second, then a third, picking them off. The yield is thin, only 13 after stripping the tree clean. I climb down and trace the line the fruits fell along, bagging them until I am drenched and breathing hard. A little past 10, and the forest sits at 47 or 48 degrees, a giant steamer my physique cannot take much longer. 2 energy drinks, and half an hour later I am back inside the RV, stepping out of hell into the human world. I pull a bottle of cola so frozen it smokes white vapor, hiss it open, and let the cold rush from heels to crown. Iced cola really is the god of summer. Still damp under the AC, I open the chat channel since the new batch is chilled long enough to list. The exchange tags every food by status, raw, cooked, room temperature, heated, or expired, so anything specially conditioned stands out. I list 100 cans at 5 degrees for 3 gold each, with a note calling it a luxury beverage with high refrigeration cost, then drop the same ad into public chat. The chat had already been an avalanche of heatstroke misery, and the post detonates it. The first wave is pure disbelief and outrage. Voices calling robbery, asking if blowing on warm cola counts as iced, swearing to roast me alive if the temperature is over 20 degrees. Within seconds it flips as people open the exchange and find real 5-degree cola. Panic buying starts, ice-tight talent claims fly, the stack drops by 50 in a blink, and a final whale confirms it is gone in under 20 seconds. One cool head sums it up, that I priced it like a Rolex or Hermes of the new world, aimed at the rich, not at people pooling 3/10 of a coin for a sip. 300 gold land. My inbox blooms into a red 99 plus. Guilds asking for 5 cans. A model offering one of those videos. A student begging a discount. A manager of the Battlefield Alliance's first guild asking for 20 bottles and friendship. I post another announcement. No offline orders. 5-degree gone. 12-degree listing in 1 minute at 2 gold per can. Next batch in about 4 hours. I pull every cola from fresh keeping. 139 after the one I drank. Hold back 9 and list 130 at 2 coins. Sold out in half a second, 260 gold credited. Faster than killing zombies. Scalpers resell at inflated prices and still move instantly. Demand silencing complaints and quietly cementing iced cola as a brand. I will not raise the price. Scalpers are part of a reputation and bumping the number would drain the pond and ruin my name. The money is invisible upfront investment, since almost no one with a tier 2 vehicle picked the extreme heavy-duty route. Almost no one starting from a broken minivan committed to it against the disadvantage. And almost no one then stacked tier 2 power generation and refrigerator on top. I may be the only person in the region sitting on all of it. Solid technical barriers. I start lunch with Jinsonen's vegetables washed and chopped, the kiwi fruits plated, and cooked meats. Partway in, I remember I never sent her cola, and find her message from 2 hours ago saying the sunlight is excellent and the harvest will be great. I trade her a few bottles and several packed portions, and she accepts joyfully, asking me to wait for a surprise. Her trade comes back with 4 ice blue tomato-shaped fruits beaded with water. The panel calls them cooling fruit, a high-grade fruit of the starry sky great forest that can only bear by absorbing huge amounts of nutrients and water under intense sunlight. Sweet and rich, releasing within 1 hour a strong cooling sensation that drops body and surface temperature, perfect for outdoor labor in scorching weather. With noon coming and 50 degrees outside, the timing is a gift. I praise her until she goes to her own lunch. I clear my plates and eat all 13 kiwi as after-dinner fruit, and the panel adds a clean 6.5 to physique, less massive than yesterday's missed treasure fruit but solid. This time with an increase to the mental attribute as well. The 1 3/10 of a point sharpens my senses and brightens my energy. Comfortable and subtle, as if my soul itself is grown. Once physique reaches a certain level, mental may be the next road. I nap briefly, gather gear, and step into a wall of heat that films my skin instantly. I eat a cooling fruit and the oppressive weight eases, not ice but mint, radiating from inside. I do not charge straight in. I pick a tree several hundred meters tall, hook on my grappling line, and climb. When my head breaks the foliage, the wind pushes the canopy below in rolling green waves, and ahead stretches a boundless ancient forest, folded like a mysterious scroll. At the edge of my vision, among impossibly tall, hazy divine trees, stands the giant shadow of a creature too far for even Eagle Eye to identify. Compared to it, I am not even a mosquito. I sweep the nearer forest and pick the most promising route, also the most dangerous. With kiwi boost and cooling fruit effect, I move noticeably faster. But danger climbs. Before 2 kilometers, I am hit by brown bears, tigers, gorillas, none docile, each twice the size of their blue star counterparts. all worth half a gold each. Handguns are not enough, so I switch to the sniper for long-range headshots, and when one with a thick enough skull closes, I draw Blood of the Moon. My physique is above 44 times an ordinary human, enough to pull off a Wusong fights the tiger on Jingyang Ridge back on Blue Star. But here any tiger can be 5 or 6 meters and over 2 tons. I dare close quarters thanks to the cicada wing armor, impenetrable and dissipating impact, and Blood of the Moon, razor sharp with level 2 super edge sharpening, severing a massive head in one stroke. Once comfortable, I put the sniper away and stick to blade work to sharpen close range awareness. Less than 2 kilometers in, I meet my first elite monster. Resting against a tree root with a cola, I look up to find branches moving, a massive hand of twisted vines and limbs, and lunge as it slams down where I was. A blow that would have folded me in 3. Roots tear up into walking vine feet. A pair of murky eyes opens at the top of the trunk, pupils glowing crimson. The panel labels it a treant, elite monster, an ancient race of the outskirts whose ancestors guarded the mythical forest before being exiled, able to live up to 10,000 years, often forgetting themselves into deep sleep, generally not aggressors but pursuing anyone who wakes them without end. The thing holds a grudge that hard. It lumbers at me again and I roll sideways as the ground jolts, clumsy for all its size. Sniper up, eagle eye on, 2 precise shots blind it. It goes berserk, flailing, more shots like firing into a wooden stake, until I spot a red lump on its chest with fine threads radiating like blood vessels. The Barrett puts one armor-piercing round through the lump, the kinetic energy punching a bowl-sized hole, and the treant freezes and topples in a cloud of leaves and dust. The system credits 1 treant kill, 2 gold, 1 treant heart, another forging material. A notification chimes that today's intel has triggered. Strange since I have been in this area a while. Maybe the fighting pulled monsters in. I confirm. The intel slaps me with a high-risk warning that my gunfire has alarmed the terrifying creature on the outskirts, that 5 kilometers to my southeast it is already advancing in my direction, and that I must avoid it. But, it adds, within that dangerous area mysterious colorful light often flows, and maybe, if I have the courage, I could go and see. My pupils snap tight on colorful light. If the thing is already coming my way, I can use it as a diversion and raid its lair while it is gone. I throw the Barrett into a bush, pack everything else away, keep only Blood of the Moon, and spend 45 gold on 3 stacks of lightweight pushing the blade to its cap at level 5. The weight on my back lifts. I press my ear to the dirt and feel the rhythmic thumping of something giant running and leaping, very close. I cut into the woods on a roundabout route, weaving wide around the giant. Undergrowth too dense to sprint, so I leap up, catch a hanging vine, and swing tree to tree like a monkey, an exhilarating soaring pace. The rumbling is unmistakable. We pass a few hundred meters apart and I stop deliberately, eagle eye on, catching a massive dark shadow flashing by with overwhelming force. The tremors cover my noise, so I move at full speed. 4 kilometers, 3, 2, then my face falls because the thing is turned around. How is it that fast? But going back empty-handed is not on the table. If I face it, I face it. I have etherealization. With a landmark I follow the giant's trail of broken vines, snapped trees, and meter-high weeds trampled into mud as part of massive footprints. The aura is so heavy even snakes, rats, and venomous insects have fled. The trail ends at a canyon, not large but ringed by shocking piles of bones and meter-tall mounds of dung, the pressure inside thick. The thing is a giant ape 30 meters tall, jet black fur as thick as steel needles, gnarled muscles laced with hideous scars, 2 sharp lower fangs, murderous gaze glowing with embers. The panel pops up on its own. An adult war ape, relic species, super monster, descendant of the war ape clan that scattered across the eternal continent as wanderers after the mythical war. Bloodline diluted, but still dominant. My first sight of anything above elite, and a top-tier one. Eternal continent, the panel says, and I realize that may be the true name of the plains, with a deeper background I do not yet know. I cannot fight a super monster head-on. First, find the colorful light. I climb a nearby tree and bring up Eagle Eye, the canyon unfolding in detail, my gaze settling on a rainbow treasure chest lying quietly in a mountain stream. The panel labels it a special grade rainbow chest, containing 3 rare treasures of which I may choose only one, with a warning that a wrong choice means a lifetime of regret. No wonder I never found a matching color in earlier chest sequences. Before the joy lands, I catch another presence, an almost human figure sitting absolutely still, an old ape watching me with an incredibly calm gaze, and I get the sense it has been staring from the beginning. Even at a kilometer, the eye contact crawls along my scalp. The panel marks it as an ancient ape king, relic species king level monster, currently severely injured and critically ill, rating fields blank. King level, higher than super. My back is cold sweat by the time I come back to myself. The giant ape gathers fruits and dumps them in front of the old ape, gesturing for it to eat. Then it senses the prying gaze, locks, and its eyes drowning in killing intent swing back to pin my hidden figure in the distant tree. Do all of you have spider sense? I finally understand why Eagle Eye is only C rank. Any high-level creature can sense it. The ape lets out an earth-shattering roar and charges. Pressure that would buckle any human's legs, but I drag in a deep breath and leap from the tree, rushing straight into the canyon. Its speed is nothing like the treant, and with a single leap it is flying like a 100-ton bomb. No dodging this. Etherealization, I think, and my body slides into the transparent void. The ape lands, hands clasped into a hammer that smashes the earth, but the tiny human figure has vanished. I am controlling my body with my mind now, flying for the chest. Even at flight speed, I cannot cross the canyon in one etherealization. What worries me most is the old ape, a king level not defined by size. 3, 2, 1, and my body reappears. I land sprinting, simultaneously spending 10 gold to refresh the cooldown, and the system chimes refresh successful. Next, refresh 20 gold. Still more than halfway from the chest, eyes glued to the old ape, ready to phase the instant it moves, but it only watches me calmly, ancient eyes barely rippling, partly relieved, partly confused. So close, and still no attack. Is it really that badly injured? No time to chew on it. The giant ape has locked onto me again and is closing harder. Its room-wide palm swats down and I phase out, the ground exploding into dust as I shoot toward the chest. With 3 seconds left, I reach it and grab with both hands, and the chest lifts and vanishes into thin air. I am only a dozen meters from a true king-level monster, the closest I have ever been, and I notice the natives here seem to know treasure chests exist, since a large rainbow glowing box vanishing in front of the ancient ape king draws no reaction. Cracking it open is not for now. Getting out fast is the only thing. The second etherealization ends with me less than 50 meters from the rampaging ape, and I refresh again. Next 40 gold. Its combat bloodline has learned the rhythm, and the instant I solidify it has hurled a massive rock so fast I burn another 40 coins to phase. This time I clear the canyon, but its intelligence is terrifying and it pursues me out in the exact direction I left, lantern-sized eyes scanning with rage. I weave into dense forest, opening distance, but the keen sense thing still pins me and the chase resumes. With a wrench at the cost, I spend 80 gold to refresh and break in a new direction. Good thing I had reserves. Played several times, the ape is wild with rage, smashing trees. I am calculating one more refresh to fully shake it. A heavy investment when the old ape still in the canyon slowly opens its mouth and lets out an almost inaudible syllable. Faint but fast, like a resonance frequency fed straight into the giant ape, which recovers a sliver of reason mid-fury, breaks off, snorts at the air, and turns back. My etherealization runs out at the same moment, and finding myself no longer pursued, I let out a heavy breath. Several ethereal flights stacked on the early sprint have drained me. Legs weak, head throbbing, I sit with an energy drink and functional fruits until I can move, then push back to retrieve the Barrett from where the treant died. By the time I reach it, I am lightheaded, only wanting the RV. Etherealization and Eagle Eye both eat through stamina hard, and if not for the lingium cabbage, I would have collapsed. Another cooling fruit and I push on slowly. On the way I get a pleasant surprise, a bronze chest in a tree hollow seething with spiders and venomous insects. My third one. The first gave armor core, the second gold plus shards, and I quietly beg this one for shards since I am 1 B level short. I clear the insects with my pistol and reach in. The chest glows out 35 gold, 100 parts, 10 units of super lumber, 7 C-level talent shards, 2 B-level talent shards. The shards appeared, and 7 C-level puts my second C-level talent right around the corner. Super lumber is a top-grade 3rd-level material, refined from ordinary wood, market small but worth at least 10 gold per piece. The trip is paid for itself. I pull into the RV around 4 in the afternoon, scramble in and collapse under the AC, drained. After 10 minutes, I sit up to deal with the rainbow chest glowing at my feet. I rub my hands and lift the lid. Light balloons and dazzling ribbons, and 3 treasures float inside, each in a colored band, the system telling me to choose one. The first is a dragon-slaying sword, legendary tier at full durability, with a passive dragon's grudge that loads each slash with soul-corroding damage from slain dragons, and an active sword chi domain that throws a 50-meter damage zone for 20 seconds on a 30-minute cooldown. The evaluation calls it a blade that once cut down countless dragons on a battlefield of gods, divinity gone but still able to scare mid-tier opponents, with the footnote that anything legendary or above cannot be modified. Impressive, but I cannot wield an ancient divine sword now. Blood of the Moon is already overpowered for me and shares the same niche, so taking the sword means abandoning the rifle build. I set it aside. The second is the Dragon Imprisoning Marsh quest book, an S-ranked dungeon with 20 invitation tickets at a recommended 1,000 gold each. The evaluation warning extremely high death risk and noting personal vehicles cannot enter. 20,000 gold in pure entry fees, and my heart pounds then deflates because no one at this stage can afford it. It would gather dust like the cursed parchment. The third is a mysterious egg, grade unknown, evaluation a single shrug asking if I want to try. The first 2 are dragon-themed, which means this might be a dragon egg, and my eyes light up at the thought of gambling on a dragon pet. I lift the egg out. The chest closes and dissolves into shattered light. I wonder how the thing hatches. Bed or microwave, and the microwave would probably make a very fragrant egg. I shake it gently and hear faint thumps inside, life already shaped. And as I move to set it aside, the egg shifts on its own. I plant it on the bed and squat beside it, praying for not a snake or a chicken. The shell cracks, a cute little head pokes out blinking, and it scrambles on 4 unsteady legs and totters toward me. A real dragon. Even newborn, it has white fur-like growths along head, neck, spine, and tail swaying as if underwater. 2 small round horns on its forehead announcing pure bloodline. The system labels it a young dragon of pure blood lineage, an ancient divine beast class, super monster tier growing. Status hungry, no master servant. The evaluation says almost all pureblood dragons disappeared after the ancient war, survivors rumored to have fled into a rift world with only a scattered few left across the eternal continent, and offers me bond or release. I almost laugh at release. Lift the dragon, silvery scales cool and icy, soft fur brush-like, a deep profound energy stirring against my palm, what the reviews called divinity. It nuzzles me and lets out a soft milky cry, nibbling my finger, and I tap established master-servant relationship. The bond locks. Young dragon registers as my pet, and the system reminds me pets can earn gold and use specific resources by killing enemies. I tell it that since it came from an egg, I will call it Dan Zai and rub its head, unconcerned that I just gave a true dragon offspring a household name. I buy pure milk and pour it into a small basin. Dan's eye staggers up the rim and gulps wetly, then slips face first into the milk, and I burst out laughing. I open chat and the private inbox is detonated, countless people begging me to put cola on sale. The heat killing survivors by heat stroke and spiking every heat prevention item. Magnates offer private premiums, but I refuse to open that loophole because I want a real brand. I post a public notice items go up soon, and the screen explodes. Voices shouting the boss is here, readying hand speed begging 1 can for their millet. Marveling the world has no scripts, scolding the unaffordable to grab and resell at 3 gold profit, lamenting everyone as a scalper now, praising Master G as a man of integrity, pledging dogship for 10 cans. I list all 100 from the 4 to 5 degree cold storage, and they drop to 0 in one breath, 300 gold landing. I list the 140 from 12 degree fresh keeping at 2 gold, and they vanish instantly, but only 168 gold lands when it should be 280. The system pings my cola severely deviates from market price. The day's total exceeded the 1,000 gold threshold, and triggered anti-resale sanctions, 80% docked from the portion over the limit, and from any further non-market sales until reset. I curse, then settle for 1,000 gold in a day being explosive enough, post sold out for today, and close chat. Dan Zai has climbed onto the sofa and is gnawing my clothes, the basin empty. 3 boxes gone and the panel still reads hungry. Pure milk runs half a gold a box, and this glutton just ate 1.5 gold. I buy a full case of milk and fresh pet meat, swap to a larger basin, dump 7 or 8 boxes with 5 packs of meat, stir it, plop Dan Zai in. It paddles joyfully. I return to the sofa for the talent fragments, 1 C grade and 1 B grade. The C grade synthesizes into elementary body technique, a passive granting elementary combat body technique on acquisition, comprehensively enhancing speed, sensory sensitivity, reaction, evasion, and stealth. The evaluation calls it one of the strongest close combat talents, already rivaling top human martial arts masters of Blue Star at elementary stage, scaling with physique. 2 hints follow, that a survivor holds at most 2 talents of the same level with surplus decomposable into shards at 5-1, and that every talent can undergo an overlimit awakening. Clarity falls over me like an innate technique, no strength added, only complete understanding and control of every part of my body, and only now do I realize how clumsy I have been on brute force alone. I tap the B grade and a prompt informs me I am among the top 5 in this area to fuse a B grade, triggering great synthesis success at 500%. A deep blue light blooms, the system pings great success, and it awards formless hidden lightning, B grade special, growable. Skill 1 Thunder Affinity, passive, granting affinity with all thunder elements, lightning drawn from sky as energy reserve, and easier sensing of thunder element resources. Skill 2 Formless Thunder, releasing the thunder energy in my body into 3 evolutions, Thunder Flash, Thunder Curtain, and Thunder Fire Robe, growth at 0% fed by resources like Thunder Spirit Stone. The evaluation calls Thunder Talents the most mysterious and powerful of all elementals, one of the most terrifying destructive forces, and to wield it is to wield death itself. The instant it locks, I jerk back as if electrified. Dazzling light bursts from my eyes. An invisible thunder field unfolds, bangs and collar drifting in it. I exhale, staring at my hands. Past 5 in the afternoon, dusk closing red, I step out and raise my hand at a tree stump. Arcs of lightning crawl off my body and converge into a dazzling ball of suppressed destructive energy, sparks clawing scorched trails across the ground. Thunder Flash. The ball snaps into a deep blue beam that lights the forest like noon, pierces the stump, slams into a boulder behind and shatters the rock, and the stump creaks and crashes sideways. My face pales, cold sweat beads, and I stagger back gasping because that one shot burned more stamina than I had to spare. Yet my eyes burn with fervor, because one thunder flash tore stump and boulder apart, and thunder curtain and thunder fire robe are still to come, and the talent is growable. I regret aloud the mind drop was fire spirit stone instead of thunder, and remind myself to push physique because everything but vehicles rests on it. I open friends chat and Jin Sonon has barraged me with the day's haul. 21 sunshine broccoli, 2 lingyun cabbage, 1 starlight spirit fruit and a heap of ordinary vegetables. A new rare grade fruit has appeared, blazing sunflower fruit, but it needs at least 2 more days. I flat pay her 100 gold as wages plus bonus, which thrills her, and lay out a sumptuous dinner. The attribute panel reads Jijang. Ranger title granting Constitution +3, Spirit +3, 20% kill bonus accumulated to 211.5 gold. Constitution at 52, with a pending +8.5. Spirit at 13.3. Bound vehicle armored RV at modification level 22. Talents daily intelligence at SSS hidden and unique. Formless hidden lightning at B grade growable. Eagle eye at C grade. Elementary body technique at C grade. The vegetables hit daily caps so I tuck spares in the fridge. Maybe because of elementary body technique, even past 50 constitution I no longer feel the old expansion and loss of control jolt. Only refinement. A little over 10 minutes to nightfall. I roll out of the dim forest. Visibility tanks once it darkens. Several times the RV plunges into pits, and only the chassis saves me. I lose my way, post on public chat, pay 1 gold for a coordinate, and orient. I think out loud that vehicles should upgrade to autonomous driving and turn to the center console, which I have never touched. 3 gold and 5 parts push it to level 1, which only unlocks music playback, but the catalog contains every type of music from Blue Star, and I grin that I get it all without premium. I buy a level 1 chip and spend 15 gold and 20 parts to push to level 2, which upgrades the screen to a 4K ultra-large LCD and unlocks voice control system over every electronic device, and map navigation showing every explored terrain. Both fix real problems. Level 3 is intelligent driving, costing 70 gold, 100 parts, and a level 2 chip the exchange barely stocks above 100 gold. I haggle and land one at 89 and upgrade. The console glows white, the screen jumps to 8K, plastic interior refurbishes into genuine leather and mahogany, and outside the targeting radar integrates 3 laser radars and several millimeter wave radars. An intelligent driving paddle appears on the wheel, the system noting that engaged it drives itself along the navigation route at 80% of max speed with high power consumption. I flick the paddle, a mechanical female voice announces intelligent driving mode. I let go of the wheel and the RV continues steadily. I laugh because with autonomous driving plus targeting radar plus defensive turrets, I can literally kill monsters in my sleep. The RV rolls into open grassland, giant trees scattered through, the night sky pouring starlight, luminous insects rising like fireflies. I throw on heavy metal, crack the window, light a Yushi cigarette, the white smoke dissipating into the roaring outside heat as the music pounds inside. The 5th night descends. A faint blood mist rises, the heat thickens into torturous sultriness. My pupils tighten because giant lanterns are lighting in the distant mist like swaying ghost fires. I switch on Eagle Eye and resolve them as zombies wrapped in flame. 3 meters tall, no facial features, only bare mouths and eye sockets ringed in fire, dark red magma-like skin dripping and scorching white smoke off the ground. The system calls them furnace zombies at elite level, a super variant only appearing in high heat, body almost entirely lava, warning never to let them touch the vehicle, or I will experience the most terrifying death. More than a dozen are already in range, everyone elite, and I pick out plenty of mad zombies too. The 2 types running half and half, no other zombies. I curse. Last night was bad enough, and I did not expect this jump. The radar alarms, a red dot blooms, a violent impact rocks the RV. The mad zombie has arrived. I pick up Blood of the Moon, glance at the closing furnace zombies, reconsider, and order the targeting radar online. The Gatling kicks alive and tears the mad zombie to shreds for 2 gold. The gunfire pulls everything around, more than a dozen furnace zombies and nearly 10 mad zombies charging at once. 3 closing in seconds. The Gatling keeps roaring on them and I lift the Barrett, sight the nearest furnace zombie through the firing port and pull the trigger. The armor-piercing round crosses hundreds of meters and blasts its head into sparks. I work the bolt, then freeze because no kill notification comes. The decapitated zombie shakes and accelerates toward the RV, a headless hellspawn. I sight its chest. A bowl-sized hole tears through. The body flies back and gets up to charge again. I fire a 3rd shot and snap its leg, and only then does it drop writhing. The Gatling has cleared the 3 nearby mad zombies, but the perimeter has tightened, so I redirect the radar onto another furnace zombie. The Gatling rakes it, the body shredded into flaming chunks, and the pile detonates into a large fireball. The system pings the kill at 2 gold. At the same moment, the headshot and leg-broken zombie from earlier glows dark red and explodes too. The shockwave scorching a wide patch, the system pinging another 2 gold and a flame heart drop. So that is the trick. After a headshot, the thing becomes a lit fuse, and unless fully incapacitated, it charges close and detonates, more dangerous than a mad zombie. Even if armor holds, the heat alone would roast everyone inside. After that, the Gatling concentrates on furnace zombies, and I switch to the rifle for leg shots, paralyzing them so the Gatling can harvest. One still breaks through and crashes against the RV before going up, a personal fireworks show that throws several nearby mad zombies off their feet. The flames do not breach armor, but cabin temperature jumps at least 10 degrees. I curse and floor away, deploy the Gatling on the last few mad zombies, and only when the field clears do I climb out. All 4 tires are melted to bare hubs in places. Durability down 2%. I hose them cool, buy a fresh set, and swap. I exhale and wipe sweat. The opening battle went smoothly because I have the zombies' tactics now. I messaged Jin Sonon first, telling her not to be cheap with money to keep her vehicle in ghost mode all night and lie low. Then I opened chat. One continuous wail, voices begging never to let furnace zombies close, telling everyone to drive and run rather than hold, wondering why tonight is so much worse, reporting 100-person groups buckling, offering heavy reward for canyon rescue, snapping back that no one can rescue when everyone is struggling to live, spreading word that even major factions are taking heavy losses because furnace zombies are undefendable, and headshots are useless. I post the furnace zombie characteristics I worked out, immediately pulling attention. The channel lights up that Master G is out, that they detonate after a headshot, that everyone should follow Master G and hit the legs first then the head, that these elite monsters are truly not meant to be fought by humans. Knowing the trick to handling furnace zombies gives the survivor channels a thin sliver of hope, but it does not change the shape of the night. Furnace zombies are only half of what is loose out there. The mad zombies are the other half, and most teams cannot stop a single elite, let alone the dozens swarming every camp at once. Less than half an hour into the dark, the regional chat lights up with collapse reports from any group under 10 people, and the ones still breathing are the big formations of 100 or more. I read the distress chatter on the public channel, the price tags climbing higher with every passing minute, and I know the math. The bigger the reward, the worse the situation, because by the time a group is willing to bleed out gold to a stranger, they are almost certainly bleeding out for real. I post a single line on the public chat saying I am taking distress calls, and my private inbox begins to swell. The volume is lower than the first 2 nights, but every order is a serious one, and one of them stops me cold. A group of 300 from the Great Star Troop is offering 300 gold coins and a C-grade talent overlimit gem. The item card is attached, a talent overlimit gem that when used, pushes a C-grade talent into overlimit awakening, growth type excluded. I almost laugh out loud at my own screen. The thing I have been waiting for, the permanent endgame upgrade, dropping out of the panic message at midnight. So this is what desperation looks like when it pays well. I confirm the order, throw the dilapidated van onto autopilot with auto-target attack live, and pour 70 gold coins and 90 parts into pushing the engine to level 5. The panel ticks up to 5.0 displacement, top speed 180 kilometers an hour, the absolute ceiling for a second-tier vehicle. The engine roars and the heavy armored chassis lurches forward, nearly 1,000 horsepower flattening the rugged plains, the speedometer pinning near 130. The lava zombies trying to converge are left behind almost at once. Only the mad zombies can keep pace, their long limbs twisting at impossible angles, and even they cannot land a hit on a target moving this fast. I ignore them. The coordinates put the canyon a dozen kilometers out, which means a few minutes, which means I am about to walk into a slaughter and either turn it around or trade 300 lives for a shiny rock. I prefer the first outcome. Inside the canyon, the picture is exactly what the distress message described, and worse. 300 plus survivors from the Great Star Troop are crammed against the back of a stone basin, only one narrow path leading out to the open plains. 3 defensive lines once strung across that path, 2 of them already overrun. Their leader, Lee Taehyung, sits in a second-tier combat vehicle on the front line, with cold sweat sliding down his temples, watching the third line bleed under a flood of furnace zombies and mad zombies. His captains crowd him for an update, asking whether anyone is coming. He tells them to wait, and the wait sounds to all of them like the polite word for dying. Then the panel pings on his end. Lee Taehyung's body goes rigid, and he tells them that someone has accepted the rescue. The captains light up at once, asking whether it is the Sinpung Group or one of the 3 major powers, the Battlefield Alliance, the Mountain and Sea Alliance, the Ghost Dragon Society. He gives them a bitter smile and answers that it is none of those. It is Ji Jiang. He says my name like it might still mean something. The captains stare at him like he has lost his mind, because they all know me as a lone wolf, the man who has been dropping survival guides on the public channel all night, and the idea of one person coming alone to save 300 reeds is either a miracle or a fraud. Lee Taehyung does not look any more sure than they do. He admits to himself that the Sinpung Group is 2 hours out behind 3 other contracts, and there is no holding this canyon for 2 hours, so a powerful lone wolf is the dead horse they are riding. He keys the radio anyway and tells the entire group that rescue is incoming. No one falls before dawn. Morale cracks open again. Bullets pour forward like they cost nothing, and his men start screaming back at the zombies, because at least screaming is not surrender. Meanwhile, I am still bouncing across the plains, peeling off wave after wave of furnace zombies. The mad zombie pack hanging behind me like hyenas waiting for a lion to bleed. The targeting radar cannot lead them, only locks linear targets, so I cannot pin them on the move. The thought of dragging this many maniacs into a packed canyon makes my temples ache. I grab my TRG-22 sniper rifle, walk to the rear shooting bay, and start picking them off one by one. Ballistic correction and eagle eye stacking to land a headshot roughly every 3 rounds. 2 confirmed dead, more than a dozen limping, and the pack finally decides I am not worth the chase and scatters. Free at last. I head back toward the cab. The cabin feels off the moment I step in, and I realize Danja is not where I left him. I dig through the back and find a tuft of white fur jammed in a sofa seam. I pinch it and lift, and the upside-down little dragon wriggles in my grip, eyes huge and pitiful. I tell him he is a mischievous dragon and a complete coward, that hiding the second a fight starts is no way to earn his keep. I dangle him by the tail and notice he is heavier than yesterday. The autocannon hammers again on the roof, and he shudders and whimpers. So I drop him back into the cushions, where he immediately burrows his head back into the seam. Fearless beast. Truly the dread of the plains. I am only a few kilometers out now, the silhouette of the low mountains rising on the horizon, and a smear of red light bleeding under them, the flicker of furnace zombies blowing themselves apart. I message Lee Tae-hyung, who tells me the line has just collapsed. A furnace zombie broke through and they had to abandon dozens of vehicles to retreat, and now the canyon has no fallback left. I tell him to hold for 2 minutes. He asks if I brought reinforcements. I tell him no, just me. His reply is silence. He probably thinks I am a scammer writing his panic out for the rescue fee, since every scammer in this game has been working that angle since night 1. I do not blame him. He sits inside his combat vehicle staring at the wall of fire that lights up half the canyon, the burning shells of his own vehicles, the warped figures of the elites prowling between them. Hell come to camp, and he tries to convince himself that maybe a powerful name like mine would not stoop to fleecing the dying. He is not convinced. His captains are screaming through the comms that the mad zombies have broken the 3rd line, that rescue still has not arrived, that they cannot hold. He clenches the mic so hard his hand shakes. Then my voice comes through every vehicle radio in the area on the public channel, the channel no one except the leader is supposed to speak on, and I tell every one of them to cease fire. Lee Tae-hyung almost jumps out of his seat, calling my name into the mic asking if it is really me. I confirm and repeat the order. Cease fire. His captains stare at the radio like the radio has insulted their mothers, because what does cease fire even mean with elites pouring down the throat of the canyon? Are you here to negotiate, big brother? Will the zombies give you face? Lee Tae-hyung himself tries to push back, telling me they cannot stop shooting or the zombies will simply walk in and slaughter everyone. I tell him a second time, and only a second time, to listen to me and cease fire. He bites his lip until he tastes blood. Then he gives the order in a voice gone hoarse. Every trigger releases. The canyon falls dead silent. What remains is the sound of the zombies themselves, the roars and the footsteps, a death countdown closing on the line at a sprint. 2 seconds of that, and every defensive position is overrun. The men inside the wrecked formations watch the elite swarm in and accept that it is over. Then a sound rises from outside the canyon, a sound so high and so sharp it cuts every other noise in half. The wave of it punches outward, and the zombies in the canyon freeze where they stand, then turn as a single body and tear out of the canyon at a dead sprint, the elite horde retreating like a tide pulled by the moon. Behind them lies only fire and twisted scrap and a lot of men who had closed their eyes and not died. It just left. The canyon takes a long second to remember how to breathe. Survivors clutch their chests and laugh and curse, and ask each other whether the foreign aid expert pulled a special item out of his pocket, because there is no other explanation for 100 elites turning around in unison. Lee Tae-hyung is the first to come back online, barking that the defenses need to be reset right now, because if the lure holds the canyon can survive this night just on the strength of a rebuild. The Great Star Troop scrambles, vehicles rolling through embers and ash toward the canyon mouth. What they see when they get there stops every heart in the formation. The zombies have not gone home. The whole horde is clustered around one fixed point on the plain, the burning glow of the furnace zombies turning the cluster into a vast ball of light, and the mad zombies are running circles around it like they have lost the scent of something they almost had. Hands jerk for triggers on instinct. Lee Tae-hyung howls them down before a single round flies. Off to the side, parked in the open, sits an armored RV the size of a truck. Beside it stands a single young figure looking at the writhing pack of elites with no apparent concern. They knew I had come alone. Seeing it is still another thing entirely. The courage of a tiger, the bearing of a dragon, the man who walked solo into the worst night of the apocalypse to fish 300 strangers out of the fire, and is apparently about to keep going. Lee Tae-hyung shoves his men into rebuilding defenses, while pinging me on private, telling me to get clear, but the spot I am standing in is suicide. I do not answer. I am still waiting. The noise ball keeps screeching, and the elites keep accumulating. Last few furnace zombies from the outer ring fold into the mass. The gathering tops out. I am not opening fire. Elites scatter under direct attack, and I would clip a handful and lose the rest, which would be a waste of the only setup I'm going to get tonight. If I do this, I do it once. I take a long breath, and the air around me starts to crawl with the slow hum of something invisible coalescing. A faint blue light kindling in my eyes, lightning arcs jumping along my skin, my hair and clothes lifting in the field. Above the zombie cluster, the air begins to warp and shimmer, the energy ripple of lightning collecting at altitude. I mutter that this move has a brutal wind-up, because it does, and it is eating every scrap of stamina I built back at dinner. From the canyon mouth, the Great Star Troop is staring open-mouthed at the sky. At 100 meters above the pack, lightning has begun knitting itself into a vast moving lattice, the bolts thickening, weaving, until a glowing canopy spans the sky like someone has thrown a net across the night. The noise ball cuts out. The plane falls silent. Every elite head swivels toward the canyon, locking on the men inside and the lone figure outside, and the horde shakes itself for one final charge. My eyes blaze. Thunder curtain. The lattice drops. The thunderclap rolls out across the plain, and the canopy collapses straight down, lightning splitting outward in sheets, the grass turning to scorched glass in a wide circle. Every furnace zombie and mad zombie inside the radius is hammered to the ground at once, paralyzed, charred, but not quite dead because the area is too wide and the energy too spread out for a clean group kill. I expected that. A skill that locks down 100 elites in one cast is a divine skill at this stage of the game even without the kill bonus. I exhale a tired breath, walk back into the dilapidated van, and pull the rocket-propelled grenade launcher out of storage. The men at the canyon mouth have completely shut down. The visual was too much to process. A few seconds in, the canyon erupts. Holy crap, GA is a monster, lightning type and honest-to-God lightning type talent. The kind that is supposed to belong to legend along with ice. Even Lee Tae-hyung swallows hard. Elemental talents are already the rarest tier, mostly limited to gold, wood, water, fire, earth. And a C grade in any of those is already a team's prized asset. Lightning is myth, and here I am casting it in front of 300 witnesses. Now they understand why I came alone. The elites are not dead yet, only paralyzed. Their bodies twitch on the ground as they try to crawl, the arcs still skittering across them, keeping them flat. I tell the Great Star Troop on the public channel that they can open up now, and Lee Tae-hyung finally exhales the breath he has been holding, and gives the order. Rifles and pistols rip into the charred mass at range. They sound impressive and accomplish almost nothing, because they are too far back and their bullets cannot punch through what is left at that distance. So I light up the radar. The dilapidated van's autocannon snarls, 6 barrels chewing at 6,000 rounds per minute, every burst flagged on a different paralyzed mad zombie. With their defense flattened by the lightning, with the autocannon firing from a height advantage onto fixed targets, the gun turns into a battlefield lawnmower, single target lethality eclipsing everything the Great Star Troop is putting out. The killboard scrolls, Mad Zombie Elite killed, plus 2 gold. Mad Zombie Elite killed, plus 2 gold, Crazy Corpse Nail plus 1. I shoulder the rocket launcher at the same time, send a rocket whistling into the cluster, watch the fireball blossom, then reload and send a second and a third. The booms roll across the canyon mouth. By the time the Great Star Troop registers what is happening, half of them have quietly put their guns away. They cannot snatch a kill. An elite is 2 gold, and the bullets they would burn to grab one cost more than the bounty. Around then, the dead furnace zombies start detonating in chain, the ground shaking, columns of flame climbing into the night. Killboard scrolling furnace zombie elite killed, plus 2 gold again and again until the count blurs. A few breaths later, the area is a sea of fire and broken limbs. The battle ends so cleanly that the Great Star Troop collapses where they stand, sitting in the dirt and staring at the distant flames as if watching a bonfire on a holiday. One of them sighs that he finally understands why GA turned the Sinpung group down. With strength like that, anyone would solo. Another wishes out loud that I were in their group, so they could eat meat and drink soup off my plate. The third tells them both to wake up and be grateful they survived. Living another day, they all agree, is profit enough. I drive the dilapidated van around to the canyon mouth. Up close, the armored beast finally registers as what it is. Not a truck, but an RV. Streamlined metallic armor and a 6-barrel autocannon on the roof that broadcasts money the way a luxury watch does. With the lightning talent on top of that, the entire troop is reduced to one shared question. How can a person be this strong? The RV settles at the canyon pass and I step out. Lee Tae-hyung moves first, both hands out, telling me that the entire Great Star Troop owes me their lives. I wave him off and ask him to drop the formalities. He reads me quickly, opens a trade, transfers the 300 gold coins and presses the 300 gold coins and presses the 300 gold coins and presses the C-grade talent over limit gem into my hand. I take the crystal, watching it catch the firelight. Endgame product. Not a temporary boost, a permanent maximum enhancement on a C-grade slot in the talent tree. One of his captains slides in smiling, offering me good wine and good food in the troop's name. I tell him there is no need, I still have business tonight, and turn to ask Lee Tae-hyung whether the troop keeps a blacksmith. The room goes a little awkward at the word. He shakes his head with a small bitter smile, telling me they used to have one but he was poached by the Battlefield Alliance, and he apologizes for disappointing me. I tell him I see, and that there is nothing to be done about it. He admits helplessly that a small group cannot retain talent. It was not just the blacksmith. Several of his higher talent members have already been pulled away by larger groups, and he does not blame them for chasing better odds. He privately admits to himself that after tonight he may need to consider folding the troop into a larger formation. The 5th night gutted them. The 6th and 7th he cannot even picture. The matter is settled. I have no reason to linger. I buy 7 forging materials from the Great Star Troop at the going rate of 10 gold apiece, then pull the RV out of the canyon. The peak of the night's outbreak has passed. The regional chat puts the area's survivor count stable at a little above 70,000 after the steep drop. I decide not to pick up any more contracts. Thunder Curtain hollowed me out and I need to rest. I set a cruising route at random, leave auto-target attack live, walk to the back, and drop onto the sofa. Not a bad night's work. Just over 500 gold coins clear, plus the C-grade limit break gem. The material drop rate on the other hand is bleeding. I am starting to notice that the more elites I kill in a tight window, the lower the drops slide. Tonight I took down better than 90% of the elites in that pack, nearly 100 kills, and walked away with 6 forging materials. Compared to wild monsters, that is brutal. I really do need a blacksmith I can work with long term. I still have 3 forging tools left and I want to gamble them all on Moon's Blood in one. Push. I pull the first tool out of storage. The heavy iron furnace drops into the open floor with a thud. I drop Moon's Blood inside. Forging progress is sitting at 71% and I am not sure 3 attempts will be enough to upgrade it. Past experience says Crazy Corpse Nail and Flameheart push the lowest gains, so I save those for the end and load a Mantis Blade first, pulled from a young zombie mantis I killed in the grassy sea the day before. The furnace hums to life. 10 minutes later there is no golden flash in the window, only a soft ping. Forging successful. Moon's Blood progress plus 10%, total at 81. Not bad. I drop a Tree Spirit Heart from a Tree Spirit kill into the second tool. Another 10 minutes, plus 12%, total at 93. I clap my hands. This one will max it. Last tool. I drop in a Crazy Corpse Nail and hit start. The furnace hums, the red light glows, and halfway through the cycle the window flares from deep red to dazzling gold. I raise an eyebrow. Big success. The timer hits 0 and the panels stack up. Lucky critical hit on the forge. Big success. Progress plus 7.7, total at 100.7%. Upgrade triggered. Rare grade to precious artifact grade. The blade is wrapped in gold light from edge to tip. I reach in, my fingertips brush the light, and it crumbles into sparkling dust to reveal the long knife beneath. To my delight, Moon's Blood now comes not just with a blade and hilt, but with a scabbard, gilded with red patterns. Finally, a scabbard. I grip the metal-textured sheath and slowly draw the blade. The new Moon's Blood is 1.2 meters long, noticeably heavier, the edge shimmering, the black and red patterns down the blade matched by a cold and stark aura. The new panel rolls up, naming it a growth weapon, precious artifact grade, infinite durability, modification devices super edge sharpening at level 2, and lightweight at level 5. Forging progress reset to 0.7%. The exclusive skill makes my heart stutter. Life drain, passive, a kill with this weapon carries a 1% chance to add a random constitution gain anywhere from 0.1 to 5 points, and every hit on an enemy stacks 1% critical hit rate that resets only when a critical lands. A second exclusive skill unlocks at Mystic Treasure level. The flavor calls it a gift from the Goddess of the Night. Forged from meteoric iron and Moon's bloodstone, the dust wiped clean, the crimson moon's edge poised to reflect blood and flame again. A friendly tip at the bottom adds that big success rates vary by user, and a good blacksmith helps you get the most out of your materials. Kill enemies to gain attributes. For real, there is no cap on this feature. The 1% chance reads as low until I imagine what it looks like at scale, then it reads as terrifying. The 0.1 to 5 point random range bothers me a little. If this turns out to be the kind of probability table that loves the floor, I am going to have words with the goddess. The forging experience required for the next stage has also gone up tenfold. I do the math on what it will take to advance Moon's Blood again, more than 100 crazy corpse nails, more than 1,000 gold coins and raw materials alone, and that is before the blacksmith's cut. As usual, I sigh, grab a change of clothes, and step into the bathroom. Cold mountain spring water pours over my head, the distant rattle of machine guns, and the muffled thump of detonating furnace zombies pulses in my ears, and I feel sharper than I have in days. I scrub off the night, change, drop back onto the sofa, and crack the rear viewing window so my hair can dry in the breeze. As the night deepens, the temperature finally breaks. The day's oppressive heat is gone. The zombies thin out alongside it. Where I was killing 20 or 30 in an hour at sundown, I am down to a dozen, and by close to midnight a zombie sighting is rare. The 5th night is over. I find a small stream, park the RV, top up the water tanks. My expression sharpens. I rub my hands together and open my backpack. Things are about to get crazy. I open the panel and savor the totals. My inventory reads 2,172.5 gold coins, a kit that includes my modified level 2 sniper rifle, 1 rifle, 2 pistols, a longsword, a short dagger, 700 universal ammo, and 1 cicada wing armor at precious artifact grade. The tools rack carries an excellent grade iron pickaxe, a machete, a grappling hook. The materials shelf is fat for once. 281 parts, 51 steel sheets, 132 leather, 10 alloy, 10 super wood, 1 rare armor core, 15 crazy corpse nails, 12 flame hearts. Food is solid, 31 fresh fruit, 15 high-grade bread, 11 high-grade instant food, 20 functional drink, 5 energy bars, 7 cola. Talent fragments sit at 1 C grade, 1 B grade, 1 A grade. After the night's battle, I have cleared more than 300 elite monsters between the canyon and the rest of the run, plus the Great Star Troop payout, which puts me close to 1,000 gold from the action alone. Then my kill count title bonus pays out 336.3 gold on top, and the total balloons to 2,508.8. My lips curve. I have never fought a battle this rich in my life. Time to bleed the wallet. I open the exchange and slap down purchases for 500 parts and 500 steel sheets in one breath. The market prices on the 2 critical materials are stable, parts holding at 0.8 gold each, steel sheets at 0.2, 500 gold gone in a blink. Back in the first stage, that stockpile would have lasted me weeks. Now I buy what I need and worry about cost later. Once the materials drop into my inventory, I pull up the vehicle panel. The heavy armored RV is sitting at second stage, top speed 180 kilometers an hour. Durability holding at 100% and slowly bleeding off, fuel down to 1.5 units. The upgraded components stack up like trophies. Shooting compartment fixed, tires and seats both maxed and replaceable. Machine gun turret at level 2, external armor at level 2, targeting radar at level 2, engine at level 5, chassis at level 3, central control panel at level 3, power generation device at level 2, refrigerator at level 2, refrigerator at level 2. Total level 26. Vehicle advancement needs 1,500 gold, 400 parts, 5,000 steel sheets, 100 alloy, 1 armor core, and a component total of 50 or higher to unlock. The evaluation flatters my heavy armored RV as a powerful chassis that crushes enemies on contact while still keeping a comfortable lifestyle. All the must-haves are done. What I need now is to push the total level to 50 by the cheapest path I can find. Then trigger the advancement. I get up and walk the RV looking for cheap stat points. The gas stove on the marble counter in the kitchen jumps out first, a component I have been ignoring forever. Like tires and seats, it is already at max level, so the only thing left to spend on is replacements. I drop 3 gold and 2 parts on the cheapest gas stove set the exchange offers, top off 1 unit of fuel, and the gas stove level lights up. I am too lazy to cook on most days, so it will probably do nothing but gather dust. But the level is the level. Next stop, the sofa. Its base material is fabric, and there are only 2 upgrade paths. Ordinary artificial leather at 15 gold and 10 leather, or Napa leather at 35 gold and 20 leather. Compared to what I am about to spend on the rest of the night, this is pocket change, and I sit on the sofa more than I do almost anything else. I tap Napa leather without thinking twice. A white flash washes over the cabin. The ordinary 2-seater fabric pad melts away, and a textured leather couch replaces it. I plop down. The cushion gives in just enough to cradle me, the back holding firm, and I close my eyes and exhale. Money really does fix things. I cross to the bed and almost lose my temper on sight. Danja has climbed up onto my mattress and is sprawled across it, dead asleep, a wet patch beside him on the sheet. The damned little dragon peed on the bed. I reach down and pick him up. He startles awake mid-grip, thinks it is another fight, starts thrashing to escape until he sees my face, and his tail droops in relief. I ask him if he peed. I throw him back onto the bed and point sternly at the wet mark. He does not understand a word. He grunts, climbs off the bed, picks up his giant milk bowl in his teeth, drags it over with great effort, and looks up at me with the most expectant eyes a tiny dragon can mount. I give up. I crack open 10 cartons of pure milk, mash in a handful of fresh meat buns, stir the slop together, and let him eat. This dragon is going to ruin my life, and I have already accepted it. Back at the bed, I check the upgrade tree. The bed is a full set swap, 3 tiers, ordinary, elegant, and luxurious, each including mattress, sheet, pillow, and quilt. I pick the middle option, elegant, for 30 gold. The bed glows, the original coconut palm and spring mattress giving way to natural latex over zone springs. The pillow and quilt and sheet upgrading from coarse cloth to natural latex, silk, and long staple cotton. I try it. Soft, supportive, a touch cool to the skin. You really do get what you pay for. A bed like this deserves a maid coaxing me awake and a butler in a tuxedo announcing that young master, dinner is served. I am exhausted, and I lie there longer than I should, drifting on the edge of sleep, before I drag myself up after 10 minutes of procrastination. After the bed and the sofa, only one comfort feature is left in the cabin: the full car interior. This is the main event. Not just cosmetic, it is the only upgrade that grows the vehicle's footprint without an actual tier advancement. I pull up the panel. Level 1 interior gives the living and storage areas a renewed material upgrade, layers in sound and heat insulation, and adds half a meter to length, 0.2 meters to height, 0.3 meters to width. The cost is 50 gold, 50 parts, 50 leather, 1 superwood. I have everything on hand and I click upgrade. The RV emits a soft white glow and the whole body begins to expand proportionally, like it is growing. 1 minute later, the glow fades and the cabin has been completely transformed. The living area floor is now peach wood with a clear, wear-resistant glaze. The walls have taken on a space gray coating that plays beautifully against the floor color, sliding the whole space toward high-end and elegant. The direct lighting has been replaced with hidden lighting, soft and full instead of harsh. The extra inches in every dimension have opened the cabin up, the cramped feeling completely gone, and the place is suddenly quieter. The outside wind barely reaches in. If a lava zombie detonated nearby, the cabin's interior temperature would not climb the way it used to, worth every coin. I look at the second tier. Level 2 interior adds a wine cabinet, a bar counter, and a 52-inch 8K resolution television, deepens the insulation, and tacks on another half meter, 0.2 meters of height, and 0.3 meters of height. The cost is 70 gold, 70 parts, 70 leather, 1 level 1 chip, and 2 super wood. The price is steeper but still inside the comfort zone. I buy a level 1 chip and hit upgrade. Another white flash washes over the RV. The cabin, expanded twice in a row now, has become a real space. Even the driver's seat is larger. The new wine cabinet, bar counter, and the wall-mounted television reshape the layout into something coordinated, almost designed. I nod at the result. It feels like a star-rated hotel. I sit on the new leather sofa, cross my legs, and tell the panel to turn on the TV. The 52-inch screen flicks alive. No ads, no apps, no internet handshake, just a clean and practical client interface. The categories include television series, movies, variety shows, even novels and short dramas. I run a search. Almost every popular film and television work from my previous life is here. Highest definition, uncensored, no buffering. On a whim, I search for some less mentionable things. There really are some. This television alone is worth 70 gold. I turn it off anyway. There is still work to do tonight, and I am not the kind of person to surrender to pleasure on a deadline. I check the level 3 details. Level 3 interior unlocks a secondary vehicle, unlocks a sentry robot, deepens insulation further, and adds a full meter to length, 0.4 meters of height, and 0.6 meters of width. The cost is 300 gold, 300 parts, 300 leather, 1 level 2 chip, 5 superwood, and the panel kindly reminds me that I cannot upgrade because I am still a tier 2 vehicle. So level 2 interior is the cap until I advance. Fine. A tier 3 vehicle that mounts a secondary vehicle though, that is huge. Moon's Blood's passive has me committed to close combat now, and rolling the full RV into every fight is going to get clumsy. A secondary vehicle would let me peel off and engage on foot or on a smaller frame, and the sentry robot, whatever firepower it brings, is going on my shopping list. I am very much looking forward to it. Total level after the interior push climbs to 31. I keep walking the cabin and find the air conditioner at level 2 and the refrigerator at level 2, both cheap to max. I push each 3 levels and both land at level 5. Both top out. Both are essentially flex. The level 5 air conditioner runs a cooling and heating sweep from 8 to 45 degrees Celsius on 30 horsepower of input, capable of turning the cabin into a walk-in refrigerator if I let it, and devouring power to do it. Useful in extreme weather, ruinous on the generator the rest of the time. The refrigerator becomes a 618-liter double-door 4-zone monster with automatic disinfection, deodorization, super fresh locking, and ultra-fast freezing. It can hold a great many dishes and a great many cola. That is its purpose in life. Total cost on the pair is 300 gold plus another 100 or so in materials. Cheap. Total level rolls to 37. Why am I still 13 levels short? Where is that supposed to come from? The engine is already maxed. The chassis, the external armor, the power generation device, and the targeting radar are all gold sinks, and the 1,000 plus I have left would only push each up a single level, which is nothing. I want to save real money for the autocannon, so I need to find a hidden lane somewhere on this RV. Oh, the wheel hubs. I jump out and walk the body, and sure enough, the proportions are wrong. After 2 interior expansions, the frame has grown noticeably. The chassis and external armor have scaled with it, but the hubs have stayed where they started. The RV is now a turtle with a giant shell perched on stubby little legs. The upgrade panel obliges. Path 1 swaps the 17-inch traditional steel hub for a 21-inch low-carbon steel hub, brings the brake calipers up to match. Double strength drops weight by 10%, and bumps braking by 10%. 3 gold, 3 parts, 10 steel sheets. I do not even read it twice. I click upgrade. The hubs swell, the tires inflate to match, the chassis lifts off its low slouch. After that, I burn through the chain in one breath. Low carbon steel to cast at level 2, cast to flow formed at level 3, flow formed to forged at level 4, forged to full carbon fiber at level 5. Maxed out direct, total cost 270 gold, 270 parts, 800 steel sheets, 1 alloy. The hubs hit a frankly excessive 45 inches with multi-spoke matte black paint and a set of red carbon ceramic brake calipers. The whole assembly broadcasting top-tier luxury car. Overkill on performance, but the level is the level, and the level is what I am buying. I walk the body a final time and find one more unlocked project. Headlights. With autonomous driving on, headlights barely matter. I throw a few gold at the cheapest LED high-power set just to light up the upgrade. Done. Every rushable slot is finally checked. Total level reaches 43. Now comes the part that hurts. I check the wallet. After all the materials and the trinkets and the maxed hubs, I am sitting just above 1,000 gold. I open the machine gun turret panel. 2 upgrade paths. Close-in weapon system needs 500 gold, 100 parts, 1,500 steel sheets, which converts to 880 gold all in. Flamethrower turret needs 350 gold, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, and 50 fuel, which at exchange prices of 25 gold per unit of heavy oil and 11 per unit of fuel, converts to a stunning 2,230 gold all in. What kind of firepower comes off a flamethrower turret to justify that price tag? I will table that thought for the day I have more turret slots. For practicality and cost, the close-in weapon system is the only call right now. Gold and parts are sufficient, but my steel sheet stockpile has run dry, so I burn 300 gold on 1,500 steel sheets from the exchange and click upgrade. The machine gun on the roof grows in a wash of white light, taking shape into a pure black-coated turret with 7 20mm caliber barrels. The barrel's 2 meters long, secured by a metal mesh, sitting on a rotary base the size of a small fortress. The moment the upgrade finishes, the entire RV visibly sinks a few centimeters under the new weight. The panel calls it a close-in weapon system at level 3, defensive turret type, a maximum firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute, 7 20mm barrels capable of pulverizing any life form below a super monster. Truly formidable, and truly expensive to feed. At 12,000 rounds per minute with universal bullets priced at 100 for 2 gold, this thing can swallow 240 gold of ammunition in a single minute of fire, which puts the cost-effectiveness of infinite bullets, suddenly, into a whole new light. I am going to need to collect more infinite bullets and more infinite durability. I check the exchange. There is exactly 1 infinite bullets listed, asking 500 gold. There are no infinite durability listings at all. I close the panel and sigh. These items are inherently scarce. The holders are not selling. The prices are climbing, and I am genuinely lucky I bought what I bought when I bought it. I step back and look at the transformed armored RV. Every upgradable slot is finally lit. Total level 44. A little over 200 gold left in the bag, which I plan to spread across the power generation device, the targeting radar, and the materials for vehicle advancement. The gold deficit on the advancement itself is going to be somewhere between 4,000 and 7,000. Whether I can push to a tier 3 vehicle before the next zombie horde is a question that gets answered tomorrow. It is 1 in the morning. The heat wave is gone, the deep night cool sliding over the cabin. I yawn my way back inside. Danja has finished his bowl of milk and discovered that the house is suddenly larger and prettier, and he is now ricocheting around it like a husky, leaving milk stains on every surface in a celebratory pattern. I watch him in silence. This damn little dragon is set for life. I pick him up and tell him to stop sprinting around like a 4-legged snake, that one of these days he is going to get stepped on and die without realizing it. He calms down a little, which is the best I am going to get. I notice in my hands that he is heavier again. His growth rate is genuinely absurd. I pry his mouth open and his milk teeth have already come in. Soon he will be eating meat, which will be easier because raw meat is everywhere on the plains and wild animals drop heaps of it. Without cooking facilities, I always just left it lying. By the way, I tell him, "Why can you not fly? You are a dragon. What is with the constant crawling?" He looks up at me with bright, clear, uncomprehending eyes. I stand up, lift him high over my head, and let go. The dragon does not fly. The dragon falls. He hits the floor with a quack. He gets up furious, bites the leg of my pants in retaliation, and bolts under the bed like a 4-legged snake. I let him sulk. He is too young to teach anything. Later, another yawn breaks out of me, and the day's exhaustion lands all at once. The RV is a mess. I do not care. I dial the air conditioner to comfortable, kill the lights, slide under the new covers. I had planned to study the C-grade overlimit gem tonight. Sleep takes me first. Morning. Soft sun on my face. Something is tugging at my collar. I crack my eyes and Danja is standing on my chest. Seeing me awake, he leaps to the floor, drags his milk bowl over, and waits expectantly. The clock reads 8. I stretch. The sleep restored every scrap of energy I burned last night. I get out of bed, prepare him a full bowl, but before he can dig in, I pick him up and stretch him out head to tail to measure. Almost 50 centimeters long. Yesterday at birth, he was under 20. He has grown that much in one day. I put him down with a sigh and let him eat his fill. I wash up, plate myself a hearty breakfast, Open the chat and eat while scrolling. The chatter is the usual mix. Thank heavens the weather is finally normal today. Last night was brutal. 500 holed up against a wall and almost did not make it. The zombies pulled back at the last moment. Tomorrow is the zombie horde. Develop while you can or you will not know how you died. A guild called God of Slaughter is recruiting water element talents to a guaranteed payday at Seanwell Lake. The Battlefield Alliance is still recruiting. 10 gold membership fee. Group merge is negotiable. Officer slots available. A guild called Daewon is recruiting truck survivors for 80 gold a day at the Black Mountain mining area. Someone immediately warns the channel that Daewon is a Ghost Dragon Society front. Get in and you do not get out. Plenty of survivors have been burned this week. Someone else is shocked anyone has the nerve to say so. The first answer is that the brother in question is the vice captain of the Mountain and Sea Alliance's 7th Squad. No wonder he is willing to speak. The mining area apparently coughs up a dozen horror stories a day. Then a Ghost Dragon Society loyalist drops in cursing the Mountain and Sea Alliance and threatening to slaughter on sight, warning the channel that anyone spreading rumors about the society should keep his eyes peeled in public. So the Cold War between the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the Ghost Dragon Society is sharpening. I do not give it more than half a thought. I sift through my private inbox next. Hundreds of messages have piled up over the past few days, and I have not had time to triage. Most are stale purchase requests, panic distress calls, recruitment pitches, all long past their relevance. Some claim to be selling good items. I open a few. All garbage that is already obsolete for me. I one-click clear the lot. Just then a friend's private message lands. Sender, Joe Soryong, from a few days back leader of the little convoy I pulled out of a high ground on the second night. He asks if I remember him, and tells me he has something I might be interested in hearing about. I tell him to go on. He explains that his guild leader bought a dungeon quest book off a member last night, that I probably have not heard of these yet, and that this one is going to blow my mind. It came out of a nightlight treasure box. He sends the details a moment later. Goblin Lair, quest book, dungeon level C rank. 5 tickets, sent as invitations to any survivor. Accepted invitations grant dungeon entry rights, and a joint clear, recommended ticket price, 20 gold per. The rating calls it a novice-level dungeon suitable for survivors who have passed the first round of survival tests and possess powerful strength, requiring full preparation before attempting, with an extremely high risk of death on a failed clear. A friendly reminder notes that personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. My eyebrow lifts. A C-rank novice dungeon, suitable only for survivors strong enough to walk through a zombie horde. Their definition of novice is a touch generous, but dungeon quest books are exactly the thing. I saw an S-rank Trap Dragon Great Marsh among yesterday's choices and assumed no one had opened anything in this batch yet, and now someone has. I tell Joe Soryong I am very interested. What is the plan? He gets sheepish and asks me, gently, not to take offense, but his guild leader still needs to interview me. Would I be willing to come to Twilight Canyon? He hurries to assure me the request is a safety check, that the guild leader's reputation is impeccable, that it is absolutely reliable. I tell him to send the coordinates. He sends them. I pull out without wasting a breath. On the way, he fills me in on the rest. Of the 5 slots, only 2 are confirmed. Lee Jungkook, leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and Gu Cheng-gu, captain of the Mountain and Sea Alliance's 3rd Squad. The rest of their cadres either did not meet the strength requirement or met it and refused the risk. So 3 slots have to be filled from outside. The matter cannot be advertised, so Lee Jung-wook pulled his captains together to recommend candidates, requiring reputation, character, and serious personal strength. Joe Soryong remembered me and put my name in, and that is what brought us here. He really is good at handling things. If this works out, I will find a way to thank him. I have all the strength I could ask for and no dungeon to spend it on. An offer like this falling into my inbox is the kind of luck I learned not to question. I am curious what a C-rank dungeon actually looks like from the inside. Twilight Canyon is over 100 kilometers out. I have barely set off when the dashboard flashes fuel low. I drop on 3 units and top up. The drivable range climbs from 98 kilometers to 338. After last night's overhaul, the RV is bigger and heavier, and its fuel consumption has scaled accordingly. 1 unit of fuel now buys only 80 kilometers. Lucky for me, fuel dropped today back to its normal price of 7 gold per unit. Otherwise, this run would have hurt. I drop the RV onto autonomous driving, walk to the back and pull out the C-grade Talent Overlimit gem. Yesterday ran too late to use it. Today is the day. The moment I focus my gaze on the gem, the usage prompt fires. Warning, talents that undergo Overlimit Awakening are permanently fixed in the talent tree, cannot be unequipped or replaced. Please consider carefully. Permanent. Right. Let me think. My 2 C-grade talents are Elementary Body Technique and Eagle Eye. Elementary Body Technique is the all-purpose close combat enhancer. Faster, more agile, sharper reaction, better evasion, sneakier, no glaring weakness. Even an idiot would call it a winning pick. Eagle Eye is more specialized, useful for long-range close combat, intel work, but it asks more of my combat IQ and burns stamina hard on a short active duration. I pick Eagle Eye. The bait of Elementary Body Technique is the prefix, elementary, which means a more advanced body technique is sitting somewhere downrange. And if I overlimit awaken this one now and then later inherit a real upper tier body skill, the combat ecology overlaps and I will hate myself for the wasted slot. Eagle Eye does not have that ceiling problem. Use, I tell the panel. The gem shatters with a bang. A wisp of gold flies into the space between my brows. Clarity blooms in my head. Something I cannot describe surges into my eyes. The old Eagle Eye was like a pair of glasses I put on. The new Eagle Eye feels innate to my body, woven into me. The system pings. Talent Eagle Eye has successfully undergone overlimit awakening. A fresh panel rolls up. Talent Eagle Eye at C grade, overlimit awakening. Skill 1, penetration, an active that focuses my attention on my eyes, multiplies normal vision by 10, dynamic vision by 15, enhances visual stealth so I am less likely to be spotted by higher level enemies. Drains stamina, continuously while active. Skill 2, discern, a passive that lets my eyes more readily spot an enemy's weak points in a normal state. The flavor calls it the gaze of an eagle, beneath which even an enemy's most perfect combat form looks clumsy and full of openings. The active is sharply stronger. Multipliers up by 5 times across the board, and the new passive discern looks simple but is concise in a profound way. It is the kind of skill that scales beautifully into higher level fights, low ceiling on paper, ceilingless in practice. I crack the panoramic window. Outside, a wide plain of green grass runs to the horizon under good weather. I focus on my eyes and penetration kicks in. The world snaps into a clarity that feels like a high-speed motion camera mounted to my face with a wide-angle lens grafted on, and I can clearly see the wings hidden beneath the body of a cricket as it jumps in the grass. Not bad. I grab an iced cola from the fridge, drop back onto the leather sofa, turn the TV on, and let the journey roll. By 10 in the morning, I am parked at the legendary Twilight Canyon. The land here rolls in low folds, forests woven with winding streams, the flora lush and bright. 2 colossal mountains stretch into the sky ahead, their rift cut as cleanly as if a giant sword had split them open, forming a smooth fracture zone. The mountains are too vast to take in, their summits hidden in cloud and mist, their actual scale unknowable from where I sit. Twilight Canyon runs between them. Calling it a canyon is generous. It reads more like a small plain, open terrain, a complete ecosystem. The Mountain and Sea Alliance's camp sits on the periphery. The interior and the depths are buried in dense forests and fog, and no one has yet explored them through. I roll all the way to the camp. The Mountain and Sea Alliance has accepted nearly 8,000 members now. The vast majority are ordinary low-level survivors, but the weight of 8,000 bodies behind a single banner is real power. My RV gets stopped at the outer gate. The guards are sharp and ask for my pass. I ping Joe Soryong. He emerges a moment later. The crowd around the gate has caught sight of the RV and is openly staring. Holy crap, is that an upgraded truck? Why is it so huge? And what is that machine gun on the roof? That is not a machine gun, that is a cannon. The caliber is ridiculous. Who is this deity? Brother Soryong, who is the big shot in this car, please tell us. Joe Soryong waves the crowd back, voice sullen, his spine noticeably straighter than usual. He tells them to make way, that this is a distinguished guest Brother Jungkook personally asked him to invite from outside. He leads me in with the bearing of a man who has been waiting all week to be seen like this. The truth is, he is the most thrilled person at the gate. He just refuses to show it. A few days ago, I was a passing favor to him. Now he is escorting the kind of expert that even the cadres of this alliance cannot field. And his cannon, his RV, his tier 2 vehicle stacked who knows how many levels deep, are all stamping his name into the gate for him. Once a marginal cadre easily overlooked, he gets to feel for the first time the warm and specific weight of recognition. Did they see that? The big shot behind me. He knows me. Joe Soryong walks me through the rows of crude vehicles in the Twilight Canyon parking lot. And to my surprise, the Mountain and Sea Alliance camp has already begun growing a basic civilization on the open ground past it. Older survivors are cooking and sorting. The men frame the simplest wooden houses with rough beams, smelt steel sheets, and refined crude oil in stinking little stills. Joe Soryong says more than half the Alliance no longer sleeps in vehicles, that even rough huts beat a car. The place runs in clean order, and no wonder so many people drift into the Alliance. Their leadership has a method. He takes me to a large tent in the camp center where the legendary Lee Jungkook waits, square-faced and steady in camouflage vest and tactical gear, the presence of a former soldier. Joe Soryong introduces me, and Lee Jungkook stands, shakes my hand, and explains that since vehicles cannot enter the dungeon, he still needs to gauge my personal combat strength. He has interviewed more than 10 people this morning and only 2 have passed. I stroke my chin and lay out my kit, a Barrett and rocket launcher with ammunition, plus solid close combat to handle elite monsters. He slaps his hands together, 2 of the most practical special weapons, both with ammo, instantly approved. We pass through the tent rows to a bonfire rest area where staff grill meat and squeeze juice around the clock for frontline fighters. 3 people sit on wooden stumps, 2 women and 1 man. Lee Jungkook introduces me as the last of the 5. He gestures to a graceful woman in her 30s, whose dark hair is pinned up, an attractive young wife elegance underneath her tactical gear. telling me this is Captain Gu Changgu of the Alliance. She smiles and nods. He turns to the man with the arrogant set to his face and tells me this is Hyo Deok, a Sequence 4 top expert of the Sinpung group. Hyo Deok flicks me an expressionless nod and asks Lee Jong-guk when we depart. Immediately, Lee Jong-guk says, and he turns to the last seated woman to introduce her, telling me she was recommended by Captain Gu and is, like me, a lone wolf expert. We speak in the same instant. I say it is her. She says she does not know me. I freeze and look at her, and her eyes slip aside. Was she really still that vengeful over one ignored chat reply? Lee Jong-guk catches the friction, clears his throat, and tells us to trust each other and be comrades who can fight back to back. He sends the dungeon tickets one by one at cost price, 20 gold a head, which is practically free, and as the key organizer he is being absurdly generous. The ticket pops in front of me. C rank, Donggu Mountains, objective annihilate all goblins. 5-hour time limit from entry. Automatic reward distribution by score ranking, with the friendly warning that timeout means no rewards, no teleport, and only manual exit. Lee Jong-guk claps and tells everyone to gather at the camp gate. A few minutes later, the rumble of engines rolls in. Ha Juzhong's heavy motorcycle, Gu Changgu's plain executive sedan, Hyo Deok's armored off-road with a light machine gun on the roof, Lee Jong-guk's rare tank vehicle, and my armored RV with a close-in weapon system sitting black and hulking on top. The moment they get a clean look at my roof, the rest of them freeze. They can wrap their heads around the armored RV. The other thing is the problem. Hyo Deok has been leaning out his window with a cigarette, playing the cool number 2, parked right behind Lee Jong-guk's tank. He stares at the absurd 7-barreled tower on my roof, falls into ugly silence, and presses a button. With a soft whir, his cute little roof-mounted light machine gun retracts back into the cab. Even Lee Jong-guk's eyebrows climb. He knew my vehicle was high level, not ridiculous to the point of a close-in weapon system on the roof. His tank generates one shell every 25 seconds at the smallest caliber, 85mm, and in raw firepower his shell is arguably weaker than a 7-barrel 20mm cycling at full song. For a lone wolf to climb this fast in a handful of days, the strength is off the charts. He is curious whether my ammunition is auto-generated and what the reload runs, but those details, like talents, are personal secrets. The convoy moves out in formal order. Behind our 5 rolls more than a dozen escort vehicles led personally by an Alliance captain. The guard team assigned to camp at the dungeon teleport point and wait for our return. A little over an hour later, we reach a mountain range close to the Black Mountain mining area. I have changed into a tactical suit, the Barrett and rocket launcher slung across my back, the moon's blood on my left hip, the Desert Eagle in the right side pistol pouch. I switched out the sniper rifle for an AK at the last second, because the sniper's durability is running thin and the AK is cheap, a fire-starting stick I can toss if it runs dry. Before stepping out, I set 2 large bowls of food for Danja so the little dragon will not lose his mind from hunger. The 5 of us dismount fully geared, and Lee Jong-guk announces roles in a solemn voice. He takes Vanguard, Gu Changgu support, Hyo Deok melee skirmish, Ha Juzhong defense and offense, me long-range output. I raise my hand and tell him I can also handle close combat, that I want to use the moon's blood to farm monsters and stack the attribute proc. They catch my belt blade for the first time and chuckle. He tells me not to worry, that both he and Hyo Deok are strong in close range. Just focus on long-range support. Mention of close combat throws Hyo Deok back into his element. A smirk crawls up his lips, and he leaks his own aura on purpose. He has pegged me as the kind of fool who poured every gold coin into his vehicle. Of course you can't tell who the strongest one is at a glance. Ha Jusong stays cool, but her gaze settles on the moon's blood at my waist and lingers there, openly curious. Lee Jong-guk turns to the captain in charge of the escorts and tells the older man it is on him out here. Old Ju laughs and tells the commander not to worry, that they will keep the vehicles airtight, that he should clear the dungeon in peace and not even a fly will get past. Lee Jong-guk nods, draws a deep breath, and taps activate dungeon operation. A teleportation array glowing with runes blooms beneath everyone holding a ticket. White light pours up. A mysterious energy wraps our bodies, and the next second the scene changes wholesale. We come to inside the depths of the Donggu Mountains, dense mountain forest, animal skeletons stripped white across the grass, leftover limbs and innards in random heaps. The stench layers blood, decay, and the foul goblin smell into a single putrid blanket. A synthesized mechanical voice arrives in our heads, telling us a survivor's strength has been detected as exceeding the dungeon standard, and asking whether we want to activate Abyss mode, noting that Abyss doubles dungeon difficulty and doubles rewards. Hyo Deok bursts into a laugh and says it figures. A C-rank dungeon is nothing, that our strength is already past standard. Just slaughter the place. He almost said my strength, then tacked on the others to save face. Inside, everyone's thought is identical. Lee Jong-guk thinks it must be her. Gu Changgu thinks it must be them. I think one of us is the strongest, but I will not say which. Lee Jong-guk asks. Nobody walks away from doubled rewards in the early game. Hyo Deok hits activate. I hit activate the second after. Are you kidding? This is double money for free. Ha! Jusong and Lee Jong-guk follow. Only conservative Gu Changgu hesitates, but seeing the line she has no choice and falls in. Unanimous. The prompt locks in. C-rank Dungeon Goblin's lair on Abyss mode is active. Countdown ticking from 4 hours 59:59. Lee Jong-guk waves us in and we infiltrate the skeleton-strewn forest. Bones crunch under our boots. Then strange cries reach us from ahead. The group glides up to the rim and parts the grass. The sight on the other side spikes the hair on the back of my neck. Down in the vast basin, skeletons heap in literal mountains. Ferocious green-skinned figures move between filthy semicircular wooden huts. Dead in the center, the corpse of a giant beast sprawls, tens of meters long, fur stripped, and a crowd of goblins celebrates and feasts on the flesh and bones. Some hoist a length of large intestine like a trophy, others fight over the beast's eyeballs, some pile on top of each other mating and making the strangest noises. The whole scene knits into a grotesque monster feast that turns the stomach. The panel names them goblins, an evil species of the Donggu Deep Mountains who hate humans and elves on the belief that those two stole the blessings meant for goblins. Damn, exactly the stereotype. Why are these the size of grown men, ripped with muscle, almost all already armed? I shift my gaze to dozens of larger figures among them. Giant goblins at elite monster level, special variants that ate mysterious fruits, broke their growth cap, gigantized warning never to engage them head on. I count roughly more than 1,000 goblins with dozens elite. Is that all? A bit simple. Lee Jong-guk's eyes darken and he tells everyone to prep weapons and armor. Several pull armor and weapons from packs. Lee Jong-guk lifts a wide broadsword in his right and a shield in his left, the silhouette pure tank. Heo Diok slips into silver-white light armor and unsheathes twin swords, declaring guns are for kids and a real man plays with blades. Gu Changgu climbs into mobile armor heavier than Lee Jong-guk's and carries not a weapon but 2 enormous shields. How afraid of death can one person be? She catches our stares and mumbles she is the support. Only Ha Ju-song and I have no obvious change. Most of my weapons cannot fit a backpack, so they are already on me, and the cicada wing armor is under my clothes. Ha Ju-song came already in a black tactical suit similar in cut to mine, but hers combines defense and speed into rare-grade armor, an actual precious piece, while mine is cheap exchange floor gear. Lee Jong-guk feeds out battle orders, telling Heo Diok and Gu Changgu to anchor a formation with him, telling me to snipe elites from distance, telling Ha Ju-song to babysit me and create an output environment. The young woman folds her arms, lifts her chin slightly and tells me to stay behind her later. The tone is older sister protecting a little brother. As she says it, the air vibrates, and 2 rhomboid flying blades drift out of her belt and hover silently next to her, edges gleaming. I raise an eyebrow. Not bad, she actually has a psychic talent. I laugh and say all right. Lee Jong-guk plants his shield and sword in the dirt, and his big hand pulls 4 grenades off his waist. He bites the pins and hurls them into the basin. I lift the rocket launcher at the same instant, aim into the densest goblin cluster and pull the trigger. Tailfire blooms and the rocket launches. The goblins are still mid-celebration, and only when the rocket is on top of them do they look up. The detonation tears dozens apart, sending limbs and meat spraying. Gold +1 for each, doubled in Abyss mode. These ordinary goblins are big monsters at half a gold base, now doubled to a full gold ahead, and there are at least 1,000 here. Mopping the small fry can net me a small fortune. The goblin camp ignites with rage. Roars pour out. Every head swings around, and the moment they spot the human figures, the whole tribe goes mad. Stone axes and crude scimitars hoisted. Thousands of them charging the high ground. The ground trembles. Lee Jong-guk roars Gu Changgu's name. Her eyes narrow, light flares in her pupils, and notifications pop in front of us. Tree Spirit's Blessing C rank buff. Strength and defense up. Whisper of the Wind God D rank buff. Speed up. Dual buffs across wood and wind. This support talent is wild. My body lightens, strength and speed climb together, and a faint energy haze settles on my skin as the defense buff. Lee Jong-guk roars charge and breaks into a sprint. Mid-stride his muscles balloon and he gains another 2 meters of height out of thin air. He grips the sword two-handed and a single horizontal sweep cuts several goblins clean in half. Heo Diok leaps after him with dual swords flashing. Rated 4th inside the Sinpung group with metal element talent, golden light bursts from his blades and inflates their reach and edge, mowing the goblin horde like cutting vegetables. I do not rush trash kills. I fire another rocket, swap to the Barrett, sight a giant goblin and squeeze. The round punches its head into red mist. Giant goblin elite kill, gold +4, goblin fang +1. I work the bolt and fire a second shot, then a third. After I down nearly 10 elites, the broad goblin army reaches the foot of our high ground. Ha Ju-song's cold eyes do not move. The 2 flying blades by her side begin to tremble. With a clean metallic chime, they disintegrate into dozens of slender shard blades and shoot out like lightning. More than a dozen goblins go down in a single sweep. Then the shards swerve and weave through the horde, taking lives like mowing grass. She carves a vacuum zone around the two of us in the middle of an overwhelming tide. Only one giant goblin breaks through, body bristling with bloody wounds, roaring as it crashes in front of her and raising a fist the size of a water vat. Before the fist can land, its body floats off the ground. An invisible telekinetic grip wraps it. Its head shakes as if wrestling something, and then suddenly twists 360 degrees, even the neck skin spiraling like a pretzel. The body crashes to the dust. Her figure stays perfectly still, the high ponytail whipping in the wind, looking absurdly cool. Another giant goblin charges in, but the instant she raises her palm, an armor-piercing round comes screaming in and bursts its head into a rotten watermelon. She turns, annoyed, and tells me that was her kill. I stand, holster the Barrett, still chewing gum, and tell her what does she mean her kill. I aimed first. Stronger ones are coming and I am only worried she will not handle them. She is stunned and asks where the stronger ones are. I point at the giant beast corpse in the basin center and tell her to look at the wound on its neck, that the cervical spine is broken and the thing was smashed apart, and to ask whether these weaklings could have hunted a beast that size. Her face goes serious, but she cannot pick out the detail at the distance and asks how I saw it from here. I tell her my eyes are good, then I press my earpiece. Lee Jong-guk and Hyo Deok are fighting like peerless generals deep in the army, soaked in green blood, leaving heaps of corpses. Gu Chong-gu is fully encircled at the back, a knot of goblins hacking at her thick armor with stone axes and scimitars, but the blades clang harmlessly off. Her shield has a parry property. Every weapon that touches it bounces away. Any goblin that crashes into it goes flying. A few minutes in, and only a dozen elites are left, a fifth of the army cleared. Battle pressure starts to drop. Right when everyone thinks the dungeon is a guaranteed win, my voice goes out through the earpiece telling them to pay attention, that another boss should be on the way. The next second, a tremor rolls up from beneath our feet, and from beyond the basin, a sound like a mountain collapsing into a tsunami surges in. We turn and scan. Countless green-skinned ferocious figures have appeared in the forest at the basin's edge, frantically surging towards us, far too many to count by eye. Lee Jong-guk roars to fall back and shrink the combat circle, yanks his broadsword from an elite's neck, and turns to fight back. With wave after wave joining, our 5-person situation inverts in seconds, and the annihilation flips into a defensive grind. The one taking the most pressure is Ha-ju Song, who has to keep a safe vacuum around me for my output. Her pretty face goes taut, fully focused, beads of sweat on her fair forehead. I lock in on sniping elites, and whenever she starts to drown, I drop a close-range rocket to relieve her pressure. After bringing down 7 or 8 more elites and blasting nearly 50 goblins, I stop. Out of ammo. Just in time, Lee Jong-guk and the others fight their way back and the pressure plummets. He warns in a low, solemn voice that we are in for the long haul, that this new wave is at least 1,000. But the moment everyone resets to a numbers grind, oppressive footsteps shatter that illusion. A colossal creature explodes from the forest and appears at the basin's rim with terrifyingly fierce momentum. The shadow is nearly 10 meters tall, almost 3 giant goblins stacked. Its body bulges with rugged muscle, its skin overgrown with purple plant roots that have become its blood vessels, branching outward, dyeing its original green skin deep purple. It is hard to tell whether this is a supergiant goblin or a walking eerie plant. The panel calls it poisonous goblin with demonic vine parasite, super monster, explaining that demonic vines are a terrifying disaster plant whose toxic spores parasitize low-level creatures and drain them in days. But creatures with extraordinary constitutions can coexist with the spores and mutate into a new powerful species, a super monster. Some joke. Every one of us feels dropped into an ice cellar, cold sweat seeping non-stop. Even Hyo Deok loses his swagger, his blade hand trembling. Once a monster crosses into elite class, ordinary firearms cannot meaningfully damage it without sustained concentrated fire. A super monster is a tier completely beyond every elite, the gap wider than the gap from regular to elite. Survivors who meet a super monster have only 2 outcomes: escape or annihilation. Even 100-strong exploration ops are no different, and in this entire region not a single super monster has been killed on record. Looking at the new stream of goblins still pouring into the basin, our expressions go grim past the line. It looks like we really have to fight for our lives, Hyo Deok says with a bitter laugh. Who would have thought a so-called novice dungeon would be this terrifying? He remembers how excited he was to vote Abyss just now and wants to slap himself. Win or die. Lee Jong-guk stares at the terrifying figure and asks how much ammunition I have left. I casually toss the rocket launcher and the Barrett into the bushes and tell him it is all gone. The news hits them like a thunderclap. Hyo Deok's smile looks uglier than crying, asking what we do now. I weigh the moon's blood and tell him no big deal, I still have a knife. Hyo Deok cannot even retort, telling me to stop joking. He also has 2 knives, and what good are they? Ha-ju Shang's clear, cold voice cuts in, telling us to stop chatting because that thing is coming, that she is pulling back the defensive circle, and we need to clear the small monsters. Gu Chong-gu fusses, asking Zhu Shang whether she is going to do what she thinks. Zhu Shang tells her she will go contain it, that we clear the small fry first and then come help her. As she speaks, she looks at me, pulls a fist-sized object from her pack, and presses it into my arms, telling me she cannot protect me anymore, to be careful, and that if I cannot hold to use this to escape and find somewhere to hide. With that, her mind moves. The storm of shard blades around her snaps back to her front and reforms into the 2 flying blades. The girl springs into the air, the blades stick to her feet, and as her psychic power activates, she flies like a sword-wielding immortal straight over the dense monster sea, soaring toward the poisonous goblin. That is unfairly cool. I look down at the item she left me. Mist mushroom, consumable, that when crushed releases a heavy white mist. All monsters entering temporarily lose their 5 senses. No effect on humans. Duration 1 minute. My lips curl. Thoughtful, the goblin army crashes forward the second her defense vanishes, screaming bloodthirsty cries. Lee Jong-guk roars for me to follow them, raises shield and broadsword, and a charging slam sends 6 goblins flying. Gu Chong-gu pulls in close behind him. Heo Deok's eyes flash golden again, his twin blades reignited with metal element edge, and he charges into the horde. He turns mid-stride and shouts at me to hurry up, but the words die in his throat, because I am no longer where I was. A flash of blade light sweeps the horde beside them. Heads and severed limbs leap up out of the green mass with arcs of blood, like a chef shaking a pot of braised pork. Before any of them can process it, my figure is already deep in the enemy ranks, moving too fast to track, like a startled dragon weaving through monsters. The red-patterned long saber is unstoppably sharp. Before goblins' attacks land, heads are already in the air. Monsters fall in chains. The dense cluster on the side is more than half cleared in the blink of an eye. My killing efficiency rivals Haju Sang's flying blades. I cut my way to the front of a giant goblin. My figure ghosts past its palm strike, the saber stabs straight into its neck, and I ride the momentum and leap. The body spins in midair, the blade carves a perfect full moon, and the head separates clean. The cleanly cut neck spouts a fountain of blood, the body sways and crashes down. I land beside its corpse, shake my palm, and the blood flicks off the moon's blood. The blade clean again, edges pristine white as the moon. The smooth as flowing water slaughter of an elite monster leaves Lee Jong-guk and the others gawking, pupils trembling. Friend, weren't you a marksman? How did you pick up a knife and become a warrior assassin? Heo Dok panics and dives back into the horde. If he, a top 4 of the Sinpung group, cannot match a lone wolf junior who specializes in vehicles in close combat, where does that leave his face? Lee Jong-guk's old face flushes deeper, throws himself into the fight harder. The brawl enters its white-hot stage. The goblins are many and varied, but their defenses are flimsy. Numbers are exactly what I want. I am in a killing frenzy. Every kill speeds up my feel. After 70 or 80 kills, I finally trigger my first kill attribute. Gold +1, Moon's Blood Kill passive procs, Constitution +2.7. The range is 0.1 to 5, and I rolled 2.7, not some factory probability. A warm current surges through me and my stamina recovers slightly, which catches me off guard. The others are also in their slaughter rhythm, but just as the monsters visibly thin, an absurdly heavy thud hits the ground, muffled, like a war drum hammering inside our chests. We all look up. A green head, taller than the surrounding trees, is moving through the distant forest toward the battlefield. Trees buckle and snap. Dust kicks up from the ground. Under successive tremors, that terrifyingly massive figure finally shoves the trees aside with its palms and appears at the basin's rim. It is an enormous grass-green giant, 30 meters tall, with a slanted pointed nose, several meters long, bat-like triangular ears, and lantern-sized crimson eyes. Thick white mist hisses from its fangs and between its teeth. That is the King's Wrath. The panel for this nightmare opens in front of us. Goblin King, super monster, the only king born of countless years of goblin reproduction, capable of living several hundred years, peak strength reaching the top tier of super monsters, his tribes fanatical and bloodthirsty, a living nightmare for every other creature in these mountains. The Goblin King opens his blood-red mouth and lets out an earth-cracking roar. Rolling sound waves spread through the basin, and on the king's command, every goblin in the field falls into extreme frenzy. Weapons up, hoarse cries pouring from every throat. The goblin side's morale surges, and they charge with even more speed and even more insane posture. Ferocious figures from every direction nearly drowning Lee Jong-guk and the rest. How is this happening? A second super monster. Every one of us feels the trap close shut. This new Goblin King is clearly stronger than the poisonous goblin, pressing the field flat with sheer oppressive aura. Heo Deok is completely cracked, the arrogance long gone with the cold sweat soaking him, begging Commander Lee to escape. This damn dungeon has 2 super monsters. What kind of beginner dungeon is this? Lee Jong-guk's expression is just as grim, but he tells an escape is not an option. Even if we shake off pursuit, we still face the depths of the Donggu Mountains. And with just our few people crossing the whole range is fantasy. He cuts to me and Haju Sang over the earpiece, asking whether we have any ideas. She is weaving in the air with a snow-white longsword, dodging poisonous spines spraying off the poisonous goblin's body, occasionally diving him close and leaving a shallow line on its skin. The weapon's power is just too small. The best it can do is split the outer skin. Her delicate brows furrow. She tells us she will try to draw them, that we should clear the small fry fast. No sooner does her voice fall than the distant Goblin King suddenly moves. Despite the body, the speed is heart-shaking. The densely packed goblin offspring on the ground are pulped under the king's own feet, and within 2 seconds the king is slammed into her vicinity with overwhelming momentum. Another soul-stirring roar. She was about to retreat, but the sound waves pour like shockwaves into her ears and drop her into a brief daze. Her body sways midair, then steadies, but when she looks up again, a huge dark shadow has already wrapped her. Everyone screams a warning. With an awful boom, her figure is swatted out of the sky and sent flying. It is over. In a battlefield this dense, a downed combatant with no fight left has almost no chance. Of all of us, my position is closest to her landing spot, and I started moving before the strike landed. My figure ghosts through the horde, traversing a third of the basin in seconds. I leap and catch her in midair, steady. I land with her on one arm and the moon's blood in the other, twist, and slash horizontal. Blade energy crosses and cuts several approaching goblins in half at the waist. She coughs a thin spray of blood, her usually cold, beautiful face pale, clearly hurt past light. Both super monsters are charging our way. My brow tightens. A casualty caught me off guard. The strategy has to change. Lee Jong-guk and the others scream in the earpiece for me to run, but I do not move. I hold her against me, sheath the moon's blood with my free hand, and pull a noise emitter out of my backpack. After 12 hours of charge since last night, the first noise bomb is ready. I had planned to wait for a sharper opportunity, but the situation has burned through that plan. I pull the trigger. The noise bomb fires across the basin to the far side. 1 second. 2. Just as the goblin army starts to close and the two super monsters bear down, a tooth-grinding shriek explodes from the far end. The highly penetrating noise carries a sound wave frequency that drives the monsters into extreme irritation and hatred, and it floods the basin wall to wall. Every monster freezes. The Goblin King and the poisonous goblin roar, eyes filled with fury, swing around, and charge straight for the noise. The remaining thousands of goblins follow the king's footsteps. A guaranteed death sentence resolves clean. I tell the team over the earpiece that the noise will last about 5 minutes, that they should find somewhere to hide, that we will work everything out when I am back. With the girl clinging like a koala, I turn and leap into the mountain forest behind us. Lee Jong-guk and the others stare at the bizarre scene, completely stunned. A second ago, an unsolvable dead end. The next second, the situation flips smooth. He blankly asks what item I just used. I tell him no, that was my last resort. They should hide first and follow my command, that I will treat her injuries first. The panic in their hearts settles. After Hajisang went down, I have become the backbone of the team. Carrying her through the forest, her voice goes weak, telling me to put her down. I tell her not to move. I am looking for somewhere safe. Eagle Eye finds a secluded mountain cave with no signs of activity, and a few agile leaps land us inside. I set her down against the wall. Lee Jong-guk checks in. I tell him it is not a big problem, probably a fracture plus external wounds. I gently move her shoulder. Her body twitches, but she does not make a sound. The shoulder is the impact point, a direct hit from the king, her tactical suit heavily worn with blood seeping through. The armor is rare grade. If it had been common or fine, that blow would have killed her outright. Heo Deo cuts in, all swagger gone. He calls me Brother G and excitedly asks whether my item was incredible, because the monsters are circling the noise source and completely ignoring them, asking whether this is the moment to clear the small fry. Lee Jong-guk seconds the idea. I flatly refuse. Killing 100 ordinary goblins is meaningless. The real threat is the two super monsters. The noise grenades' pull on high-level creatures is very limited, and if we kick off their sustained pursuit right now, we will not even get a chance to catch our breath. Better to rest and eat recovery food. He agrees and asks if I want a first aid kit. Guchong jumps in and trades it to me. I open it on the ground, fully stocked with emergency tools, hemostatic bandages, and healing powders. The girl shrinks back and tells me she is fine. I tell her hurry, she is bleeding too much. I try to pull down a corner of her tactical suit, and an awkward problem appears. The thing is one piece. I freeze and ask whether she will handle it or I should. She closes her eyes, resigned, says nothing. I cough twice, then with the righteous expression of a man on duty, unbutton and lower the zipper for her. Even with the version of me I am now, the scene throws me for a half beat. She turns her head away and tells me not to look, ears burning hot. I tell her it is fine. I used to be a surgeon, that in our eyes a body is basically a piece of pork. Being described as pork annoys her, but the shyness eases. I disinfect with povidone iodine, sprinkle the special healing powder, and wrap bandages in tight circles. The bleeding stops the moment the powder hits, And the info says this stuff can slowly heal fractures and internal injuries too. A divine medicine. Tears well in her eyes from the burn, but she bites her lip and refuses to cry. Only when the wrap is finished does she glance down. The two of us are quite close, and she sees the man's face right there, profile serious and focused. I look up to tell her it is done. Our gazes meet, hers slips away, the red in her ears not faded. I ask her what is wrong. She tells me nothing, that she did not expect me to be a doctor. I tell her I was lying. She stares. I stand, pick up the moon's blood, tuck it into my waistband, and tell her she does not need to be in the fight anymore. I hand the mist mushroom back and turn to leave. She calls out and stands to follow, asking what I plan. I tell her how, just hack at them with a knife, unless she wants to bite them. I chuckle and tell her I am very strong too. She presses her lips. Was it just about pretending not to know me back in Twilight Canyon? This person really holds a grudge. She tells me she is going anyway. I ask whether she is sure. She tells me not to underestimate her. She has several mist mushrooms and is very good at escaping. I tell her all right, just fly higher. We walk slowly through the forest. As we walk, I eat a few energy bars and toss back 2 bottles of energy drinks. Several minutes have passed since the noise grenade's window. From here, we can hear the commotion in the basin's direction, the goblins searching everywhere. She whispers, asking whether we have to walk this slowly. I tell her walking fast will not work, that I cannot exert myself hard right now. I am building momentum. She notices the change in my aura, starts to ask. A lightning arc snaps across my body and disappears, then a second, then a third, then a rolling cascade. At this moment, I have already begun continuously gathering surging lightning energy within my body, and the energy required this time far exceeds what I used for Thunder Curtain. The commotion in the distance suddenly intensifies. The earpiece cracks with panic. Ji Jiang, they found us. Holy crap, they are coming for us. I ask their situation, whether they can escape. Lee Jong-wook hastily replies, it is just small goblins, no big problem. But the 2 super monsters are coming too. I tell him to circle back to the basin, that they need to hold 5 minutes, and I will handle the rest. He is anxious, sweating, asking what I am planning, that we can use the mist mushroom to escape the dungeon, if it is too risky. The earlier sliver of hope of clearing has been crushed by the 2 super monsters' approach, and especially by the Goblin King's aura blanketing the area. The Goblin King, a top-tier super monster, is on a completely different level from humans like us, who have only survived a handful of days. My ammo is exhausted. Ha Ju-song, a major force, is injured and out. How are we supposed to fight with just melee strength? Heo Deok tremblingly asks whether Brother Ji is really sure. My voice goes slightly deep. I tell them I do not know. I have not fought a super monster either, but I have to try. That they should hold 5 minutes and lead them to the basin. Lee Jong-gook grits his teeth and tells me he will gamble his life on those 5 minutes. He shouts at Gu Chong-gu and Heo Deok to push ahead and clear small monsters, that he will pull the aggro. He throws the broadsword away. Veins bulge, muscles balloon, his height climbs noticeably, and a battle cry rips out of him. He hoists the shield 2-handed and slams it into the ground. A vicious tremor spreads, an invisible wave knocks a dozen goblins flying, and the entire field's monster attention swings over to him. Under that much killing intent, he feels unprecedented pressure, picks up his great shield, turns, and runs. Come on, you beasts. He deliberately slows his pace, breaking the sprint into stutters so Heo Deok and Gu Cheonggu can clear a buffer behind him. Only when the monster footsteps draw too close does he burst into a sprint and escape. The 3 of them run a constant race against death through the forest, draining every drop of potential. All kinds of items and methods burn through. Hundreds of small monsters drop. 1 minute, 2, 3. After 4 minutes, Lee Jong-wook, covered in wounds and shattered armor, shouts go, and the 3 at their absolute limit cut and charge for the basin. On the other side, I am still walking slow, still building. My pupils glow with a dark blue lightning flame, and the arcs leaping off me are getting violent. Ha! Jusheng floats in the air in front of me, driving her flying blades, responsible for clearing any stray monsters. In truth, she does not even need to. Around me, a powerful, invisible lightning magnetic field has formed with me at its center. And unless the 2 super monsters personally arrive, even elite monsters cannot easily invade this lightning domain. She feels it. This is a lightning-type talent. She purses her red lips, covers the wound on her shoulder, and tells me she will go support them first. I tell her forget it. With her current mobility, she would be a hindrance. Just fly higher. She agrees and lifts. After several more minutes, I finish the accumulation. I look up at the figure in the sky and tell her to fly higher. She pushes herself tens of meters up, watching me below with nervousness and anticipation. I slowly exhale. The lightning energy inside has hit unprecedented saturation, and if I do not deliberately suppress it and release it all at once, it would turn everything within 100 meters into scorched earth. I slowly guide the violent energy in my body. The two lightning flames in my pupils blaze. The terrifying energy released instantly transforms into countless interwoven flashing lightning bolts, forming a dense lightning field centered at my feet. My robes flutter. Thick lightning arcs crack slowly, lighting my figure like a god. But this energy does not erupt with destructive power. It condenses onto my body. The dense arcs refine into wisps of pale blue condensed light, swirling around me, becoming flowing lightning plasma, rapidly taking shape. A long robe of lightning flames slowly unfurls on my shoulders, finally breaking into fragmented lightning fire at the ends. Hibernating thunder without form. Thunder fire robe. I am a thunder god descended, treading on lightning flames. Two clusters of dark blue flame burning to the corners of my eyes. I hold the moon's blood horizontal, waist and legs slightly lowered. I stomp. The next second, my figure transforms into a terrifying lightning streamline, streaking across the ground, crashing into the forest ahead, and heading straight for the battlefield. The shockwave from the motion knocks Ha Jusang off balance, hair whipping. Her eyes are completely stunned, only a dazzling spot left burned on her retinas. Lee Jong-guk and the others have retreated into the basin and run into an unprecedented massive encirclement. Dense monster figures nearly drown them. 5 minutes have passed and my support has not arrived. Lee Jong-guk has spent all his ability stalling but cannot escape the king's pursuit. A giant fist falls from the sky, the shadow growing into a sun-blotting blanket, and he can no longer dodge. He raises the shield two-handed and roars. With the giant shield in his hands, he is nailed into the muddy ground. His body screams in pain, blood flowing from all 7 orifices from the impact. Everything below his neck is buried. Only his bulging veined arms remain holding the shield up. If he did not have an A-rank physical combat talent plus rare-grade gear, that punch would have smashed him into meat paste outright. The king snorts 2 plumes of white smoke and raises his fist again. Gu Changgu screams at Heodiok to keep running while she saves the captain, burns an explosive acceleration item, flashes white to Lee Jong-guk's side. She plants 2 shields into the ground in a triangular formation. The heavy shields separate into layers, interlocking and rotating like fanned playing cards, forming a spiral-shaped circular fortress that envelops her and Lee Jong-guk completely. The king's fist slams down. The shields take the full pressure, durability dropping by 5%, but the rebound shakes the king back a step. He roars in fury and pounds with his fists, durability dropping another 5%. Inside, she urgently asks the captain if he is all right. He gurgles bloody foam and says he can hold on. She mashes her earpiece and tells me they are trapped. They can hold 1 more minute. Another heart-stopping tremor. No reply. Outside, Heodeok alone faces unprecedented pressure. Aside from the king, every monster is targeting him. He shrieks and runs for his life, twin blades glowing gold, while slashing without looking, while a swarm of goblins, giant goblins, and the super monster poisonous goblin chases him. The poisonous goblin roars, spraying poisonous thorns out of its entire body like a machine gun, sweeping at the fleeing figure. At the same time, the purple vine tendrils continuously fall to the ground, extending and winding like an endless supply of stretching venomous snakes. Heodiok is too focused hacking thorns to notice the vines at his feet. By the time he has cleared the spray, it is too late. The dense tendrils burst with speed and wrap him tight, slowly squeezing, lifting him up. A bone-jarring creaking emanates and he screams in extreme terror. Fortunately, the poisonous goblin has no intention of squeezing him dry. The vines loosen and bind his limbs, stretching him into an X shape. Damn it, even tentacle play is happening. He almost loses his voice. At that moment, above the earth, an invisible magnetic field seems to appear out of thin air. The sparse fur on the goblin's body stands on end. A deep blue lightning streak flashes out of the dense forest, with several thick arcs of lightning trailing like an enraged dragon. It tears a huge gap through the army and rapidly approaches the poisonous goblin from the side. The poisonous goblin has already opened its blood-red maw, sharp teeth dripping saliva, dark red mouth like an abyss, about to swallow Heodeok whole. He shrieks with his last ounce of strength for Brother G to save him. The swift shadow-carrying lightning shoots into the sky from a distance. A circle of lightning ripples explodes on the ground, instantly shredding dozens of nearby goblins. 10 meters, 20, 50. My figure reaches the highest point almost instantly, flips upside down in the air, lightning robes swirling like a startled swan. I grip the hilt in reverse, turning the slash into a stab. My entire aura erupts. A torrent of lightning explodes. I stomp, and a circle of airwave ripples actually forms in midair. My figure transforms into dazzling lightning. Like a dormant thunderbolt falling from the sky, it traverses tens of meters from sky to ground, striking the poisonous goblin's head. The lightning-glowing blade tip breaks through the vine skin, pierces the skull. The blade over a meter long fully embeds, and with the hilt pressed down, the immense inertia snaps its spine, forces its head down, and violently impales it into the ground. Lightning rages, the ground cracks, smoke and dust explode. Rumbling thunder echoes through basin and valley. The whole world seems to fall silent. The vines wrapped around Deok wither, and he drops from midair with a thud, pale face filled with the days of being scared past sense. He whispers that he is alive, dry cracked lips trembling, eyes staring at the huge shadow in the dust. That is the body of the poisonous goblin. It has fallen. A gust of wind blows, the dust clears, and a young figure clad in a tattered flaming lightning robe stands revealed. The figure slowly straightens, pulling the blood-red blade from the skull. It is him. He came. Deok's mouth drops open, a whimper escaping him, tears blurring his vision. Brother, sir, from now on, this Deok is your dog. Kill information drops. Super monster poisonous goblin slain. Gold plus 100. Magic vine spores plus 2. Doubled in abyss mode. Congratulations on completing the super monster area first kill. Additional reward gold plus 1000. Doubled in abyss mode. I am a little surprised. I did not expect even the crafting materials and first kill reward to be doubled. 1000 gold. The regular kill reward for a super monster is 50 gold, equivalent to 25 elites, so this poisonous goblin really does match that strength bracket. I scan the battlefield and meet the king's gaze across the distance. In that crossing of stairs, endless killing intent and battle spirit lay themselves bare. I want to press my earpiece and check the others, but my hand touches air. I move too fast and the earpiece flew off. I turn and ask where they are. Deok scrambles up and tells me they are by the king, that Commander Lee and Sister Gu are hiding in that metal shell and are still alive. I tell him they should leave first. The boss aggro has been pulled to me. He picks up his dual blades and scurries toward the edge. Every crimson eye is fixed on the figure in the middle of the basin. The king draws a deep breath, chest swelling, then opens his massive mouth and roars. Terrifying sound waves solidify into a cylindrical shockwave that shaves a layer off the ground, blasting at me. My figure moves like lightning, dodging swift. The corpse of the poisonous goblin under my feet is blasted away by the sound wave, showing its terrifying power. After that, the king is already in motion, launching a terrifying charge. The goblins swarm forward again, crazily attacking the human figure draped in lightning. 1/3 of the Thunderfire robe is already gone, spent on the poisonous goblin. I scan the ferocious monsters and look back at the terrifying giant. In truth, I do not know if my remaining lightning energy is enough to one-shot this king, but before that, I have to clear the small fry first. Deok finally reaches the basin's edge. The monsters are converging on me, leaving the front of him empty. He roars at Commander Lee and Sister Gu to run. Gu Chenggu is still shaken inside the shield fortress, clutching her chest. She and Lee Jonguk heard the commotion, the terrifying thunder scaring them so badly they almost thought the shield was about to break. But the king has stopped attacking and seems to have left. Deok shouts that Brother Ji is here and just killed the poisonous goblin, that the king is heading for him now. Gu Chenggu and Lee Jonguk both widened their eyes, hearts churning. He already dealt with a super monster. How? Gu Chenggu swallows, gathers her courage, and withdraws her twin shield fortress. The surroundings instantly become bright and open. Not a single monster. In the distance, the dense goblin mass and that mountain-like giant shadow are all rushing in the same direction. Deok scurries over and says Brother Ji wants them to evacuate the basin first, that he is fighting alone. Gu Chenguk weakly pleads from his hole to be dug out, tossing the shield aside, pale face caked in blood. The two each grab one of his hands and pull him out. Ha Jusong flies in from the distance, and the group lights up. It is little Ha. She levitates a large wooden plank with telekinesis and tells everyone to get on. She frowns, controls it with her remaining strength, and slowly rises with it, ascending over 100 meters. Their bodies relax completely, covered in sweat and blood, panting in disarray. The ground vibrates. They lean over to look down. On the ground, the figure draped in thunder and fire is rapidly teleporting and flashing, maintaining distance from the boss while continuously slaying the surrounding small monsters. Lee Jonguk and Gu Chenggu watch dumbfounded, asking whether those lights on me are equipment. Deok explains, suppressing his excitement, that it is a lightning-type talent, that he was almost eaten by the poisonous goblin, and then Brother Ji descended from the sky and with a crack instantly killed it. That the thunder they just heard was that. Killed with a talent. Their hearts hammer. Is this something a survivor at this stage can do? Deok adds a nervous note, that whether I can defeat the king next is hard to say, because that kind of talent skill consumes a lot of stamina. The battle is not over. The king is the true final boss of this dungeon. While I furiously slaughter the surrounding goblins, lines of kill notifications keep scrolling. During the slaughter, I drop into Eagle Eye state and occasionally check the moon's blood's blade. Goblin kill, gold plus 1, critical hit rate accumulated to 21%. Goblin kill, gold plus 1, critical hit rate accumulated to 1%. Goblin kill, gold plus 1, critical hit rate accumulated to 13%. Moon's blood kill passive triggers, Constitution plus 1.5, Goblin kill, gold plus 1, critical hit rate accumulated to 24%. When the critical hit rate stacks to 24% this time, in eagle eye state I finally notice an extremely subtle fleeting red glow on the blade. Indeed, there is a prompt for triggering a critical hit. This makes things easier. A cold smile plays on my lips. As the aggro climbs, the goblins go increasingly irrational, left only with mindless charges. That accelerates my killing efficiency. I spend nearly 10 minutes finally slaughtering all the remaining hundreds of goblins, and since entering the arena I have a total of 9 kill attribute drops: 2.7, 1.5, 1.8, 0.3, 3.8, 0.9, 0.6, 2.2, and 4.1. Adding them up, my constitution has crossed 70 points. After slaying the last goblin without a drop of blood on me, I slowly turn. The Thunderfire robe sways in the wind, more than half its length remaining. Now only the king is left. Watching all his offspring slaughtered, the king has fully fallen into a frenzy, blood vessels throbbing and bulging, no longer able to conceal the rage that threatens to engulf the entire world. He lets out an earth-shattering roar and his entire body suddenly begins to tremble violently. Bone-grinding sounds layer one over the next. The king's body rapidly squirms and swells, blood evaporating off his pores, his original dark green skin dyeing a glaring crimson. An unimaginably terrifying aura surges and vibrates outward, the shockwave like a hurricane pressing down the surrounding trees. Sand and stones fly. Even Haju Song and the group high in the sky struggle to maintain balance and almost slide off the wooden plank. Their horrified eyes fix on the colossal crimson monster below, whose entire body has nearly doubled in size. The original Goblin King was already an extremely formidable super monster. Now it can even unleash a second stage. Is this something a human can fight? Commander Lee, your beginner dungeon is truly too much of a beginner dungeon. Heo Diok squeezes out an ugly smile. A boss of this level called a C-rank beginner dungeon. What about the B-rank, A-rank, or S-rank ones later? Everyone originally thought after surviving the first corpse tide spring might arrive, but looking at the current situation, the difficulty ahead is hell level. The king has already burst forward. The ground beneath its feet cracks into a spiderweb pattern, and its massive body, dozens of meters high like a building, charges at me with terrifyingly bizarre speed. The people in the sky cry out in alarm. The lightning shadow passes through the deep crimson figure, dodging to the other side, but the king's eyes have already locked on, anticipating my dodge path. Its other giant fist swings down toward my landing spot. The enormous fist shadow transforms into overwhelming pressure, intent on crushing the tiny human into dust. In the nick of time, the lightning shadow flickers away once more. The ground explodes, sending up a high wave of earth. A lightning-streaked blade mark appears on the king's thick, gnarled arm. The line bursts open, a large amount of fresh blood spraying out in a fan shape. The king roars in pain and attacks more wildly. The level of this battle far exceeds the imagination of Lee Jong-guk and the others, naked eyes struggling to keep up with the combatants. They only see ground cracking, dust billowing, the aura's pressure shaving off layer after layer of earth, the lightning figure dodging with ease and leading one bloodstain after another. But everyone's hearts gradually tighten. They can discern the general trend. I have the upper hand, but the wounds I am leading are getting shallower. The king's body is too massive. Merely cutting surface flesh and blood causes no substantial damage. And I am in a state of high talent consumption. Prolonged entanglement would mean rapid exhaustion and a sharply increasing dodge risk. Eventually, like Haju Song, I would be unable to dodge in time. Heo Deok trembles, asking what to do. Lee Jong-guk's voice is hoarse and tells them they can only watch. Their wounded, crippled group cannot help, and even in best condition they cannot intervene at this level. Lee Jong-guk turns to Haju Sang and asks whether she has strength left for later. She nods solemnly and tells him not to worry. She has been reserving that energy, knowing that if I truly lose, she is the only rescue, even if it means failure of the raid and traversing the Dongdu Mountains by foot. The battle escalates. Under everyone's worried gaze, my extreme speed indeed begins to slow. Several times I only brush past the king's fist, nearly being hit. Their hearts jump into their throats. The next second, as I once again flicker away to create distance, the king's figure suddenly closes in, clasping its fists together and smashing them down toward me. The mighty offensive descends like a collapsing mountain, and this time, my reaction is a half-beat too slow. The earth cracks, waves of soil erupt. All of this happens in half a second, but everyone feels as if an entire world has passed. Everyone stares blankly. The familiar lightning shadow no longer shines. I am completely submerged in the sea of blood and sand. Ha! Juseong's fingertips tremble, her panicked eyes searching the dust. Nothing. Heodeok swallows in disbelief, whispering that Brother Ji has died. She has already stood up from the plank, about to fly into the battlefield. But Gu Chenggu holds her back, telling little Ha not to be impulsive. that something is wrong with the king. Below, the king's murderous intent has not dissipated, its vigilant gaze searching everywhere. A strong gust blows, the dust clears. In the huge pit on the ground, there is no trace of a human figure. He has simply vanished, not beaten to a pulp, not pounded into the ground, just disappeared into thin air. 100 meters high in the sky, I dispel my ethereal state, my entire body in freefall, beginning to descend. I close my eyes and slowly exhale. My last strike that hit the king successfully stacked to trigger the probability, and a hint of red light appeared on my blade. The critical hit probability for the next strike is 100%. The tattered lightning robe, less than half remaining on my shoulders and back, flutters in the strong wind. Then, it disappears inch by inch, merging into my body, 70 meters above the ground. 60, 50, all remaining lightning robes melt away. I open my eyes in midair. Blazing lightning flames like a furnace opening and closing, burn from my pupils to my forehead. At the same time, the blood-red blade of the moon's blood is plated with a dark blue condensed glow, a light forged from countless lightning energies. My figure spins in midair, holding the saber hilt with both hands. My eyes flickering with thunder flames calmly watch the colossal shadow in front of me. The king also senses the surging, manic energy behind him. With eyes blazing with monstrous fury, he abruptly turns and glares. He lets out his final earth-shattering roar, his entire body erupting with bloodlust, charging at the human figure with unprecedented might, as if to utterly crush everything in the king's wrath. Over there, look over there. Heodeok points at the figure free-falling in the distance, trembling with excitement. He is still alive. Jijang is still alive. Everyone's brains almost crash. Their minds cannot keep up with the changes on the battlefield. They cannot understand why I, who had clearly been hit just now, could suddenly return from the sky. But when they see my figure holding the saber upside down, a thought instinctively surges. The moment of final victory or defeat is coming. No, it has already arrived. My figure bends and gathers strength in midair. If I were on the ground, this would be the posture for a charging slash. But I am in the air. No point to leverage. The king's offensive is already closing. The world seems to slow. 2 thunder lights bloom beneath my feet. 2 thunder flashes I brewed during the brief ethereal state, now used as kickoff. They explode. The terrifying power releases countless ripples, kinetic energy pushing my speed to its limit. All the energy of the Thunderfire robe channels into this final instantaneous slash. I transform into lightning and instantly pierce through to the back of the king. Several incredibly thick lightning arcs stretch and tear along the entire path, finally condensing into a dazzling pillar of lightning streaking across the sky. The world seems to hit a mute button. 1 second. 2. After the extremely dazzling light, an earth-shattering thunderclap roars. A stunning flash of lightning streaks across the world. A huge hole has appeared in the king's neck, extending to a large part of his chest. The massive head is thrown high into the air. The king's hot blood spills all over his territory. His remaining body still maintains the posture of attacking forward, but it has lost all ability to move. The only things moving are the pulsating lightning arcs covering his entire body. With a loud crash, the king's remains fall to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the other end, I also fall from midair. I have almost exhausted all my strength, cannot stand steadily upon landing, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping after hitting a large clod of earth. I lay sprawled out like a big X, staring at the sky, not wanting to move an inch. My pupils dim, all symbols of lightning on my body dissipate. I slowly turn my head and look at the king's corpse, like a small hill. The kill notification appears. Goblin King Super Monster slain. Gold plus 100. King's Blood Eye plus 2. Doubled in Abyss mode. It dropped materials again. And the next second, a notification sounds in my mind. I originally thought it was the dungeon clear settlement, but then my eyes freeze. Congratulations, I have obtained a new title. Goblin Slayer rare title. Constitution plus 30. Spirit plus 10. Special attribute Blood Rage that in an evenly matched extreme duel, upon fully entering combat state, can be activated, doubling all attributes lasting until the end of the battle. Extra kill gold bonus plus 30%. Evaluation The Terminator of Sin and Filth. Obtained by first killing a Goblin King in a dungeon. A new title actually dropped. After obtaining the Ranger last time, I had thought titles were too rare to chase. I immediately switched titles. The surge in Constitution and Spirit instantly restores a lot of stamina, allowing me to slowly crawl up from the ground. Everyone in the sky has frozen completely, expressions unchanged, eyes not even blinking, vision filled with that unforgettable streak of lightning. A few seconds later, Heodeok's lips tremble, swearing once, then again, then shouting that we won, laughing himself hoarse. The others all seem to collapse onto the wooden plank from exhaustion, wiping their faces, and after a while let out relieved, liberated laughter. Ha! Zhusheng looks at the young figure below, her eyes slightly red, and finally seeing me awkwardly crawl up from the ground and pat the dust off my butt. She cannot help but let out a chuckle. She controls the plank, slowly descending, and comes to my side. I look at the miserable crowd and smile, asking whether everyone is okay. They tell me they are fine. They can all still breathe. This experience was too unreal. They entered confidently expecting an easy kill, but it turned out to be the monster's easy kill. Over 2,000 regular monsters, 100 elites, 2 super monsters. Reality slapped them, but near death it gave them a sweet date. A god appeared in the team. Heo Deok says again that from now on he is my dog. Everyone bursts into laughter and I tell him to hurry up. I do not take pets like him. The dungeon notification echoes. Congratulations to all survivors, successfully cleared C-rank dungeon Goblin Den. Now announcing the score settlement leaderboard. First place, Ji Jiang, damage dealt percentage 91, damage taken percentage 5, support percentage 3, boss kills 2, rating SS rank, settlement reward, golden treasure chest. Holy crap, a golden chest. For most survivors, a wooden chest is enough to make them happy for half a day. A black iron chest can lead to a huge leap in status. Silver chests this team only knows of through intelligence networks. Gold chests they have practically never even heard of. The output contribution column reads 1,226 regular monster kills, 98 elite kills, 2 boss kills, an undeniable MVP record. Heo Deok rubs his hands, fantasizing he would take a silver chest. Everyone rolls their eyes. Second place, Ha Juzheng, output 6%, support 32%, A rank evaluation silver chest. Third and fourth, Gu Chonggu and Li Jongguk, B rank, 2 bronze chests each. Finally, Heo Deok, unremarkable across the board, only C rank with 1 bronze. Only him at C rank, his expression cannot hold up. As a top 4 of the Sinpung group, only this evaluation makes him feel broken. If he had taken a few more hits, he might have gotten B. Settlement complete, all rewards distributed. Remaining instance time 3 hours, 21 minutes. Survivors can explore freely or exit immediately. They look at each other and smile. Before coming here, they were unfamiliar collaborators. Now they are friends who have fought side by side. Li Jongguk asks whether everyone wants to explore more. Heo Deok says he still has energy. It is up to them. Damn it, he is the only C rank. While they rest, I retrieve my Barrett and rocket launcher. But just as I walk back, I feel something off, asking the team whether they sense something strange. Ha, Jusong frowns, sniffing, and says it seems there is a different fishy smell. Look at the sky, Heo Deok points up. Why does the air seem distorted? And we see a transparent oily film slowly twisting in the sky. Everyone's pupils constrict. A monster prompt appears. Sky Serpent Dragon, King-level monster, mysterious atmospheric creature, hybrid descendant of the dragon race and the ancestral serpent race, moving in high-altitude clouds and mist, releasing special water mist from its scales to conceal aura and form, appearing only when hunting. Damn King-level monster. Holy crap. Retreat quickly. Li Jongguk clicks exit instance immediately at the fastest speed. The next second, the entire sky turns red. A giant crimson abyssal snake mouth appears above our heads, large enough to cover a 50-meter radius. The king-level aura surges from all directions, almost making us weak at the knees. At the last critical moment, our figures successfully teleport out. The snake mouth crushes a large area of land, leaving a tooth-marked crater, but we are already gone. The Sky Serpent Dragon does not care. It spits the dirt out, its hundreds of meters body writhing mid-air, picks up the king's corpse and flies skyward. On the outskirts of the Donggu Mountains, our 4 figures appear on the ground, shaken. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of us. Good thing we ran fast. What kind of king-level monster was that? It was probably startled when I fought the king. That last thunderclap was too loud. Everyone feels lingering fear. Members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance stationed nearby rush over, asking whether everyone is all right. Li Jongguk waves and stands. But the moment he straightens, his heart tightens, and he subconsciously looks into the distance. Just as he turns, a sniper rifle bullet, coming from an unknown direction, whizzes past his eyebrow and hits my armored RV with a bang. Bright red blood flows down from Li Jongguk's eyebrow. Sniper. One wave had not settled before another rose. The sudden attack throws the scene into chaos. After the first shot, a large number of bullets pour in frantically from a dense forest in the distance. Get in the car quickly. My gaze sharpens, I shout, then rush into the RV. The others frantically board. Fortunately, everyone has armor, so as long as they are not hit in the head, taking a few bullets is fine. Bullets rain down on every vehicle, sending sparks flying. The next second, from the surrounding concealed terrain, a large swarm of dark vehicles rumbles forward, encircling us. Over 100 of them. Leading them is a fully armed giant pickup truck. On the plains, that highly distinctive pickup is almost infamous, known to all. It has only one owner, the vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society, Na Qianheng. It is the Ghost Dragon Society, Everyone, get out of here. Damn it, those beasts, how did they know we were here? The radio channels of more than a dozen vehicles fill with panicked shouts. Do not panic, they are coming for me, Lee Jong-uk shouts. Covered in blood, he had been briefly focused on, and several bullets grazed his scalp, one even accurately hitting him in the head, but his physical combat talent and extraordinary bone strength let him withstand it with his skull. That deformed bullet is still embedded in his forehead. He starts the tank vehicle and fires a shot at the dense cluster of vehicles, instantly destroying the Jeep at the very front. The enemy's bullet offensive becomes increasingly frantic. 2 rockets fired from different directions directly hit Lee Jong-uk's tank, crippling its external armor and tracks. Commander, our durability will not last much longer. Damn it, let us fight them to the death. The enemies came too fiercely, almost everyone unprepared. Without cover, difficult to even counterattack, almost all passively taking hits. Inside the giant pickup, the gluey man wears a cat toying with mouse expression, issuing commands. Team 1 and Team 2 focus fire on Lee Jong-uk. Team 3 and Team 4 clear the small fries. The captain notes, Heo Deok of the Sinpung group is also inside. What Sinpung group? They are nothing. Leave no one alive, and that RV is an eyesore. After killing Lee Jong-uk, oh Lee Jong-uk, you have finally fallen into my hands. The Ghost Dragon Society had been planning his assassination for more than a day. They learned this morning he was recruiting experts to clear a dungeon, but not the specifics. Coincidentally, the Mountain and Sea Alliance vehicles parked at the Donggu outskirts were spotted by passing members. President Zhang Dongje immediately ordered Vice President Na Qianheng to command. Hundreds of vehicles, hundreds of people, almost all elites, hidden in the terrain an hour ago. He could have acted earlier and destroyed the vehicles, but that would have alerted them and Lee Jong-uk could have hidden in the dungeon. The point was not the tank. The point was the man's death. With him removed, the Mountain and Sea Alliance would fall apart, and the Ghost Dragon Society could annex Twilight Canyon. By then, even the Battlefield Alliance would have to be wary, no one daring to dictate to the Ghost Dragon Society anymore. Vice President, they are starting to counterattack, the captain reports. What kind of firepower is that? Push forward completely, tighten the encirclement, hit them hard. Na Qianheng barks coldly and personally drives his pickup leading the charge. He presses a button on the center console, and with a mechanical whir, the pickup's front hood opens, revealing a small turret, a small grenade launcher. Grenades are continuously fired, arcing in parabolas, slamming into the Mountain and Sea Alliance formation, causing the vehicles to shake violently. Commander, they are surrounding us. Damn you. Ghost Dragon Society, how dare you attack my car? Aside from Lee Jong-uk, Heo Deok, Gu Chong-gu, and the captain have weapons installed, but compared to the enemy our firepower is too inferior. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Everyone charge and break through with me. Lee Jong-uk roars and drives his crippled track tank leading the charge ahead. At this moment my armored RV also moves, but heading the opposite direction, driving straight at Na Qianheng's giant pickup. Oh no, Ji Jung, come back. Their numbers are too great. We are at a disadvantage in ammunition and firepower. We cannot go head to head. Everyone shouts in terror, but my RV continues forward, and the close-in weapon system on its roof remains silent. As the distance closes, the entire external armor takes a massive amount of firepower, bullet sparks crackling all over the body. There is no damn peace. I sit in the driver's seat, light a cigarette, and look grimly at the dozens of armed vehicles ahead. I am dead tired and just want to find a quiet place to eat and rest, then happily open that precious golden box. I did not expect this, launching a sneak attack and focusing fire on my vehicle. Isn't this just pure suicide? My close-in weapon system has not even tasted human blood yet. I pick up the microphone, voice chilling, telling the team to just follow behind me, that I will take care of these bastards. The team somewhat suspects they misheard. Lee Jong-uk urgently tries to stop me. He knows my vehicle weapon is powerful, but the flaws in ammunition and reload cannot be compensated for by firepower alone. The disparity between the two sides is an order of magnitude. Moreover, Na Qianheng brought almost all combat vehicles, hundreds of them. Vice President, that RV is coming toward us. Na Qianheng looks up and becomes furious. Focus fire. Kill him. To dare turn around in such a situation, where did he get the courage? You want to be a hero, I will grant your wish. A large amount of bullets pours down frantically, shredding the RV's tires. Fortunately, my vehicle is equipped with super run-flat tires, and even under such focused fire, it maintains balanced driving. Only a few seconds pass and the Ghost Dragon side feels something is wrong. Even a Tier 2 advanced vehicle should have had its durability depleted long ago. But that RV keeps moving forward at high speed like a charging beast, completely unhindered. 500 meters. 300. In a flash, the distance has shortened to an astonishing 200. Even Na Qianheng's expression freezes as he stares at the approaching vehicle. In the driver's seat, my mouth has already curled into a sneer. Open automatic targeting radar. The targeting radar instantly lights up, the map densely covered with huge red dots. The close-in weapon system's base quickly rotates and adjusts, aiming its dark 7-barrel gun at the enemy vehicle array. I pick up the microphone, open the regional public channel, and sneer, "Ghost Dragon Society, right. Now it is your daddy's turn." Driven by the motor, the gun barrels slowly rotate, like a ritual before the arrival of death. The next second, the terrifying and extreme autocannon firepower erupts with a roar. 12,000 rounds per minute of frantic ammunition are instantly injected into an off-road vehicle. Even with upgraded external armor, their defense cannot withstand the close-in weapon system's maximum firepower. In just 1 second, the off-road is riddled like a sieve, and its fuel tank explodes. A huge ball of fire erupts, but this is just the beginning. The close-in weapon system's muzzle turns, sweeping with the roar of the Grim Reaper. Flashes of fire explode one after another. The reason I closed the distance before engaging, no other reason. I was just afraid the other side would run too fast. The battlefield reverses the moment the close-in weapon system opens fire. Under relentless maximum rate bombardment, the Ghost Dragon vehicles are paper bulletproof armor torn to shreds instantly. Vehicle after vehicle explodes. Those lucky enough not to lose their fuel tanks become smoking scrap smeared with bloody fragments. The frontliners let out the most terrified screams of their lives, frantically turning to escape. What kind of weapon was that? They all thought the contraption on the roof was for show, never expected it was real. The autocannons become a reaper. The Ghost Dragon encirclement tears open. The channel fills with tense exclamations. "Do not retreat. Whoever retreats, I will kill." Na Chan-hyung clutches the megaphone, bloodshot eyes fixed on the approaching RV, unable to understand how Lee Jong-uk's team has such a heavy vehicle with a close-in weapon system on top, with no intelligence on him. "No, we cannot match his firepower. He is aiming at me. Save me. The channel is a mess. Concentrate fire, use RPGs to blow him up. He will have to reload soon. Anyone who retreats will be shot." Na Chan-hyung snarls, shifts into reverse, the giant pickup retreating against the flow of steel, and quickly increasing distance. Even Squads 1 and 2, responsible for eliminating Lee Jung-guk, withdraw and join the siege on the RV. Lee Jung-guk's pressure is instantly relieved by more than half. The Mountain and Sea Alliance members preparing for a life-and-death struggle are stunned. "Commander, it seems we are not needed anymore." Through bullet-riddled windows, everyone stares blankly at the armored RV chasing and slaughtering the enemy vehicle army. 1 vehicle versus 100 vehicles, and the kind that charges through a hail of bullets, beating the opponent down. In less than a minute, over 20 enemy vehicles have already been destroyed. Crucially, the close-in weapon system has fired at least tens of thousands of rounds, and still has not reached the reload line. Still charging, still dishing out damage. What the hell? This is the rhythm of victory. Counterattack, Lee Jung-guk roars, invigorated. Driving his tank, he leads the guard squad, Heo Deok, Haju Song, and the rest into a furious counterattack against the enemy formation. They had wanted to flee earlier because firepower and numerical disparity were too great. But now, who had stronger firepower, he asks. Heo Deok is trembling with excitement, flooring the accelerator, his roof-mounted light machine gun sweeping the enemy, grabbing the megaphone to passionately broadcast. "I will curse out their mothers. You dared to touch the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the Sinpung group. You even dared to offend my brother G. Have you seen a close-in weapon system, you bastards? Keep being arrogant. Damn." With Lee Jung-guk's convoy joining the counterattack, the intensity sharply escalates. For most Tier 2 vehicles with upgraded armor, mutual attacks mostly consume durability. It is difficult to destroy an opponent before durability runs out. But now this monster close-in weapon system appears, its weapon level an overwhelming presence. Moreover, the armored RV's defensive capabilities far surpass ordinary Tier 2 vehicles. Aside from RPGs, other firearms can hardly cause damage. Looking at the bullet marks, even the largest caliber rounds only leave slight scratches, and from then until now it is unknown if even 5% of durability has been lost. The Ghost Dragon Society no longer cares about conserving bullets, practically throwing everything they have. Rocket launchers, their super heavy weapons, are fired frantically at the RV. The RV is violently shaken by the explosions, tires melting, but it continues to charge and fire. I sit calmly observing the vehicle's status. I estimate that with general bullets about 10,000 rounds reduces durability by 1%. RPGs are much more powerful, each hit reducing durability by 5% not counting tire wear. It seems the external armor level is still not enough. I rub my chin and turn my gaze to the upgrade options. External armor level 3, upgrade requires gold 450, parts 250, steel sheets 1,000, alloy 5. Level 3 is extremely expensive, the highest a Tier 2 vehicle can reach. But I am a super rich person now. I quickly open the exchange, replenish the required materials, and click upgrade. A white light surges around the vehicle, then dissipates. The original black metal armor with frosted texture has undergone another refinement and upgrade. The vehicle becomes several points heavier and lower. The brand new metal shell has an incredibly fine, smooth texture with an almost perfectly clear, streamlined shape. Overall thickness increased by 10 mm, and the material upgraded to alloy, possessing extremely strong anti-strike capabilities. And after the upgrade, the previously lost durability instantly refills. Another rocket hits the RV. This time the explosion causes no durability reduction, and the stability is greatly enhanced, as if it had only been swayed by a strong wind. I sneer. Now there is no defensive pressure. All that remains is to see this cat and mouse game through to the end. I drive the armored RV at a terrifying speed exceeding 130 kilometers per hour, fiercely smashing through the Ghost Dragon Society's encirclement. The rapidly retreating giant pickup truck enters my line of sight. The fight is not over yet. Why are you trying to run? I look at the giant pickup with icy eyes. On top of the armored RV, the 7-barreled close-in weapon system, which has already devoured dozens of vehicles, locks its murderous muzzles completely on the opponent.